Chapter 764. Yamacho, does this mean that I've succeeded? You have to keep your promise to me. Mo Lingwei became excited when she heard Li Zishuan's affirmation. Li Zishuan chuckled. You're still far from success. Back then, I asked you to build an astronomical telescope. Miss Mo, don't tell me you think you can see the moon in the sky with this little thing? Mo Lingwei blinked curiously. Why can't I? My clairvoyance can already see very far. Can't I use it to see the moon? Of course not. Seeing that Yan Xiaoning was also puzzled, Li Zishuan had no choice but to patiently explain to them, I've told you guys before that the magnification of the clairvoyance is related to the focal length of the objective lens and the eyepiece. The clairvoyance that you guys are making now has a magnification of at most 7 to 8 times. That is to say, a person who uses this to see a distance of 1,000 feet will only be able to see a distance of about 10 to 12 feet. The moon is about 880,000 miles away from us. Do you think we can clearly see what the moon looks like with this? Usually, the moon is about 400,000 kilometers away from the Earth. In the Tang dynasty, Li Shimon's 2 steps, 1 step for each of his left and right feet, was used as the standard. It was called Bu. It was stipulated that 300 steps was 1 Li, and 1/5 of 1 Bu was 1 Qi. In the Tang dynasty, 1 Qi was 0.303 meters, and 1 Li was 454 meters. The distance between the Earth and the Moon was about 880,000 miles in the Tang dynasty. 880,000 miles? How far is that? The two of them were speechless. Yan Xiaoning thought for a while and asked, Xiao Xian, according to what you said, we just need to increase the magnification of the clairvoyance next. Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and replied, yes, but it's not just about increasing the magnification. When the magnification is too high, the final image of the clairvoyance will be seriously distorted. You have to think of a way to reduce the distortion of the image. Otherwise, no matter how high the magnification is, it will be useless. Mo Lingwei frowned and asked, Yamacho, what do you mean by image distortion? She could not be blamed for being ignorant. It was mainly because this knowledge had not been covered in the first volume of the physics textbook. Li Zishuan organized his words and explained, previously, I told you about the imaging principle of the convex lens. In fact, those are the cases where the light rays are close to the central optical axis. But in fact, there is always a part of the light rays that are not close to the central optical axis. They are at the edge of the lens. Compared to the actual object, the final image of this part of the light rays has a certain deformation. I call it distortion. For the clairvoyance, if you wanted to obtain a higher magnification factor, the overall length of its optical path would have to be longer. At this time, a small distortion would become even bigger after such a long optical path. So in the future, when you increase the magnification of the clairvoyance, don't neglect the image quality. According to my experience, as long as you can ensure that the magnification is above 30 times, you can basically meet the requirements of astronomical observation. Li Zishuan was very familiar with binoculars. When he was in high school, one of his roommates brought a pair of binoculars with the excuse of looking at the scenery opposite the dormitory. But in reality, he was only looking at the girls' dormitory. In the end, the boys' binoculars were confiscated by the head teacher who suddenly came to check on the dormitory. When he was in university, thanks to the school's geographical location, he once spent 35 yuan to go in on the opening day of a certain planetarium in the capital. It could be said that he personally used an astronomical telescope. Moreover, his undergraduate and postgraduate studies involved a considerable part of the knowledge of optics. He even personally polished lenses during his internship. In the Tang dynasty, he could be called an expert in optics. This was also why he could explain it to Mo Lingwei, Yan Xiaoning, and the others so clearly and logically. Then Xiao Xian, how should we solve the imaging distortion? To be honest, Yan Xiaoning wasn't shocked at all by the endless stream of new knowledge that kept popping out of Li Zishuan's head because he was already numb to it. What was more important than being shocked was that he had to try his best to absorb the new knowledge that Li Zishuan spat out. This is very difficult. Li Zishuan shook his head with a complicated expression. To solve the imaging distortion and chromatic aberration problem of lenses, the method of cementing lenses was often used in modern times. By fixing 2 or more lenses with photosensitive glue and baking them with ultraviolet light, after going through 2 curing processes, a set of cemented lenses could be obtained. In modern times, some of the precision optical components, such as the objective lens of a microscope, the eyepiece of a telescope, and so on, used lens sets that were cemented with photosensitive glue. If only a simple convex or concave lens was used, it would be very difficult to obtain a better imaging result. However, in this era where basic science was extremely backward, wanting to control the imaging distortion like modern optical lens companies was tantamount to a fool's dream. Not to mention that there was no photosensitive glue, there was no way to even obtain pure ultraviolet light. In this case, how could they make a cemented lens set? Although it's very difficult, you can think of a way to replace a simple single lens with a lens set composed of many small lenses that are very close to each other. Also, you have to keep the overall imaging light path unchanged. This way, the results might be different. After pondering for a long time, Li Zishuan could only give it a shot and said in the end. Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei both fell into deep thought. Clang, 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 clang. With the crisp sound of gongs and drums, Yanhuang Academy's training for the day was finally over. Qin Qiong, who was late because of the heavy rain in the morning, as the chief military instructor of the academy, blew the whistle decisively. School is over. The students' enthusiasm for training today was very high. There was no need to deliberately make things difficult for them, so Qin Qiong's impression of the instructors was quite good. Once school was over, he decisively let the students go to school without any hesitation. Oh! It's the holidays. I can finally go home and sleep in. I must eat a lot of meat these 2 days. Drunken Immortal restaurant, this young master is coming. The students burst into cheers, and then Yanhuang College became a sea of joy. Cheers could be heard everywhere. The students ran back to the dormitory like a gust of wind, then rushed out of the dormitory, out of the college gate, and directly down the mountain to Chang'an City. Chapter 765. 2/3 of the students in Yanhuang College came from outside Chang'an City, so only a small number of students went home during the 2-day holiday. Although the rest of the students could not go home, they were very happy that they did not have to go through military training. However, as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune depend on each other, and misfortune hide within each other. Sometimes, not being able to go home was actually a kind of luck. F***ck, I just came back and I want to poop. Jianghu, bring this young master some toilet paper. It didn't take long for Cheng Chumo to return to Chang'an. As soon as he entered the house, he suddenly felt that his chrysanthemum was tight and he wanted to poop. Cheng Chumo quickly went straight to the outhouse and ordered his errand boy. Jianghu, who was in the front yard, saw Cheng Chumo enter the courtyard. He wanted to greet him, but when he heard such a sentence, he was suddenly stunned. Hey! Young master, what is toilet paper? Jianghu chased after Cheng Chumo and shouted loudly. Cheng Chumo, who had just walked to the front of the cottage, paused his steps, patted his head and said in annoyance, F***ck, I almost forgot, there is no toilet paper at home. Forget it, bring me some newspapers. Jianghu took the order and left. Cheng Chumo shook his head and went into the outhouse with an unhappy face. F***ck. Why is it so smelly? Cheng Chumo, who was used to the outhouse of the academy, came back and saw his own outhouse and immediately began to dislike it. His outhouse not only did not have the white and smooth toilet of the academy, but also did not have a complete flushing system. It looked disgusting and smelled bad. No wonder this guy began to dislike it. Young master, our outhouse has always been like this?" Jianghu, who had just brought a newspaper, stood outside the outhouse and said in amazement. Okay, I know, you can go." Cheng Chumo stretched out his hand and took the newspaper into the outhouse and said helplessly. Cheng Chumo, who had just left Yanhuang College for less than an hour, had already begun to miss his life in Yanhuang College. When he was in the academy, he wanted to leave the academy. Now that he was out of the academy, he wanted to go back to the academy. Was this the legendary act of being cheap? In fact, Cheng Chumo was not the only student who was embarrassed. When the students returned home, they were not used to the sudden change in architectural style. Most of the buildings in Yanhuang College were foreign-style buildings made of cement bricks, while the students' homes were in the classical style with wooden doors and windows. It was hard to say which style was better or worse. It could only be said that the students were used to living in the classical style of wooden buildings and windows. When they first entered Yanhuang College, they felt that living in the style of Yanhuang College was more comfortable. In addition, similar to Cheng Chumo's situation, the students all discovered the superiority of the academy's toilets. The clean and hygienic toilets were incomparable to their own toilets. Housekeeper, go to Chitsu Pavilion and help me buy some toilet paper." In the Sun Mansion, Sun Zifen came out of the outhouse with a constipated expression on his face and said to the housekeeper in the courtyard. Looking at this guy's expression, God knows how much he suffered in the outhouse. "Young master, what is toilet paper?" The housekeeper looked at Sun Zifen with a puzzled face and asked. Sun Zifen frowned and impatiently waved his hand and said, It's very hygienic paper. Housekeeper, you can go to Chitsu Pavilion and ask. The people there will definitely know." The steward answered in a daze and went out. However, after a while, he turned back and said embarrassedly, "Young master, now that the gate is about to close, there should be no one at Strange Interest Pavilion." Sun Zifen was speechless and said, "Then let's go tomorrow morning." Most of the Yanhuang College students who returned to Chang'an encountered the embarrassing situation of not having toilet paper in the outhouse. After leaving the academy, they felt uncomfortable everywhere. But there was one person who was luckier, and that was Li Tai. "Hey! Fortunately, royal sister has toilet paper, otherwise, wouldn't this prince be slaughtered?" Li Tai came out of the outhouse with a roll of toilet paper in his arms. He was very satisfied as he thought to himself. Now in the entire Tang dynasty, except for Li Zishuan's house in Yanhuang College, only Chang'e had toilet paper. Previously, when Chang'e followed Li Zishuan and Empress Zhongsun to tour Yanhuang College, Li Qingxian suddenly had a stomachache, and Chang'e inadvertently discovered the wonderful use of toilet paper. Then, the little girl took the initiative to ask Li Zishuan for a batch of toilet paper. Li Zishuan had always treated such an obedient and lovely little girl like Chang'e as his own sister. After hearing Chang'e's request, Li Zishuan naturally agreed. He arranged for a cart of toilet paper to be sent to the palace that day. Li Tai took advantage of this loophole and was able to obtain the precious toilet paper. Sigh. The only flaw is that the outhouse in the residence is not as comfortable as the one in the academy. I have to admire Xiaoshuan's design skills. He can even come up with new tricks in the outhouse. The outhouse in the Prince of Wei's residence was not dirty or smelly, but Li Tai still felt that the outhouse in the academy was more comfortable to squat in. Chief Gu, tomorrow, go and invite a group of craftsmen who participated in the construction of Yanhuang College to renovate the residence. Ask them to do as much as possible in the style of the academy. Li Tai found the chief of the residence and whispered to him. Yes, Your Highness. The so-called Elder Gu was a middle-aged scholar in his early 30s. He bowed and said, By the way, ask someone to buy some toilet paper from the Wonderful Taste Pavilion tomorrow. It's not good to keep borrowing toilet paper from Chang'e. Li Tai added after some thought. Chief Gu was speechless. What kind of borrowing is this? What's the difference between borrowing and not returning and stealing? Yes, Your Highness. To a certain extent, the Yanhuang College students who returned home during the holidays were like a batch of sparks that spread to the world and ignited a prairie fire. Through word of mouth, people gradually learned about toilet paper, water pipes, showers, and other novelties. After listening to the descriptions of the students from the academy, they felt that these things were quite useful. Especially toilet paper, this soft thing that could replace the hard-as-iron toilet paper was simply a blessing to everyone. As long as one was not short of money and valued quality of life, there was no one who did not yearn for toilet paper. But where should they buy it? Many people subconsciously thought of the Wonderful Taste Pavilion because toilet paper first appeared in Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan was the Yamacho of Yanhuang College and the big boss of the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. If toilet paper were to be sold to the public, it would definitely be at the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. Thus, early the next morning, the Wonderful Taste Pavilion welcomed a large group of customers. The line had already filled the entire street. Chapter 766. Whoa! Why are there so many people here today? As soon as Sun Huayuan opened the door of the Strange Interest Pavilion, he was shocked by the huge crowd outside. He rubbed his eyes and couldn't help but wonder, Strange Interest Pavilion hasn't launched any new products recently? Why are all these people here? Did Lord Ju come up with some new information? Ever since the Divine Mirror and Azure Glaze Cup were launched a few days ago, Curious Pavilion's customer flow had been relatively stable. Today, however, there was a sudden surge in customer flow. Sun Huayuan, the shopkeeper of Curious Pavilion, couldn't understand it. Shopkeeper Sun, you've hidden it well. Curious Pavilion has such a good item like toilet paper, but you didn't sell it earlier. You're too mean. Chao Wendong, who was at the front of the line, laughed loudly when he saw Sun Huaiming. He was rich, so of course, he didn't need to line up every time. However, he wanted to build a good relationship with Li Zishuan and the people around Li Zishuan. Moreover, he valued Li Zishuan's business opportunity very much. Therefore, whenever Curious Pavilion launched a new product, Chao Wendong would always be in the line to buy it. That's right. Boss Sun, you're too mean. In the past, I, Li, have patronized every new item in Strange Interest Pavilion. That's right. If I didn't hear from old Wang's son next door, I wouldn't have known that Curious Pavilion has toilet paper. Shopkeeper Sun, you can't hide it. If you have something good, you should share it with everyone. It's not like we can't afford it, right? Yes, yes, yes. As long as it's good, it doesn't matter if it's a little expensive. We earn so much money, but in the end, we still want to enjoy ourselves. These were the words of two seemingly stupid but rich fellows. Sun Huayuan was a little stunned by this indiscriminate bombardment. He only reacted after a while. He cupped his hands and asked, "Dear guests, where did you hear that Curious Pavilion sells toilet paper? Forgive me for being blunt, but I've never received any news that my boss is selling toilet paper." Buzz. Sun Huayuan's gaze was like a drop of water splashed into a boiling pot of oil. The people who had been lining up for a long time immediately exploded. What? Odd Interest Pavilion doesn't sell toilet paper? I've been waiting in line for almost half an hour. What are you doing? In order to buy toilet paper for my young master, I've been waiting here for an hour. In the end, I didn't manage to buy it. It's over now. I'm going to get scolded when I go back. Two young men wearing servant hats complained to each other after hearing Sun Huayuan's words. Damn it! Shopkeeper Sun, you can't scare people like this. Who doesn't know that toilet paper was invented by the Yamacho? Who would believe you if you say that Strange Pavilion doesn't have it? In the crowd, Wang Meng rubbed his buttocks and shouted at the top of his voice. This guy had completely forgotten his own identity and was actually helping an outsider to harm his teacher. Cough, cough. The main reason was that he was used to using toilet paper at Yanhuang College. After returning home yesterday, he had to use toilet paper again, so he wasn't used to it. It just so happened that he was unlucky. There was a thin and short bamboo stick on the toilet paper, and Wang Meng's buttocks were instantly pierced by it. That was why he hurried over to Strange Interest Pavilion early in the morning to try his luck. However, he didn't expect that there would be so many heroes who had the same idea as him. Wang Meng's voice was famous for being loud. Sun Huayuan could hear him clearly even from afar. After hearing what he said, his old face darkened, and he was so angry that he almost went downstairs to drag Wang Meng out and give him a good beating. This was because he knew that the person who had spoken was definitely a student from Yanhuang College. A student who actually dared to scam the Yamacho. If such a student didn't deserve to be beaten up, then who should be? That's right. Shopkeeper's son, from what you said just now, it seems like you already know about the existence of toilet paper. Moreover, Strange Interest Pavilion also seems to have toilet paper, but why don't you take the initiative to sell it? Chao Wendong's eyes suddenly lit up. He found the contradiction in Sun Huayuan's words, so he asked. The other merchants, servants, students, and commoners all quieted down. They wanted to see how Sun Huayuan would answer. Sun Huayuan smiled bitterly and said, Boss Chao, I indeed knew about the existence of toilet paper a long time ago. However, at the beginning, the workshop's production of toilet paper was limited. In fact, Faubert didn't want to waste resources to produce this kind of meaningless toilet paper. All the toilet paper produced was sent to the boss's residence. After that, Yanhuang College started school, and the workshop opened a branch in Plum Village. Only then did the production of toilet paper gradually increase. However, at that time, the toilet paper was mainly supplied to the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. The boss didn't have any intention of selling it outside. The surrounding crowd was speechless. What else could they say when they encountered a willful boss who didn't want to earn money even if he had it? They could only cry without tears. Boss son, if such a good thing can't be sold outside, it would be a pity. Strange Interest Pavilion is a shop that constantly brings joy and convenience to everyone's lives. My brothers and I have always liked and supported it very much. I hope that Shopkeeper's son and Lord Ju can seriously consider including toilet paper in the queue for goods to be sold. Chao Wendong and Sun Huayuan stirred up emotions for a while before pleading with a sincere expression. That's right. Boss Chao is right. We have always supported Strange Interest Pavilion, and we hope that Lord Li can consider our request. That's right. It's just some toilet paper. I don't think Lord Li will care about this. Seeing that the atmosphere in the hall had been stirred up again, Sun Huayuan had no choice but to agree in order to be safe. Everyone, please don't be impatient. I will personally convey your request to the boss. In the end, it will still be up to him. Okay. Thank you for your trouble, shopkeeper son. Yo! Shopkeeper son. In the Yunshan residence, Li Zishuan had a guest who had never been to his house before. Lord Ju, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Sun Huayuan looked at the Western-style house in front of him and asked carefully. No, shopkeeper son, is there something you need from me? Come in, let's talk. Li Zishuan ordered the servants to serve tea as he brought Sun Huayuan to the study on the first floor. After seeing the luxurious interior of the Western-style house, Sun Huayuan was shocked again. He thought about the rumors that many Yanhuang College students couldn't help but return to school today after going home for the holidays. He sighed in his heart, I've heard that Yanhuang College's construction is extremely luxurious. If the decorations are like this house, then it's possible that the students can't bear to leave school and return. Chapter 767. Lord Ju, this is what happened from the beginning to the end. I was forced by them to come and disturb you. In the study room. Sun Huayuan told Li Zishuan about what happened in the morning with a bitter face. Speaking of which, it was easy for Li Zishuan to be a hands-off shopkeeper, but Sun Huayuan was not at all relaxed as the front shopkeeper. He had to be smooth and slick, and not provoke enemies for the main house for no reason. When facing all kinds of customers, he had to be careful and greet them with a smile. Oh. These people are really interesting. They actually came to you to ask for toilet paper. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then, he muttered, the current workshop can supply the toilet paper, but there are so many people fighting for it. It's easy to fall short of supply. Sigh, forget it. I'll sell it first. Shopkeeper son, later on, tell the workshop to increase the production scale of toilet paper. If they don't have enough manpower, they can recruit people from Plum Village and the nearby villages. Now, the workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion had taken root in Plum Village. Its scale was several times larger than before. Also, it was more convenient to place paper making, which was a highly polluting process, near the river. Yes, Lord Zhu. Li Zishuan's decision was beyond Sun Huayuan's expectations. He had tried to persuade Li Zishuan to sell toilet paper in the past, but Li Zishuan had never taken it seriously. He knew that the main reason was because the fairy mirror and colored glass cup were available in the Strange Taste Pavilion, while the winery had drunken Immortal and Gentle Village. Li Zishuan didn't care about the profits from toilet paper. This time, he didn't have high hopes, but he didn't expect Li Zishuan to agree. Sun Huayuan left with satisfaction. This result allowed him to report to Chao Wendong and the other rich businessmen. He did not have to be in a difficult position anymore. Of course, he had reason to be happy. Li Zishuan sat in the study room. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of the chair. He had a thoughtful look on his face. Husband, what's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Han Yushi saw that Sun Huayuan had come out of the study room, but Li Zishuan did not come out. She could not help but come in to see what was going on. She saw Li Zishuan leaning on the armchair with an inexplicable expression. So, she walked up and asked softly. Oh. Wife. Come, sit here. Li Zishuan came out of his thoughts. He moved a little to the right of the chair and pointed to the empty space on the left. He smiled at Han Yushi. The armchairs in his house were quite spacious. They were the kind that was more than enough for one person to sit on, but it would be a little crowded if two people sat on them. This guy wanted to take advantage of his wife blatantly. Han Yushi glared at her husband, but after thinking about it, she still walked to Li Zishuan's side and sat down. Li Zishuan smiled. He put his arm around his wife's waist and said, Sun Huayuan just came here to plead for the people of the people. Just now, shopkeeper Sun came to petition on behalf of the people. Today, the curious pavilion was surrounded by many merchants and ordinary people who wanted to buy toilet paper. It seems that the people of our great Tang have all suffered the harm of toilet paper. This was a private matter. Thinking about how she had used toilet paper in the past, Han Yushi blushed and asked, Husband, you agreed just now, right? I saw that Sun Huayuan was in a very good mood when he left. Huh, my wife is smart. Li Zishuan praised. Then, he sighed and said, Your husband has never cared about the small profits brought in by toilet paper. However, your husband has neglected the needs of the people of the Great Tang. He has also neglected the original intention of establishing the Strange Taste Pavilion. When the Strange Taste Pavilion was established, it was to create new and interesting things in the world to make life easier for the people. But now, sigh. Wife, do you think that your husband is obsessed with money? In fact, this was also the main reason why Li Zishuan had agreed to Sun Huayuan's request. Chao Wendong and the others' words in front of the Strange Taste Pavilion had made him happy and alert. He had thought that toilet paper would not make much money, so he had never considered selling it. Obviously, this went against the original intention of establishing the Strange Taste Pavilion. The market should not be decided by profits, but by practicality. Otherwise, he would become a businessman who only cared about profits and not a great man of the era. Pfft. So this is what my husband is thinking about? Han Yushi giggled and said, actually, my husband, you are thinking too much. In my opinion, the reason why my husband hasn't sold the toilet paper is not because the profit is small, but because my husband is now wholeheartedly devoted to the affairs of the academy and doesn't want to manage these trivial matters. That's true. After hearing Han Yushi's words, Li Zishuan's mood immediately improved. He hugged his wife and laughed shamelessly, ha. My wife knows me best. In the evening, Li Zishuan made another trip to the academy because there were still more than 400 foreign students living there. The youngest was the 6-year-old prodigy, Jia Jiayin. It was fine if there was a military training instructor on a normal day, but if there was no one on the weekend, he was worried that the students would cause trouble in the academy. Wang Meng? Sun Zifen? Why are you two stinking brats back again? Could it be that you are not awake and remembered the school day wrongly? Coincidentally, as soon as Li Zishuan entered the academy, he saw Sun Zifen and Wang Meng walking in front of him with a bag slung over their shoulders. Li Zishuan quickly caught up with them and asked. Yamacho, hello. Sun Zifen heard Li Zishuan's voice and quickly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and saluted. Yamacho, hello. Wang Meng also saluted. The two of you haven't answered my question. Li Zishuan glanced at the two of them and said indifferently. Yamacho, it's like this. When I returned home, I realized that studying at the academy was more fulfilling than wasting time at home, so I returned to the academy and planned to use the break to prepare for the upcoming lessons. Sun Zifen rolled his eyes and explained to Li Zishuan. Wang Meng nodded and echoed, Yamacho. I also came to the academy to prepare for my lessons. Do you think I will believe you? Li Zishuan glared at the two of them and said angrily, nonsense, do you believe that I will ask Instructor Pang to discipline the two of you separately tomorrow? Huh? Sun Zifen was shocked and quickly waved his hands. No. Yamacho, I'm not used to staying at home, so I came back to the academy. After all, life at the academy is good, and I can eat, sleep, and poop well. Cho Nyo, Bao Lin, and Qing Ke came back earlier than us and arrived at noon. He really wanted to say, I came to the academy to freeload food and toilet paper, but if he said so directly, he would definitely be beaten up again. Li Zishuan suddenly understood. He looked at Wang Meng and said, Wang Meng, I heard that you have a lot of free time in the morning. Wang Meng's eyebrows twitched and his legs trembled. He was about to explain when Li Zishuan said, all right, you guys can go now. Only then did he feel as if he had been granted amnesty. He dragged Sun Zifen and hurriedly fled. Chapter 768. Wang Meng, what did Yamacho say to you just now? Yanhuang College. On the way back to the dorm, Sun Zifen nudged Wang Meng's arm and asked. Nothing. Wang Meng hurriedly waved his hand. He couldn't possibly say that he was mischievous because he didn't manage to buy toilet paper from Quirk Pavilion in the morning, could he? Since Li Zishuan didn't hold him responsible, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. TSK. It's fine if you don't want to say it, but you're still acting mysterious. Sigh. We're finally back at the college. Don't you think it's strange? We were tortured at the college a few days ago, but when we were back at home, we felt uncomfortable. Now that we're back at the college, everything is normal again. It's really baffling. Looking at the dormitory building not far ahead, Sun Zifen stroked his bald chin and sighed emotionally. What a pity. What a pity. Wang Meng glanced at Sun Zifen and finally said, maybe this is what Yamacho means when he says I'm cheap. Damn it. Wang Meng, how dare you scold me in a roundabout way? I'm going to beat the shit out of you today. Sun Zifen was furious and wanted to kick Wang Meng. Wang Meng naturally wouldn't just stand there and wait to be beaten. He took advantage of his long legs and ran out of Sun Zifen's attack range. Yo! Boss Huang, you're here too. Heh, our Chang and city's god of wealth invited me, how could I not come? Even if I can't do business, it's still good to gain some wealth and build good karma. That's right. In just half a year, Lord Li was able to accumulate so much wealth without stealing or robbing. Compared to him, people like us who have been doing business all our lives are really ashamed. Early the next morning, a group of businessmen dressed in different clothes came to the entrance of Yanhuang College. At this time, the gate of the college was not open yet, but they stood in front of the gate and began to whisper to each other. Sigh. Perhaps this was what a genius was. At such a young age, not only is Lord Li doing well in business, but he is also very knowledgeable. He is comparable to many famous scholars. Otherwise, how could he become the Yamacho of Yanhuang College? Speaking of which, this Yanhuang College is really impressive. Of course, Yanhuang College's limelight was about to overshadow the directorate. Let's wait for next year's imperial examination to see how many of them can pass. Yo! Isn't that Boss Liao? I heard that Boss Liao's good friend, Boss Feng, went out to sea with the imperial court's army. The two of them together have more than 30 big ships. Then Boss Feng is going to make a killing this time. I heard from Lord Li that the wealth at sea is endless. Hey, Boss Chow is here. The noisy crowd suddenly quietened down, and the merchants consciously opened up a path for Chow Wendong. He was dressed in plain clothes, but his noble aura could not be concealed. He walked to the front of the crowd with steady steps. Good morning, my friends. Chow Wendong cupped his hands and smiled warmly at the people around him. Good morning, Boss Chow. Good morning, Boss Chow. The merchants around him quickly cupped their hands and greeted back politely. They had no choice. Chow Wendong was definitely one of the most important people who could get in touch with Li Zishuan. They had no choice but to be polite. We are still too early. I estimate that it will take another half an hour before the academy opens. Chow Wendong looked at the sky and pondered. It's fine. I can afford to wait. It's rare to have such an opportunity to listen to Lord Li's teachings. Let alone half an hour, even if it's a quarter of an hour, we are willing to wait. Yes. With that said, the merchants immediately said politely. Chow Wendong stroked his beard and smiled without saying a word. Half an hour later, the door of Yanhuang College opened on time. Under the lead of Mo Zhong, the merchants filed in and came to the conference room of Guanghua Building. Everyone, please wait here for a moment. The mountain will be here soon. Mo Zhong, who had already received Li Zishuan's instructions, said to the people who came in. Okay, thank you. The merchants did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they were all full of smiles. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Li Zishuan finally walked in from outside. Sorry to keep you waiting. Li Zishuan cupped his hands in salute and said sincerely. You are too polite, Lord Zhu. We just arrived and did not wait for long. Chow Wendong stood up and said with a bow. Yes. We just arrived. Besides, Lord Zhu is very busy every day. It's normal for you to be delayed by something. Liao Shifan stood up and cupped his hands. The rest of the people quickly agreed. Li Zishuan gestured with his hands, then looked around at the people in the room and said with a smile. Since you are here today, you must have heard that I want to raise money to build roads and develop Plum Village. Plum Village is close to the Bar River and the waterway is smooth. Moreover, the new workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion is also in Plum Village. Therefore, we have the most advanced workshop products here. We will not have to worry about sales no matter where we ship them. To the north of Plum Village is Yunshan and Yanhuang College. In the future, this place will become the holy land of learning for all the scholars in the world. It will bring countless talents to Great Tang. Moreover, with the promotion of academic knowledge, the workshop technology will be more advanced in the future. It will be able to produce more interesting and practical things. Correspondingly, this land will produce a huge amount of wealth. Currently, the only factor restricting the development of Plum Village and Yanhuang College is roads. For everything that I have just mentioned, roads are the most basic and important. That's why I've invited all of you here today. I want all of you to participate in the future feast of wealth by investing in the company. I want to establish a Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. In the future, only members of the Chamber of Commerce will be able to sell the goods produced by Strange Interest Pavilion. At the same time, they will be able to enjoy the protection of the Chamber of Commerce. As for the first batch of members to join the Chamber of Commerce, the amount of money donated today will determine the weight of their words in the Chamber of Commerce in the future. You have a total of 200,000 shares to subscribe. The final 6 people will be the first batch of members of the Chamber of Commerce. Then, let's not waste any more time. Let's start the voting. At first, Li Zishuan only wanted to accept 5 members. However, after seeing so many people today, he decided to add 1 more member. The rest of the people did not find it strange. They were just secretly glad. As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Although these people had heard about the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce from Chao Wenzhong, hearing Li Zishuan say it personally still made them feel a little strange. I will subscribe for 40,000 strings of cash. If there is any left in the end, I will take it all. Chao Wendong was the first to respond. Chapter 769. 40,000 strings of cash. Chao Wendong's words immediately shocked everyone. It should be all the merchants. After all, there were very few people present who could casually take out 40,000 strings of cash like him. Moreover, judging from Chao Wendong's behavior, 40,000 strings of cash was clearly not his limit. He was prepared to increase his investment at any time. Rich and overbearing, this is what it means to be rich and overbearing. Alright. Boss Chao is the first to buy 40,000 strings of cash. Who else is willing to invest? Li Zishuan's face was expressionless as he said calmly. I'm willing to buy 20,000 strings of cash. Liao Shifan gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. He was not as rich as Chao Wendong. Mobilizing 20,000 strings of cash in a short period of time was already the limit of what he could do. Any more and he would have to sell some things. Liao Shifan felt that it was not worth it to put up all his money for a plum village with an unknown future. Wow! Is Boss Liao that rich too? Some of the merchants below were discussing in a low voice. I'm willing to buy 10,000 strings of cash. I'm also willing to buy 10,000 strings of cash. I'm willing to buy 8,000 strings of cash. Some people might have the same thoughts as Liao Shifan and felt that it was not worth it to put up all their money for a plum village with an unknown future. Some people did not have much money at all. Anyway, after Liao Shifan, all the bids hovered around 10,000 strings of cash. Li Zishuan, who was sitting at the head of the table, frowned and looked a little unhappy. Chao Wendong, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. The fewer people who bought, the more authority he would have in the Chamber of Commerce. Lord Li, His Highness the Crown Prince sent me to pass on a message. The East Palace is willing to buy 30,000 strings of cash. At this moment, a scholar came in and bowed to Li Zishuan. Everyone was shocked. No one suspected that the scholar was deliberately lying because his clothes had the East Palace logo. Moreover, given the relationship between Li Zishuan and Crown Prince Li Qingqian, it was very likely that this was true. This way, the situation was completely different. Lord Zhu, I'm willing to add 20,000 strings of cash for a total of 40,000 strings of cash. Liao Shifan reacted immediately and shouted at the top of his lungs when he heard Eastern Palace advisor's words. Although his own funds were limited, if he added in his good friend Feng Zhihua, he would be able to buy 40,000 strings of cash. Most importantly, the Crown Prince's sudden disruption made him feel optimistic about the future of Plum Village. If he didn't make the first move to gain the upper hand, he might not even be able to drink soup in the future. Lord Zhu. My young master said that the Wang family of Taiyuan is willing to pay 100,000 strings of cash. Boom! Liao Shifan had suddenly increased the East Palace's 30,000 strings of cash to 40,000 strings of cash. Now, the Wang family of Taiyuan had directly offered 100,000 strings of cash. These offers made everyone's blood pressure soar. It was extremely exciting. Your young master is Wang Renbiao? Li Zishuan looked at the middle-aged man who said he would give 100,000 strings of silver and asked in a deep voice. The middle-aged man bowed and replied, "Yes, Lord Zhu." Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the Wang family to join in after hearing the news. He was about to say something when he heard a series of offers from below. Lord Zhu, I'll add 40,000 strings of cash for a total of 80,000 strings of cash. Chao Wendong smelled a hint of danger and immediately began to raise the price. Lord Zhu, I'm willing to pay 40,000 strings of cash. Lord Zhu, I'm willing to pay 45,000 strings of cash. Lord Zhu, a strange scene appeared. Following the final bid of 45,000 strings of cash, the conference room suddenly fell silent. The businessmen who didn't make it in time all swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. They looked at each other in frustration, but no one dared to make a rash offer. It wasn't that they couldn't afford a higher price, but because Li Qingxian had offered 30,000 strings of cash. There were already 5 people who had offered more than 30,000 strings of cash. If the remaining people offered a price higher than 30,000 strings of cash, wouldn't they squeeze Crown Prince Li Qingxian out of the picture? They wouldn't dare even if they had 10 guts. People who had been in the business world for many years had to have this level of EQ and eyesight. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to sit here and bid. What's wrong? No one's bidding anymore? Li Zishuan asked curiously. Previously, it was still lively, but now, these people suddenly became silent. Hee, I'm not bidding anymore. I'm not bidding anymore. Most of the businessmen forced a smile on their faces as they chuckled. Chao Wendong stroked his beard and was very satisfied with the situation. The businessman surnamed Lin who made the final bid of 45,000 strings of cash had a flushed face. He couldn't hide his smug expression. All right. Since no one's bidding, I'll announce the results. Li Zishuan picked up the paper in front of him and said in a deep voice, the first batch of members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce are Wang Renbiao, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, Liao Shifan, Zhang Jingyang, and His Highness the Crown Prince. The subscription limit is 100,000 strings of cash, 80,000 strings of cash, 45,000 strings of cash, 40,000 strings of cash, 30,000 strings of cash, for a total of 335,000 strings of cash, which exceeds the limit by 135,000 strings of cash. The excess will be temporarily used as backup funds for the construction of the roads. After the roads are repaired, the unused money will be returned to you according to the proportion of your subscription. Does anyone have any objections? If not, then today's auction is over. I have no objections. I have no objections either. I have no objections. Those who were on the list naturally didn't have any objections. Those who were not on the list, although unwilling, didn't dare to openly object. They could only blame themselves for being slow to react. Lord Zhu, I wonder if we'll have the chance to become a member of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce in the future. A greasy middle-aged man with a full beard stood up and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan. The other businessmen immediately looked at Li Zishuan with hopeful eyes. Of course. But the members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce are valued by quality, not quantity. It'll only get harder and harder to join in the future. Of course, friends who haven't joined the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce can choose to work with members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. I believe it'll be very profitable. Li Zishuan said calmly. I understand now. The greasy middle-aged man bowed with a determined look. Good. Then that's all for today. Let's welcome the first batch of members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. Li Zishuan stood up and clapped his hands with a smile. Everyone knew that he was sending them off and hurriedly stood up. Li Zishuan continued seriously, but no one is to spread the news of what happened here just now, especially news related to the Crown Prince. If the news is leaked, I'll investigate one by one. If I find out who it is, don't even think about having a foothold in the Tang dynasty in the future. Do you all understand? Don't worry, Lord Zhu. We know the severity of the matter. Chao Wendong led the crowd in response. That's good. Meeting adjourned. Li Zishuan nodded and waved his hand. Chapter 770. Little Xian, come with me. The first batch of shares of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce had been oversubscribed. Li Zishuan was in a good mood. Of course, whether it was Li Qingxian's interference or Wang Renbiao's sudden involvement, they were all outside of his expectations. In the corridor outside the meeting room, Li Zishuan bumped into Li Gang. Just as he was about to greet him, he heard the old man say in a low voice. Oh. Good. Li Zishuan felt that the old man was in a bad mood. He was a little confused. The two of them came to Li Gang's office. Li Gang closed the door and looked at Li Zishuan. Little Xian, you were the one who called those merchants over, right? Li Zishuan seemed to understand something. He paused and nodded. Yes. Li Gang pointed at Li Zishuan and said bitterly, You're stupid, stupid. I know that you gathered them to discuss something. I don't have any prejudice against merchants, but Yanhuang College is an important place for learning. How can you let this place be tainted with the stench of money? This is an insult to the saints, an insult to the educated people. Li Zishuan said disapprovingly, Mister, you're wrong. First of all, today is the school's holiday. I gathered all the merchants here to discuss the future development of Plum Village. There's nothing wrong with that. Secondly, I founded Yanhuang College mainly to be practical, not to pretend to be virtuous. What do you mean by the stench of money? Mister, you're an enlightened person. Why are you associated with the commoners? If not for the stench of money that scholars talk about, how could Yanhuang College develop to such a scale in such a short time? How could Plum Village develop so quickly? Li Gang was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. Are you saying that I'm vulgar? Short-sighted? Pretending to be virtuous? Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and said, Absolutely not. Sir, please don't misunderstand. I just want you to know that academics and money don't conflict in many cases. In fact, they even complement each other. For example, money can provide a good learning environment and promote the rapid development of academics. Academics can also promote technological innovation and earn more benefits. You also know that not all of the students trained by Yanhuang College will become officials in the future. Li Gang furrowed his brows and remained silent. He had taught and educated people all his life, and had written books to establish a theory. How could he be as sharp-tongued as Li Zishuan, who had lived 2 lives? Seeing this, Li Zishuan cupped his hands towards Li Gang and said, Sir, if there is nothing else, then I will take my leave. Then, seeing that Li Gang was still deep in thought, he left. Big brother, you're really fast, and you're really generous. I was still hesitating on whether to join, but you've already invested 30,000 strings of cash in it. In dorm 001, Li Tai saw that everyone else had left and whispered to Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian smiled and said, Qingke, what's there to hesitate about? In Chang'an City, in terms of earning money, if Xiaoxian is ranked second, who dares to be ranked first? Whenever he needs help, it's our chance. Besides, this 30,000 strings of cash was earned for me by Xiaoxian. Even if I lose everything, I have nothing to lose. Don't you think so? Big brother is wise. When Li Tai heard this, he gave a thumbs up and praised. Then, the little fatty chuckled and said somewhat embarrassedly, Big brother, I'm sure it will be difficult for you to take out so much money at once, right? It just so happens that I have some spare cash here, what do you think? Li Qingqian found it funny and said, I knew you would say that, Qing Ke. Don't worry, you have a share. Not only you, but Chang'e also has a share. The three of us will each get 10,000 strings of cash. Li Tai was overjoyed and said, hee hee. Thank you, big brother. Azure Dragon District, Wang family residence. Young master, Butler Gong is back. He has done what you asked him to do. We already have 100,000 strings of cash in the flaming yellow chamber of commerce. In the backyard, Leng Yuyao leisurely walked over to Wang Renbiao's side and bowed slightly as she spoke. Wang Renbiao, who was sitting in the pavilion playing chess by himself, paused and said softly, I got it. Leng Yuyao was speechless. 100,000 strings of cash was definitely not a drop in the bucket for the Wang family. It was a considerable amount of wealth. But now, Wang Renbiao had given it away with just a few words, and all he got in return was those illusory shares and the unknown future of the Plum Village. She found it hard to understand what her young master was thinking. She also found it hard to understand why the elders and head of the family would agree to such a foolish transaction. Yao what's wrong? After a long while, Wang Renbiao saw that Leng Yuyao was still standing beside him with a conflicted expression on her face. He couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Leng Yuyao came back to her senses and quickly shook her head. Yao must be wondering why I would use 100,000 strings of cash in this flaming yellow chamber of commerce. Wang Renbiao stared at Leng Yuyao for a long while, then shook his head and laughed. Young master's every move must have a deeper meaning. Yuyao doesn't dare to make wild guesses. Leng Yuyao bowed. Wang Renbiao smiled, then stood up and took the initiative to explain, actually, it's not for anything else. Just the golden signboard of Li Zishuan alone is worth a gamble. Otherwise, why would there be so many people rushing over to buy shares? Obviously, I'm not the only one who thinks highly of Li Zishuan. Besides, I'm also very optimistic about the future of Yanhuang College and the Plum Village. 100,000 strings of cash may be a lot, but the profits it will bring to the Wang family in the future will also be considerable. Leng Yuyao nodded thoughtfully, but didn't reply. Wang Renbiao suddenly asked, Yao have the people that third uncle sent out to the sea to gather information returned? Leng Yuyao replied, Young master, third master has followed the orders of the head of the family and sent all the spare ships in the family to the Southeast Sea to gather information about the Imperial Court fleet. They will be back soon, but according to third master, there will definitely be news within these 2 days. Wang Renbiao nodded and said, Good, inform me immediately when there's news. Yes, young master. Yanhuang College. After raising more than 300,000 strings of cash, Li Zishuan could be said to be full of confidence. After he left Li Gang's place, he went straight to Yan Xiaoning, the former chief engineer of the college. Speaking of which, Yan Xiaoning was now hanging out with Mo Lingwei every day, researching astronomical telescopes. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to care about the remaining projects of the college. Many times, when the craftsmen had something to do, they would come to him personally. He just didn't know if this guy was doing it for official business, or to make it easier for him to pick up girls. Li Zishuan thought maliciously as he walked along the corridor. Chapter 771. Xiaoning, how much longer do we need to finish the rest of the construction? Arriving at the 9th floor of Yanhuang College's Guanghua building, he found Yan Xiaoning scribbling on a piece of paper. However, he didn't see Mo Lingwei. Li Zishuan didn't have the time to care about this and went straight to the point. "Oh, little Xian, you're here." Yan Xiaoning stopped what he was doing and stood up. He thought for a while and said, "According to the original plan of the college, we still have about 3 buildings left. A total of more than 100 houses that haven't been completed yet. If the construction team goes all out, it'll take about half a month to finish." "What's wrong? Little Xian? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Did something happen?" Li Zishuan sat on the chair beside him and sighed. He replied, "Something did happen. Xiaoning, I'm planning to send some of the craftsmen to help me build the road." Yan Xiaoning didn't know much about the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. He asked curiously, "Build the road? Little Xian, what kind of road are you repairing now?" "The road from Plum Village to Chang'an. Now, the workshop and the academy are both in Plum Village. Have you forgotten how crowded the roads were when the academy started school and how difficult it was for carriages and horses to pass? Moreover, with the current road, it'll take at least 2 hours to get from the workshop to Chang'an. It's as slow as a turtle. If this road isn't built, Yanhuang College and Plum Village won't be able to develop much in the future." Li Zishuan explained seriously. Yan Xiaoning was speechless. He felt that Li Zishuan was making a mountain out of a molehill. However, since Li Zishuan looked so confident, he must have come prepared. Yan Xiaoning could only agree. Okay. Then tell me how you're going to build it. How many people do you need?" Li Zishuan was prepared for this question. He replied, "I'm planning to build a cement road. The width of the road should be more than 6 feet. I need at least 1/3 of the craftsmen." "Damn, are you crazy?" After Yan Xiaoning heard this, he shouted, "If you want to build a road, then build a road. Why do you have to build a cement road? Is the cement produced by the workshop enough for you to build such a long road? Also, if you ask for so many craftsmen, the progress of the academy's construction will definitely be greatly affected. Have you considered this?" Li Zishuan answered his questions one by one. The cement output of the workshop has gradually caught up. Also, the students of Yanhuang College are now undergoing military training. It doesn't make any difference if the college is completed a few days earlier or later. In comparison, road repair is more important. Seeing Li Zishuan's attitude, Yan Xiaoning knew that he had no choice but to fix this road. He spread his hands and said, "All right. You have the final say. I'll fix it if you say so. When do we start construction?" "Within 3 days. I'll have at least 300,000 strings of cash in 3 days. I can guarantee that we won't have to worry about anything in the future." Yan Xiaoning thought that Li Zishuan was going to pay 300,000 strings of cash. He was a little surprised. He didn't know how much money his good brother had, but it wasn't appropriate for him to ask this kind of question. He could only reply, "All right. I'll arrange a group of craftsmen in advance." Happy days were always so short, at least for the students of Yanhuang College. The 2-day weekend passed in the blink of an eye, and they ushered in a new week of military training. Even if they were very unwilling, they could only obediently comply with the old-fashioned chief instructor Qin Xiong and the strict system of the academy. At the same time, they hoped that the next holiday would come soon. "Yamacho, there's a person called Wang Renbiao outside who wants to see you." The next morning, Li Zishuan was strolling on the academy's field and checking on the students' morning run. He saw Mo Zhong trotting over from afar and cupping his fist. "Wang Renbiao?" Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, "Take me there." Mo Zhong saw that Li Zishuan was so concerned about Wang Renbiao that he actually wanted to personally greet him. He knew that it might be important, so he quickly responded and led Li Zishuan to the academy's gate. "Cousin Ren, long time no see. How are you doing?" Li Zishuan smiled and greeted the indifferent Wang Renbiao and the frosty Leng Yuyao outside the academy's gate. I'm fine, I'm fine. Xiao Xian, I'm here today to tell you something. I've found the traces of the Imperial Court's fleet. Wang Renbiao cupped his fist and said. Leng Yuyao on the side pouted and snorted. She was obviously angry that her young master came all the way here to deliver the news but was rejected at the door. Li Zishuan was startled at first, but then he smiled and said to Mo Zhong, young master Wang is an honored guest. You don't need to report when you come to the academy in the future. You can come in directly, understand? Understood, Yamacho. Mo Zhong carefully glanced at Wang Renbiao, trying to remember his appearance thoroughly. Leng Yuyao's face looked better. Renbiao, let's talk inside. Li Zishuan looked at Wang Renbiao and said. Okay. The three of them came to Li Zishuan's office. Leng Yuyao temporarily acted as a maid and poured a glass of water for each of them. Li Zishuan hurriedly asked, Renbiao, you said that you've inquired about the Imperial Court's fleet. Quickly tell me, how are they now? Did they encounter any accidents? Wang Renbiao's face turned serious and he replied, accidents? They really did encounter a group of pirates in the Southeast Sea. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that the fleet would really encounter an accident, so he hurriedly asked, and then? Were there any casualties among the crew? Where are they now? Wang Renbiao replied, I just received the news this morning. It said that the fleet docked on an unknown island that night and was ambushed by a group of pirates. Dozens of crew members and defenders were killed. The commandery Prince Hejian was furious. After chasing the pirates without success, he mobilized the army to go to Neon and ask the king of Neon for an explanation. Because according to the investigation, the pirates were from Neon. His Highness went to Neon? Li Zishuan widened his eyes and said worriedly, the Neon are cunning and cunning. His Highness went deep with a large number of supplies alone. It's inevitable that some thieves would want to harm him. Renbiao, how is the situation over there now? Wang Renbiao smiled and said, don't worry, Xiao Xian. The commandery Prince Hejian took the elite troops to sea this time. Even if the Neon people were audacious, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The ones who should be worried are not us, but the Neon people. According to the latest news, the commandery Prince Hejian has already stirred up half of the world over there. Chapter 772. According to Renbiao's words, you have more information about Neon. Tell me about it. In the headmaster's office, Li Zishuan saw Wang Renbiao's confident expression. He guessed that Wang Renbiao must have more information, so he asked. Wang Renbiao nodded and slowly said, it's a long story. I'll pick out some important things to tell you first. I'm sure it won't be long before the Imperial Court receives more detailed information. At that time, you'll be able to understand the situation clearly. Seeing that Li Zishuan had no objection, Wang Renbiao began to tell. After the Imperial Court's army was ambushed that day, commandery Prince Hejian failed to find the pirates. The next day, he led the army to Neon. Although there were defenders in Neon, they were weak compared with our Tang army. Commandery Prince Hejian left 8,000 soldiers to guard the ships. He led 12,000 soldiers and arrived at the capital of Neon at dusk that day. It was said that the Imperial Court of Neon was divided into two groups at that time. One was in favor of war, while the other was in favor of peace. The Queen of Neon finally decided to make peace with commandery Prince Hejian. She sent a messenger out of the city to contact commandery Prince Hejian and express her goodwill. She also invited commandery Prince Hejian to the city as a guest. Commandery Prince Hejian was brave. He only took one master with him and entered the city alone. Before leaving, he told the generals in the army that if they didn't return before dawn, they would be ready to attack the city. Who would have thought that the two of them would be gone for a full 6 hours? It was only in the middle of the night that the two of them returned from the city. However, when they left, there were only two of them. When they returned, there were more than 10 of them. All of them were assassins. The army outside the city knew that Commandery Prince Hejian had been attacked by assassins in the city. They all shouted that they would kill their way into the city to avenge Commandery Prince Hejian. Commandery Prince Hejian didn't attack the city. He ordered people to interrogate the assassins and investigate their identities. By chance, a master assassin who was captured alive confessed that he was a hanger-on of the Suo family. Commandery Prince Hejian was furious. He sent people into the city to ask the king of Push-gu to give him an explanation. Otherwise, he would personally enter the city to kill the Suo family. The king of Tuigu Kingdom severely reprimanded the mastermind of the assassination, Suo Xianxia, and went to see Hejian Commandery Prince in person, hoping that the Neon Kingdom could deal with the Suo family themselves. Hejian Commandery Prince didn't agree. He told the king that there were only 2 ways to go. Either the imperial court of the Wei nation exterminated the Suo family, or he personally led the army into the city and exterminated the Suo family. Seeing this, Commandery Prince Hejian immediately ordered the army to enter the city. Surprisingly, the queen didn't order the guards on the city wall to stop the army. The 12,000 soldiers entered the capital of Wei nation without any hindrance. A few hours later, the hundreds of people in the Suo family and the thousands of warriors they raised were all killed. For a moment, the capital of Fania was filled with blood. One of the 3 major forces of the imperial court of the Neon Kingdom disappeared overnight. According to reliable sources, Hejian Commandery Prince will return to the imperial court with a large amount of brass and silver sent by the Neon Kingdom as an apology. Moreover, the Neon Kingdom will work together to catch the pirate leader who attacked the imperial court last time. After he is caught, the descendant of Crown Prince Shunga will personally escort him to Chang'an. Even if it was just a simple story, Wang Renbiao talked for half an hour. It was really because Li Shaogong and the others had experienced too much at sea. After hearing this, Li Zishuan opened his eyes wide and was stunned speechless. He really didn't expect that Li Shaogong would have such an experience in Wei nation. He also didn't expect that the Neon Kingdom could be defeated with only 12,000 soldiers of the Tang Empire. He couldn't blame him. The earliest he knew about the Neon Kingdom was that they were pirates in the Middle and Late Ming Dynasty. At that time, several pirates could chase thousands of soldiers of the Ming Dynasty. He didn't expect that in the Tang Dynasty, the strength of China and the Neon Kingdom would be opposite. However, he was still very happy to see the Neon Kingdom was unlucky. In his last life, he was a genuine angry youth. This kind of national hatred was engraved in his bones and would not disappear because of time travel. Now, the Neon Kingdom was kneeling in front of the army of the Tang Empire. They not only lost their power but also paid compensation. It was so similar to the Braid Dynasty thousands of years later. It was so satisfying to think about it. Good. Good fight. The Neon Kingdom was so bold that they dared to assassinate the prince of the Tang Empire. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know what a great country is. Wang Renbiao's words contained a lot of information. Although Li Zishuan didn't know much about Empress Gu, Crown Prince Shunga, the Suo family, and the mountain-back elder brother and so on, he could roughly understand the story. He didn't want to know about the internal affairs of the Neon Kingdom. He only needed to know that Li Shaogong had pressed the Neon Kingdom to the ground and rubbed the Neon Kingdom's imperial court on the ground. This was a piece of good news that made people excited. So he couldn't help but laugh. Hearing this, Wang Renbiao shook his head and said, "Shao Xian, Prince Hejian won the battle. Of course, it's worth being happy, but things are far from as simple as you think. After His Highness returns to the imperial court this time, I'm afraid that he will be impeached by many ministers." Li Zishuan felt strange and asked, "Why is that?" Wang Renbiao slowly opened his mouth and explained, "Although the general is away from the imperial court and does not obey the emperor's orders, His Highness started the war with the Neon Kingdom without the emperor's permission. This will definitely cause chaos and panic in other small countries around the country. It will also damage the image of the Tang Empire. Some ministers will impeach Prince Hejian because of this. Li Zishuan glared and said angrily, I'll see who dares to do that. The Neon Kingdom disrespected Tang Empire. If we don't punish them, how will Tang Empire's reputation be? Prince Hejian showed our country's prestige in the Neon Kingdom, which is absolutely meritorious. When the time comes, I, Li Zishuan, will be the first to disagree with anyone who uses this fallacious argument to attack Prince Hejian. Wang Renbiao sighed and said, although this is the truth, there is no shortage of pedantic people everywhere. Xiao Xian, you'd better take it easy. Don't rashly make too many enemies. In fact, as long as His Majesty doesn't pursue this matter, His Highness will definitely be fine. He didn't want Li Zishuan to offend too many people because of his impulsive actions. Li Zishuan shook his head and didn't say anything. After a while, he was suddenly surprised and asked, Renbiao, you said that the pirates suddenly attacked the fleet that night and killed dozens of civilians and soldiers. Do you know if Meng Yuliang was among those who died? He was so focused on listening to Li Xiaogong's killing that he almost forgot that his original intention of asking Wang Renbiao to help him investigate the fleet was to find out if Meng Yuliang's life was in danger under Meng Wenhao's request. Chapter 773. Wang Renbiao was greatly surprised to hear Li Zishuan specifically ask about the situation of a nobody. He thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't know about that. Oh. Li Zishuan made an "oh" sound. Although he was somewhat disappointed, he also expressed his understanding. After all, there were over 1,000 ships accompanying the imperial army on their journey south, and over 10,000 commoners. It was truly difficult for Wang Renbiao to pay attention to an ordinary commoner whose name was unknown. Young master, I heard from the people sent by Third Master that there was a merchant named Feng Zhihua in the pirate attack on the imperial fleet. Almost all the crew members on his ship were killed, but one of the people was lucky enough to be saved by a master at the critical moment of life and death. This person seemed to be called Meng Yuliang, and that master was the one who accompanied Commandery Prince Hejian into the capital of Neon. At this moment, Leng Yuyao, who was standing behind Wang Renbiao, suddenly said. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. He suddenly stood up and said excitedly, Miss Leng, is what you said true? Leng Yuyao rolled her eyes and said angrily, why would I lie to you for no reason? Li Zishuan just asked subconsciously. In fact, he didn't have any doubts. Seeing Leng Yuyao's expression, he touched his nose embarrassedly and didn't know what to say. Wang Renbiao hurriedly reprimanded in a low voice, Yao, don't be rude. Leng Yuyao looked gloomy and didn't say anything. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, it's okay as long as Meng Yuliang's life is not in danger. Li Zishuan had long been used to Leng Yuyao's indifferent temperament. Moreover, compared to before, Leng Yuyao's attitude towards him was much better. Wang Renbiao couldn't help but ask, Xiao Xian, why are you so concerned about Meng Yuliang? Li Zishuan said with a smile, Meng Yuliang is the father of one of my students. My student is worried about his father's safety, so he specially asked me to help him inquire about the news. Oh, I see. Wang Renbiao came to a sudden realization. Leng Yuyao, who was at the side, also looked at Li Zishuan. She probably didn't expect that a busy person like Li Zishuan would go through so much trouble for an ordinary student. Wenhao, come with me for a moment. After sending Wang Renbiao off, Li Zishuan came to the field and found Meng Wenhao, who was training. Meng Wenhao was shocked and had a bad premonition in his heart. Yes, Yamacho. The two of them came to the shade of a tree beside the field. Li Zishuan looked at Meng Wenhao and went straight to the point. Wenhao, I've already heard news about your father. When Meng Wenhao heard this, his heart was in his throat. He took a few deep breaths and said, Yamacho, how is my father? Please tell me. This student is very grateful. Li Zishuan paused and said, I've received news that not long ago, the Imperial Court's fleet was attacked by pirates in the Southeast Sea area. Almost all the crew members on Feng Jihua's merchant ship were killed. When Meng Wenhao heard this, his small face suddenly turned pale. He staggered back 2 steps and murmured, "What? Sir? Sir, are you saying that my father was killed by pirates?" The reason why he said this was because he knew that his father's boss was Feng Jihua. When Li Zishuan saw this, he said, "I haven't finished yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Although almost all of Feng Jihua's crew members were killed, your father was saved by an expert at the critical moment. Together with Feng Jihua, they both survived. Although he was injured, his life is not in danger. Wenhao, you don't have to worry." Hearing this, Meng Wenhao's pale face gradually regained a trace of color. He was stunned for a long time before he solemnly bowed to Li Zishuan and said, "Thank you, Yamacho, for taking care of this student's affairs. This student is very grateful." Li Zishuan waved his hand with a smile and said carelessly, "Ah. Now that you know the news of your father's safety, you must not continue to let your imagination run wild and affect your mentality. You don't have to thank me. Studying in the academy is the best way to repay me. Go quickly and adjust your mentality as soon as possible." Meng Wenhao quickly responded, "Yes, Yamacho." Wang Renbiao's guess was right. The next day, the imperial court had already received the news of Li Xiaogong's massacre in Neon. After receiving the report, Li Er raised his eyebrows and was shocked. Neon? One Piece? Assassination? This little Neon is really daring. It's getting more and more outrageous. I remember that in the previous dynasty, the Neon envoy actually called himself the Emperor in the letter of credence that he submitted to Emperor Yang. Now it seems that the Neon people are indeed beginning to be arrogant. They actually dare to provoke the tiger's whiskers of the Tang Empire. However, Xiaogong's actions will inevitably be criticized. Forget it, let's wait for him to come back. As the Emperor, Li Er, of course, knew that if this report was made public in the imperial court, it would definitely cause a great uproar. Therefore, he chose to keep the report and temporarily suppress the matter. When Li Xiaogong returned to the imperial court, he would solve it together. In fact, according to the original history of Neon, after the death of Emperor Kogo in 628, the second year of Zhengguan, there was a struggle for the succession of the throne in the Neon imperial court. The emperor's last words were that the son of Prince Shunga, the grandson of Suwamatsi, would succeed the throne. However, Suwamatsi violated the last words and supported Prince Tamura, the grandson of Emperor Minda, the son of Emperor Yasaka's eldest brother, as the emperor, who later became Emperor Shuming. After Emperor Shuming ascended the throne, he sent the first envoy to the Tang Empire the next year. During his 12 years on the throne, the Suwamatsi family's strength had developed greatly, and the Suwamatsi family had reached its peak. But now, Li Xiaogong led troops to kill the entire Suwamatsi family. The Suwamatsi family, which controlled the political situation of the 6 emperors, suddenly disappeared. Therefore, the heir to the Neon imperial throne became undisputed. It was the son of Prince Shunga, the eldest brother of Brother Shunga. This man, who was originally the spare tire of the emperor in history, was really going to be the emperor now. Who should he thank the most? Li Xiaogong? That's not it. The person he should thank the most was Li Zishuan. If it weren't for Li Zishuan, the transmigrator, the Tang Empire wouldn't have sent such a large fleet to the south to trade in the first year of Zhengguan, and it would be even more impossible for the Tang army to enter the Neon territory. The Suwamatsi family, which was powerful in Neon, naturally wouldn't have been accidentally destroyed, and the eldest brother of Brother Shunga could only continue to be the spare tire. Li Zishuan never dreamed that he, an otaku who had transmigrated from the modern world, would actually change the Neon court in this way. He also never thought that the butterfly wings of his transmigrator had been flapped and gradually affected the world situation from here. This was the so-called butterfly effect. Chapter 774. 3 days later, the first batch of funds raised by the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, 335,000 strings of cash, was all in the account. Looking at the room full of copper coins, Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. The times are too backward. A mere 300,000 strings of cash is not enough to fit a room, and the servants in the house have to count the money for half a day. How is it like the modern era, where a finger lightly taps on the phone, whether it is 300,000 or 30 million, it is all in an instant. At the very least, the cash of the modern era is much easier to count than the copper coins of this era. 10,000 for a stack, 30 million for a box. Unlike now, 300,000 strings of cash is enough to fill an entire room. Li Zishuan had actually ridiculed the currency of this era many times in his heart. Think about it, if you want to buy a horse in Shi City, you have to count at least 10 strings of cash, right? In the ancient era, coins were usually around 3 to 4 kilograms, and 10 strings of cash was around 40 to 50 kilograms. The weight of the copper coins used to buy a horse was almost equivalent to the weight of a person. One could imagine how inconvenient it was to buy a large amount of money in this era. Paper money, we have to develop paper money in the future. Li Zishuan sighed. Modern online payments were still too far away from the technological level of the Tang dynasty, but paper money was still something to look forward to. In fact, before the Tang dynasty, there were already signs of paper money. According to historical records, because of the long war with the Xiongnu during the Han dynasty, the treasury was empty. In order to solve the financial problem, while the 3 baht and platinum coins, alloy coins made of silver and tin, were minted, the white deerskin coins were also issued. The so-called white deerskin coins were made of white deerskin from the palace gardens. Each piece was a square foot long, and the edges were painted. Each piece was set at 400,000 strings of cash. Because its value far exceeded the value of the coins, the white deerskin coins were only used as tributes between the nobles, and were not used in circulation. Therefore, they were not real paper money, and could only be said to be the precursor of paper money. In the middle of the Tang dynasty, there was a type of currency called flying money. At that time, when merchants went out to do business, it was inconvenient to bring a large amount of copper coins with them. First, they went to the government office to get a certificate, which recorded the place and the amount of coins. Then, they took the certificate to other places to withdraw money to buy goods. This certificate was called flying money. Flying money was actually just a kind of currency exchange business. It did not enter into circulation itself and did not exercise the function of currency. Therefore, it was not a real paper currency. During the Northern Song dynasty, the Jiaozi of Sichuan and Chengdu was the beginning of paper money. It was not a coincidence that paper money did not appear in the Tang dynasty or earlier dynasties but in the Northern Song dynasty. It was an inevitable product of social, political, and economic development. In the Song dynasty, the development of the commodity economy was very rapid, and the circulation of goods required more money. At that time, there was a shortage of copper coins, which could not meet the demand of circulation. At that time, iron coins were commonly used in the Sichuan region. The value of iron coins was low and heavy, so it was extremely inconvenient to use them. 1 copper coin was equivalent to 10 iron coins. For every 1,000 iron coins, the big ones weighed 25 caddies, and the medium ones weighed 13 caddies. Buying a bolt of cloth would cost 20,000 iron coins. It weighed about 500 caddies and had to be carried on a carriage. Therefore, objectively speaking, there was a need for a lighter currency. This was also the main reason why paper money first appeared in Sichuan. Moreover, although the Northern Song dynasty was a highly centralized feudal autocratic country, the national currency was not unified. There were several currency areas, each of which governed their own affairs and did not use the same currency. At that time, there were 13 roads, administrative units of the Song dynasty, that used copper coins, and 4 roads that used iron coins. Shaanxi and Hedong used both copper and iron coins. Each currency area strictly prohibited the outflow of money. Using paper money could prevent the outflow of copper and iron coins. In addition, the Song dynasty government was often attacked by Liao, Xia, and Jin. The military and reparations expenses were very high, so they also needed to issue paper money to make up for the financial deficit. Under all these reasons, the paper money, jiaozi, was created. According to the original history, it was impossible for paper money to appear in the Tang dynasty. But now, as a modern person, he had transmigrated and became a rich second generation. Therefore, it was necessary for him to do something. After letting his imagination run wild for a while, Li Zishuan went to look for Yan Xiaoning directly. As for paper money, he would do it in the future, but definitely not now. It required time and talents in the related field. After arriving at the academy, Li Zishuan went directly to Yan Xiaoning's office. Xiaoning. The money for the road construction is all here. Quickly arrange for people to start work. Li Zishuan pushed the door open and saw that Yan Xiaoning was still alone. He went straight to the point. Yan Xiaoning stood up and said in surprise, "The money is here so quickly?" "Okay, I've already arranged everything. Since it's like this, let's start work today." "How's the preparation of the cement at the factory?" Li Zishuan replied, "There's no problem at the workshop. The production of cement will definitely be enough." Ever since the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion moved the main production to Plum Village, the production of carriages, scooters, glass, cement, and books had gradually increased. Now, the supply of goods at the Strange Taste Pavilion had been greatly improved. It was rare for people to fight for goods like before, but the goods were sold out in an instant. This was also the purpose of Li Zishuan's expansion of the workshop. Although hunger marketing could motivate people to buy goods in a short period of time, it would only make people hate it after a long time. After all, he had experienced the torture of hunger marketing in his previous life. Yan Xiaoning nodded and said, "That's good." Li Zishuan looked around and asked with a smile, "Where's your family's ink girl?" "She's been at the workshop recently. She asked the workshop's master to help her make lenses." Yan Xiaoning subconsciously replied, but he immediately realized that Li Zishuan's words were wrong. He hurriedly scolded, "F***ck, what do you mean by our family's ink girl? Brat, don't talk nonsense and ruin Miss Wei's reputation. When the time comes, Mr. Mo will definitely find you to settle accounts." Li Zishuan laughed and turned around to leave. He left a sentence in the air, "I'm afraid Mr. Mo will come after you, not me." "Who asked you to steal his daughter's heart?" Yan Xiaoning's ears turned red. He chased after Li Zishuan and wanted to argue with Li Zishuan, but there was no trace of him outside. He could only spit and curse under his breath. Why is this brat always thinking about that kind of stuff all day long? He's a Yamacho from Yanhuang College. He doesn't have any Yamacho manners at all. He's a teacher in vain. Marriage? What marriage? It's so good to be alone and free. Chapter 775. Oh, isn't this 7th Master Han? Where are you going, old man? At noon, Li Zishuan arrived at the Han village. At the entrance of the village, he met 7th Master Han, who was carrying a hoe and walking into the village. 7th Master Han was considered a native of the Han village. During the last years of the Sui dynasty and the Wuda era, 7th Master Han was the village chief of the Han village. However, due to his old age, he retired from the position. Even so, he still had a high reputation in the Han village. "Hey, it's young master. I just came back from the fields. Young master, you have to come to my house for a meal today. To tell you the truth, I have also brewed some wine. Young master, quickly go and have a taste." 7th Master Han heard the voice and quickly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and smiled at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and said, No, I'm here to look for my father-in-law. I'll visit your hometown another day." "Oh right, 7th Master. This year's harvest wasn't good. Is your family or the other farmers facing any difficulties? If so, I'll tell Butler Wang that the Han village won't collect rent this year. Hey, hey, hey. You can't, young master. Grandfather Han VII hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Young master, although the farm's harvest this year isn't good, the farmers in the farm have made a lot of money by selling the mountain fruits. Moreover, you also set up a chicken farm to reduce the burden. Most people actually only need to pay less than 20% of the rent. Everyone can afford it. Moreover, the chickens in the chicken farm have started to lay eggs. The money the farmers earn from selling eggs every month is equivalent to their annual income. Young master, you don't have to worry. If you reduce all the rent, everyone will feel bad. Li Zishuan was slightly relieved. He smiled and said, "That's good. If the farmers have any difficulties, just let me know. I'll go to my father-in-law's house first." He. Okay. Young master, go ahead. Seventh grandfather Han stroked his beard and chuckled. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and left. Father-in-law, I plan to build a road to connect Plum Village, Han Village, and Chang'an's official road. In the small courtyard of the Han family, Han Tianhu and Li Zishuan had prepared some dishes and wine. During the meal, Li Zishuan briefly mentioned the road construction plan. Han Tianhu put down his wine cup and said in surprise, "Repair the road? Little Xian, why did you suddenly think of repairing the road?" Li Zishuan repeated the theory that he had told Chao Wendong earlier: if you want to be rich, you must first build roads. After hearing this, Han Tianhu was speechless. After a while, he said, "Little Xian, since this is the result of your careful consideration, then this old man will support you. Have you prepared the money and manpower to build the roads?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Everything is ready. Now, everything is ready. We're just waiting for the construction to start. However, the road construction process might take up a portion of the land. Of course, it won't take up the entire land. It will only take up a small portion of the land. Even so, it will affect the farmer's future harvest. That's why I'm here today to ask for your help in coordinating with the farmers. We'll see if we can reduce the rent or compensate the farmers who have their land occupied. In the past, the road between Han Village and Plum Village was too narrow. Now that the road was going to be repaired, the road had to be widened. If it was widened, it might take up the land by the roadside. Regarding the land occupied by the road construction, if this was the modern era, it would be called land expropriation compensation. However, the land in Han Village originally belonged to the Li family, so there was no need to talk about land expropriation compensation. At most, the land would be reduced according to the size of the land occupied by the farmers. Alternatively, it would be converted into copper coins and paid to the farmers in one lump sum. Han Tianhu thought seriously for a while before saying, "Yes, this is indeed a problem. After we finish eating, I'll gather the farmers to discuss this matter. I don't think there will be any problems. After all, repairing the road is a good thing for the farmers in the village." At around 1:00 in the afternoon, the villagers of the Han family manor were gathered at the threshing field at the entrance of the village. After waiting for a while, Han Tianhu saw that everyone was present. He stood in front of the crowd and said in a clear voice, "Today, I've gathered all of you here because I want to discuss something with you. It's like this. Young master intends to build a cement road similar to the one in Yanhuang College. It will connect Han Village and Plum Village with the official road outside Chang'an City. Because the cement road that young master wants to build is very wide, it will take up a small portion of everyone's land in the middle. In the future, the harvest will definitely be reduced. So today, I've gathered everyone here to discuss the compensation. Let's see if you're willing to reduce the rent or take a sum of money directly." As soon as Han Tianhu's voice fell, the villagers below began to discuss with each other with a buzzing sound. "Repair the road? Young master wants to repair the road for us? That's great. And it's a cement road. Do you know what cement road is? It's the very smooth road like Yanhuang College's. I didn't expect that we would be able to walk on that road in the future. If this road is repaired, won't we only need half an hour to get to Chang'an in the future? Li Zheng, when will young master repair the road for us? I'll go over and help. Hu Hanyun shouted as he looked at Han Tianhu. Han Tianhu replied, it started this afternoon. So everyone needs to discuss and come to a conclusion as soon as possible. We don't want to affect young master's progress. Hu Hanyun laughed and said, hey. What's there to discuss? Even if the road will take up some land, how much land can a road take up? Anyway, I, old Hu, don't want any compensation. Young master repairing the road is also a good thing for the farm. Young master has already done his utmost for us by not asking me to repair the road. How can I, old Hu, be so thick-skinned as to ask young master for money? He. What Hanyun said is right. Although the road will take up some land and affect the future harvest, if this road is repaired, it will be of great benefit to our entire village. We can't be ungrateful and ask the young master for money for such a small profit. Grandfather Han also spoke up at this moment. After the old man finished speaking, voices of agreement rang out one after another. Grandfather Han is right. Young master is kind enough to repair the road for us. We can't be ungrateful. Yes, we can't be ungrateful. Li Zheng, we don't want any compensation. In an instant, the farmers were clamoring to reject Li Zishuan's compensation for the land. This was what the people wanted. Chapter 776. The same thing happened in the Plum Village. In the afternoon, after Li Zishuan finished his meal, he went to the Plum Village to inform the village chief, Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng also gathered the villagers at the village entrance. Unsurprisingly, the villagers of the Plum Village were the same as the villagers of the Han Village. They were not willing to accept any compensation. Young master is too kind. Previously, he reduced our rent by so much. Now, we have eggs to sell. Whoever goes to young master to ask for compensation is really too heartless. That's right. We can't accept this compensation. Otherwise, my wife will beat me to death. We have to live up to our conscience. We can't let young master's heart down. Compared to the Han village, the villagers of the Plum Village did not enjoy the profits from selling the mountain fruits. However, their loyalty to Li Zishuan and their sense of belonging to the Li family was no less than the villagers of the Han village. This was because before the Plum Village became Li Zishuan's fiefdom, they were bullied by the father and son of the Lu family. It was Li Zishuan's arrival that saved them from their misery and allowed them to live a happy life. They cherished everything they had now. Not only can we not ask young master for money, I think we should help young master fix the road. After all, didn't young master fix this road for us? Now that the crops have been harvested, each family can probably contribute one laborer. This way, the road can be fixed faster. Don't you think so, second master? Mei Jun, who was in the crowd, suddenly shouted. Lu Qingfeng, who was in front of the crowd, frowned. Second Master Lu, who was in the crowd, pinched his chin and said, "Haha. Mei Jun, you brat, you're right. Young master is building this road for us. Although we don't need to fork out any money, we can contribute. Don't you think so, everyone?" Second Master Lu's influence in the Plum Village was not to be underestimated. Once he said that, the villagers all echoed his words. Second Master Lu is right. Since we can't fork out any money, we have to contribute. Otherwise, we won't be able to live up to our conscience. That's right. Young master fixed this road for us. How can we not help? We have to help. I'll help young master tomorrow. At Yanhuang College, when Li Zishuan received the news from Han Tianhu and Lu Qingfeng, he had a strange expression on his face. He felt both helpless and touched. Compared to the modern society where everyone was profit-driven and deceitful, the people of the Tang dynasty were much more simple and honest. Kindness to others will eventually be rewarded with kindness. The villagers could see the little bit of good deeds that Li Zishuan usually did, and when it was within their power, they would not hesitate to contribute their own good deeds. Maybe this is what they mean by, good will be rewarded with good. Li Zishuan murmured to himself, fine, fine. Since they have good intentions, I'll accept it. I just don't know how long it will take to fix this cement road. After it was repaired, it would be faster and more comfortable to take a horse carriage from the academy back to Chang'an. This is what I call enjoyment. Therefore, on this afternoon, Yan Xiaoning led a construction team of more than 3,000 people and quietly began the construction of the world's first cement road. The next day, a big event was about to happen in Chang'an City. Toilet paper was going to be sold. Last weekend, Yanhuang College's students were on holiday. The people outside heard from the students that Yanhuang College had a very soft type of toilet paper that was especially suitable for wiping people's butts. At that time, it attracted a lot of people who wanted to buy it. Unfortunately, Chitsu Pavilion did not sell toilet paper. Of course, the week mentioned here referred to a unit of time that Yanhuang College proposed to make it easier to calculate the students' holidays. Every 7 days was a week. This was clearly explained in the Yanhuang College calendar. Currently, the concept of week had started to become popular in a small circle, but it was not fully popularized yet. Yesterday, these people heard from Tang Dynasty Daily that Chitsu Pavilion was going to start selling toilet paper today. One by one, they came to line up early in the morning, ready to buy some to try. Although some of them had children studying in the academy, no one would let their children secretly take toilet paper from the academy. Firstly, it would be embarrassing if they were found out. Secondly, it was not worth the risk for toilet paper at all. What if they were expelled? What would they do then? Hey, I can finally buy some toilet paper to try at home today. I don't know if this thing is as magical as the legends say. Of course it is. Anything from Chitsu Pavilion must be the best. That's right, but I don't know how much the Chitsu Pavilion prepared today. Don't sell it out before it's my turn. I don't think so. I heard that Chitsu Pavilion's workshop expanded in Plum Village. The number of craftsmen there is several times more than before. Didn't you see that there's no need to rush to buy the new carriages, glass cups, and glass lamps? This means that we don't have to worry about the Chitsu Pavilion's current production capacity. Hee, that's good, that's good. Hey, the door is open, the door is open. Shopkeeper's son and the others are coming out. At this moment, the door of Chitsu Pavilion opened. Sun Huayuan walked out with a smile on his face flushed. Dear customers, don't worry, everyone has a share today. The workshop has prepared 3 days' worth of toilet paper to ensure that everyone can buy it. Don't push, don't cut in line, take your time. 1 roll of toilet paper is only 100 copper coins. Before anyone could say anything, Sun Huayuan had already spoken first. The crowd immediately became restless. 100 copper coins for a roll of toilet paper was still a little expensive. If they bought it, they would have to use money to wipe their butts when they pooped. Of course, only a small number of people hesitated. Most people were not dissatisfied with the price. After all, in this era where paper was very expensive, strictly speaking, 100 copper coins for a roll of toilet paper was actually not expensive. After Sun Huayuan finished speaking, he cupped his hands to the crowd and turned to enter Chitsu Pavilion. Most of the people who came to buy toilet paper were not shocked by the price of 100 copper coins per roll. However, as Sun Huayuan said that everyone could buy toilet paper, many people, especially those who were at the back of the line, were very excited and secretly sighed. The Chitsu Pavilion finally doesn't have to miss out every time. This is great. At first glance, it was obvious that these people had been cheated by the Chitsu Pavilion's hunger marketing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have complained like this. Chapter 777. Wow! It's so white and soft. Inside the strange interest pavilion, a customer exclaimed. Don't misunderstand, he wasn't doing anything inappropriate. He was just caressing a roll of toilet paper. So this is toilet paper. This is 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times more comfortable than toilet paper. In this world, no one can compare to Lord Li when it comes to enjoyment. Give me 10 rolls. It was obvious that this was someone who didn't lack money. He directly asked for 10 rolls. The curious pavilion was also very confident today. They didn't set a limit on how much each person could buy. As long as it wasn't the kind of person who wanted to buy hundreds or thousands of rolls, the curious pavilion would sell it to them. Clearly, Sun Huayuan was very confident in the amount of toilet paper they had. Quick, quick, give me 10 rolls too. A young man in a servant's uniform held a copper coin and hurriedly called out. It seemed like he was a servant of some rich family. His young master might even be a student of the academy. Counting the days, Yanhuang College would be on holiday this afternoon. The second weekend was coming soon. The people at the front of the line returned with a full load. The people at the back were looking forward to it. As time passed, more and more people returned with a full load. The remaining toilet paper in the curious pavilion didn't show any signs of drying up. What everyone was worried about didn't happen. In an elegant room in the curious pavilion, 6 people sat. They were Sun Huayuan, Chao Wendong, Liao Shifan, Lin Wenyuan, Zhang Jingyang, and the housekeeper from the Wang family who helped Wang Renbiao buy the shares last time. Clearly, the first batch of members of the Flame Yellow Chamber of Commerce were all here, except for the Crown Prince. Everyone, my Lord Ju said that the first batch of toilet paper will be given to you all. The Crown Prince doesn't need this business. The 5 of you can each get an average of 10,000 rolls of toilet paper. The price is 80% of the market price. After this, the curious pavilion will provide you with a batch of goods. You can sell them in Chang'an City, or you can ship them to other places to sell at a high price. My Lord Ju won't interfere. Sun Huayuan asked the servant to pour a cup of tea for each of the 4 people present and then said faintly. Actually, according to Li Zishuan's intentions, the curious pavilion would sell fewer and fewer goods in the future. He would distribute most of the goods to the members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce for them to sell. After all, these members had paid a high price to join the curious pavilion. How could he not give them some benefits? Moreover, by selling a large number of goods to them at once, they could quickly recoup their funds. With these funds, they could quickly expand their production, thus forming a virtuous cycle. Although the price of selling to the members would be much cheaper, Li Zishuan would not suffer any losses. Sun Huayuan's words caused the eyes of Chao Wendong and the others to light up. Clearly, the current productivity of the curious pavilion had surprised them. Thank you, shopkeeper Sunday. I'll ship the toilet paper to other states and counties to sell. The curious house in Chang'an is enough. Chao Wendong and the others looked at each other, then stood up and cupped their hands towards Sun Huayuan. It was clear that this was an extremely discerning person. He did not want to compete with the curious pavilion in Chang'an. Sun Huayuan chuckled and waved his hand. Shopkeeper Chao, you worry too much. My Lord Ju said that you can sell wherever you want. You don't have to worry too much. Hearing Sun Huayuan say this again, Chao Wendong and the others were convinced that Li Zishuan did not care about the Chang'an market at all. They all hurriedly stood up and cupped their hands in thanks. Shopkeeper Sun, Lord Ju is willing to distribute the toilet paper to us to sell. I wonder if Lord Ju is willing to distribute the rest of the items, such as the new carriage, glass cup, and divine mirror? Liao Shifan carefully looked at Sun Huayuan, then stood up and asked tentatively. Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and Zhang Jingyang secretly praised Liao Shifan for his boldness. They all looked at Sun Huayuan with hopeful eyes. The old housekeeper of the Wang family did not pay much attention to this. This was because Li Zishuan had cooperated with Wang Renbiao a long time ago. Even without the flaming yellow chamber of commerce, the Wang family did not lack the new carriage, glass cup, and divine mirror. As for why the Wang family, despite being blessed by the heavens, still wanted to pay a huge sum of 100,000 strings of coins to join the flaming yellow chamber of commerce. This could only be attributed to Wang Renbiao's wisdom. He felt that the items the Curious House had now were only the tip of the iceberg of Li Zishuan's abilities. He was optimistic that Li Zishuan would be able to create even greater wealth in the future. Sun Huayuan stroked his beard, then took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to everyone. My Lord Zhu has already instructed that this paper contains a list of all the goods in the Curious House's inventory. In principle, based on the percentage of shares each family has, you can split these goods at 70 to 80% of the market price. Of course, if there are people who don't want a certain item, they can also sell it to others. This will depend on how you discuss it. In truth, this was just a temporary measure, because the Curious House's production capacity had not yet been fully released. In a few more days, when the production capacity of the workshop was fully released, Chao Wendong and the others could buy whatever they wanted, and as much as they wanted. It all depended on their personal wealth. Other than the old housekeeper of the Wang family, everyone else was delighted. They had not joined the Chamber of Commerce for nothing. At this rate, they would soon be able to earn back all of their membership fees. It had to be known that even though the Wang family had deep roots and great strength, they had not been able to sell the goods of the Curious House to every province and county of the Great Tang. Besides Chang'an, the other provinces and counties still had a great desire for the goods of the Curious House. That's great, that's great. Many thanks to shopkeeper Sun, many thanks to Lord Zhu. After looking through the list of goods, Chao Wendong said excitedly. It was true that he was the largest cloth merchant in Chang'an, but with his channels, it was very easy for him to sell the goods of the Curious House to other places at a high price. Sun Huayuan waved his hand and said with a serious face, "Everyone, forgive this old man for speaking out of turn. My Lord Zhu does not object to you using the goods of the Curious House to earn money, but my Lord Zhu does not wish for you to earn money that goes against your conscience. You can be rich, but you cannot be unethical. My Lord Zhu is an official in the imperial court and has always valued his reputation. As members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, you must not tarnish the reputation of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce because of your own lack of morals. Otherwise, my Lord Zhu will definitely not tarnish the reputation of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce." Everyone's hearts trembled, and they hurriedly stood up and clasped their hands. "Please rest assured, shopkeeper Sunday. We will definitely not do anything unethical and tarnish the reputation of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce." Sun Huayuan nodded. This warning was the first warning that Li Zishuan had given to the members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 778. Your Highness, this servant doesn't understand. Why are you still eating when His Majesty already said that this thing isn't beneficial to your qi illness? These locusts aren't anything good. In Changle Palace, a purple-clothed palace maid stood by Changle's side and whispered carefully. It seemed that this palace maid should be Changle's intimate person. Otherwise, she wouldn't know that this meteoric success was made with locusts. As she spoke, she glanced at the plate of golden meteoric success in front of Changle. When she thought that it was actually locusts inside, she couldn't help but feel nauseous. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, she probably would have vomited. Changle's face didn't show any discomfort. The little girl very quietly used her chopsticks to put the meteoric success into her mouth one by one. Her movements were neither hurried nor slow, and her movements were very elegant. When she heard the palace maid's question, Changle lightly opened her red lips and smiled faintly. Imperial Father also heard from the imperial physicians that locusts can't treat illnesses, but I believe in Brother Xiao Xian. Brother Xiaoxian can treat General Qin's illness, so his medical skills are naturally the best. If he says that this thing is good for my body, then it's definitely good. As soon as she finished speaking, Changle's eyes lit up abruptly, and she picked up a piece of meteoric prosperity before looking at the palace maid and saying, "Moreover, this meteoric prosperity that big brother Xiaoxian made is really delicious. Quickly come over and try it." The palace maid named was shocked, and then her face was full of bitterness. She secretly blamed herself for talking too much just now. Now it seemed that she was really asking for trouble. "Your Highness, this is from Li Xiannan to treat your illness. This servant can't eat it." Li waved her hand and quickly said. Changle's beautiful eyes immediately curved into two small crescent moons. She smiled and said, "It's fine. Brother Xiaoxian sent a lot of meteoric success. I can't finish it alone. Li, you can help me eat some." This was really asking for Qingqing's life. Li knew that she couldn't refuse anymore. She could only walk in front of Changle with a bitter face. She cupped her hands and went to receive the piece of meteoric success from Changle's chopsticks. Changle pursed her lips and smiled. Why go through so much trouble? Come, Li, quickly open your mouth. Li's delicate figure trembled, and she was truly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. She had the intention to refuse, but Changle was looking at her with a burning gaze, so she could only obediently open her small mouth. Not long after, a piece of charred and tender meat was sent into her mouth. All right, Li, hurry up and eat. It's really delicious. Changle made a victorious expression, put away her chopsticks, and giggled. Li was helpless. She could only forcefully endure the nausea in her stomach and started to use her teeth to bite that piece of meat in her mouth. It's rare for His Highness to be so happy. If it's a locust, then so be it. After all, it won't kill anyone. At most, I'll just rinse my mouth a few more times after eating. Li thought in her heart. To her surprise, when she bit into the meat, there was no disgusting smell. Instead, there was a strong aroma of eggs and meat. She couldn't help but widen her eyes. Was this the meat of a locust? Why is it so delicious? How is it? Is it delicious? Changle looked at Li expectantly and asked. Oh. Delicious. Your Highness, this meteoric is really delicious. Li County's men are really amazing. Even the meat of a locust can be so delicious. Li was a little embarrassed as she licked the minced meat at the corner of her mouth with the tip of her tongue and smiled excitedly at Changle. Since you think it's delicious, then you can eat with me in the future. Anyway, I can't finish this amount by myself. Changle looked extremely happy. Of course, she also had a reason to be happy because there wouldn't be someone watching strangely from the side when she ate locusts in the future. Your Highness, this isn't too good, right? Li was a little hesitant. To be honest, the meteoric she ate just now was indeed very delicious. She liked to eat it very much, but if she ate it with Changle every day, it seemed a little out of line. What's wrong with this? I let you eat with me, so just eat. While Changle was recruiting friends to eat locusts, outside the palace, there was another scene. After Denyo and Ernyo of the Han family manor found a way to make a fortune by selling locusts, they really couldn't be stopped. Every morning, they woke up earlier than the chickens. The farmlands in the manor became their main battlefield. They could be seen wandering around the farmlands all day long. As the news spread, more and more children found out that the locusts could be sold for money. This group grew stronger day by day. Naturally, the parents of the children also noticed the abnormality of their children. On one hand, they were afraid of the locust god. On the other hand, they were worried about the huge profit brought by something as insignificant as the locusts. These parents suddenly hesitated. There were those who agreed and those who disagreed. Those who agreed naturally encouraged all the children in their family to join the locust-catching army. Some parents even rolled up their sleeves and joined the battle personally. Those who objected captured their own children and forbade them from catching locusts in the fields. However, when they saw that their other children had earned a lot of copper coins from catching locusts, they were envious and tried their best to escape from the cage. In fact, they were not the only ones who were envious. Their parents were also secretly envious. Logically speaking, one caddy of locusts could be sold for 3 copper coins. This was not a low price. If they did nothing but go to the farmlands to catch locusts, if they were lucky, the day's profit would be equal to the day's wages at the docks. Most importantly, catching locusts was not only a job for adult men, but also for the elderly, women, and children. Think about it, if the whole family was involved, then the daily profit would be, just like that. When they saw other people getting rich, many who were against the idea of catching locusts were shaken. Gradually, they joined the ranks of the locust-catching army. Actually, compared to using locusts to make food, it was Li Zishuan's real purpose to shake people's attitudes towards locusts. Since these deep-rooted beliefs were not easy to change, then he would use subtle benefits to assimilate them. As a result, the number of locusts purchased by the Academy's cafeteria skyrocketed. Initially, Soaring Star was only provided to the students in the special training class. However, after a few days, the head chef realized that there were too many locusts. The students in the special training class could not finish them all. Therefore, after asking for permission from Li Zishuan, Soaring Star was provided to all the students and teachers in the academy. At the time, Li Tai and Sun Zifan were overjoyed. The delicacy of Soaring Star captured the taste buds of many students. What was the most popular dish at the academy now? It had to be none other than Soaring Star. Chapter 779. A few more days passed. Plum Village and the villages around the Han Village also knew that the Yanhuang College cafeteria was buying locusts. Moreover, it was 3 copper coins per caddy. Wasn't that picking up money? Therefore, the army of locusts increased several times. The number of locusts that the college cafeteria received was even more overwhelming. This time, even if all the teachers and students in the college ate to their heart's content, they wouldn't be able to finish it. However, Li Zishuan was already prepared for this situation. On this day, the Zuaxian restaurant in Chang'an City's West City quietly released a new dish called Meteoric Success. Yo! Shopkeeper Lu, there's a new dish again. Meteoric Success, that's a good name. When it was close to noon, a customer came to the Immortal Indulgence Inn, and he inadvertently glanced at a new dish on the menu. When he focused his eyes and saw the words Meteoric Rise written on it, he couldn't help but laugh. Hey! Isn't this old Master Wang? Long time no see. Shopkeeper Lu's face was full of wrinkles. He first greeted him, then replied, "This Meteoric Success is a new dish invented by my Lord Zhu. It was originally only available in Yanhuang College, and the students were full of praise for it. My Lord Zhu felt that this delicacy should be shared with everyone, so old Master Wang, you're lucky today." That diner was obviously shocked. Wow! It's actually a new dish invented by Lord Zhu, and only the college could eat it before. I'm really lucky today. He saw that there were still empty seats in the restaurant. Therefore, he said to Shopkeeper Lu, "Shopkeeper Lu, give me a portion of gnawed chicken, a portion of dompa meat, and a portion of Meteoric Success and a pot of Gentle Beauty." Obviously, this person was also a rich person. He didn't even ask for the price of Meteoric Success and directly asked for a portion. Shopkeeper Lu chuckled and replied, "All right. Old Master Wang, please take a seat. The dishes will be served soon." A moment later, the dishes were served. The golden and tender Meteoric Success looked very appetizing just from its appearance. The moment it was served, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. That diner swallowed his saliva and picked up his chopsticks to eat the soaring star. As soon as the crispy and soft, soaring to heaven entered his mouth was immediately filled with the aroma of eggs and meat. There was also a tinge of numbness. This customer couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaim repeatedly that it was delicious. He simply couldn't stop. Oh! Delicious! It was really delicious. There was a salty smell, a fragrant smell of fried oil, a numbing smell, and a meaty smell. Manager Lu, what kind of meat is used to make this soaring to prosperity? Why is it so fragrant? After wolfing down a few pieces, the customer smacked his lips and yelled at Manager Lu. Hey, Manager Lu, you're so kind. Hey! This is our drunken immortal in secret recipe. Lord Zhu has instructed us not to spread it out. Old Master Wang, please don't blame us. Shopkeeper Lu chuckled and replied. Although those who had eaten soaring to prosperity would inevitably know that it was made from locust meat, Li Zishuan wanted to hide it for as long as possible. When the day came when he couldn't hide it anymore, they would already be addicted to the delicacy of soaring to prosperity. They wouldn't be able to give up even if they wanted to. That was the result that Li Zishuan wanted. Hee, Manager Lu's words are too serious. Since it's a secret, it's only right that you don't say it. This old man was just asking casually. The most important thing is that this soaring to prosperity is delicious. That's enough. The customer said with a face full of smiles. Manager Lu, give us 2 plates of soaring to prosperity too. Give us 2 plates here too. When the surrounding people heard this customer praising the delicacy of soaring to prosperity, they all began to order as well. Yo! Soaring to prosperity? That's a good name. Manager Lu, give us 2 plates. While they were talking, Liao Shifan walked in with Zhang Jingyang. Liao Shifan smiled and said, "Don't worry." The two of them were old acquaintances of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, so there was no need for formalities. Manager Lu responded and asked the waiter to bring them to their seats. Brother Liao, now that we're on Lord Zhu's boat, we're really soaring to prosperity with a bright future. Your dishes are really good, it suits the occasion. After taking their seats, Zhang Jingyang said with a flushed face. It was obvious that he had been very happy recently. Hee, this is just the beginning. I believe that Lord Zhu's future achievements will definitely be more than this. The money that we invested will definitely be several times or even tens of times the returns. Liao Shifan said with a smile. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity that Feng Zhihua, who went out to sea with the imperial court's fleet, hadn't returned yet. Because once the fleet returned, he would be able to invest more money and earn more money. Hee. Brother Liao, you have good taste. Hey, little Xian, what are these things that you put in the yard? They look like eggs, but why do you have so many eggs? Saturday, Yanhuang College's day off. In the afternoon, Cheng Chumo went to Li Zishuan's courtyard in Yunshan and saw that the cement ground in the yard was filled with densely packed spherical things. They looked like eggs, but there was a layer of gray substance on top of them, which looked a little strange. Cheng Chumo squatted on the ground and touched it, then asked loudly. This guy didn't return to Chang'an during the holidays and just stayed in Yunshan. Although he could buy toilet paper now, Cheng Chumo still wasn't used to living in the old house in Chang'an. Old Cheng's family had a courtyard in Yunshan that was gifted by Li Zishuan. There was nothing in it before, but Cheng Chumo didn't get used to living at home last week. After returning to the academy, he began to order people to move furniture in. Now that it was habitable, this guy became Li Zishuan's neighbor and would visit from time to time. Put it down, don't touch it. This is an egg with lime. I took it out to dry today. Cho Nyo, don't mess around. Li Zishuan walked over and kicked Cheng Chumo's but in a bad mood as he said. To make century eggs, the fresh eggs were placed in a pot or basin filled with lime paste. After the eggs were dipped in lime, they were taken out and mixed with chaff or sawdust. Then, they were placed in a jar and sealed. Generally speaking, it would take about 7 days in spring and autumn, and 4 days in summer. When the time was up, they should be taken out to dry in the jar. This time, the century eggs that were being dried in the Li family's courtyard were the ones that had been rolled out last week. Ah! It's really an egg. Oh my God! I didn't believe it when I heard that your family was buying eggs a while ago, but I didn't expect it to be true. Xiao Xian, why did you get so many eggs? You even added lime. Are you trying to hatch chicks? Cheng Chumo stood up, looked at Li Zishuan, and said stupidly. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. Hatch chicks. I'll hatch NMLGB, where have you seen chicks hatched like this? Chapter 780. Hatching your sister's chickens. I say, can't your brain work a little better? What are you thinking about all day long? Li Zishuan slapped Cheng Chumo's head and said angrily. Cheng Chumo screamed in pain, then retreated far away and said, F***ck. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Xiao Xian, why are you so violent now? Besides, there are so many eggs. If you're not going to use them to hatch chickens, what are you going to use them for? Are you going to eat them? Li Zishuan said lightly, yes, you're right. These eggs are for eating. F***ck, who are you trying to fool? There are so many eggs. They'll spoil after a few days. How can you finish them with so few people in your family? Cheng Chumo said with a face of disbelief. This idiot. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, these eggs are not ordinary eggs. They can be stored for a long time. As he said that, he picked up a century egg covered with lime and sawdust and said, this egg is now 80% cooked. After a few days, you can peel the eggshell directly, add some vinegar and garlic, and eat it. It's simply a delicacy. Duck eggs were the majority of century eggs made with traditional methods. However, if you used duck eggs to make century eggs, because the eggshell of duck eggs was thicker, it generally took 30 to 40 days. The eggshell of duck eggs was thinner, and the pores on the surface were thicker. Generally, it would completely turn into century eggs in about 10 days. Of course, if you wanted it to taste good, it would need to be stored for a few more days. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before Li Zishuan's century eggs in the courtyard could be eaten. After listening to Li Zishuan's description, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but lick his lips, but he still didn't believe it. Cooked? Did you cook the eggs? Even so, the eggs can't be stored for long. What a country bumpkin, Li Zishuan thought unhappily in his heart. I didn't say that the eggs were cooked. You're the one who misunderstood. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. You should be able to taste this delicacy next week. Hee, that's great. Next time, I'll definitely come on time. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo didn't care about how these eggs were cooked. Obviously, the food was more important. Xiao Xian, the villagers from Plum Village and Han Village have been clamoring to help with the road repairs these few days. We can't even stop them. I don't know what to do either. If we give them a salary, I'm afraid that the other members of the construction team won't agree because these farmers are definitely not as professional as them. If we don't give them a salary, we'll be letting down the villagers' good intentions. When the time comes, people will definitely say that we're stingy. When evening approached, Yan Shaoning came over. He found Li Zishuan and said with a conflicted expression. Oh? There's such a thing? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. After thinking for a while, he said, Shaoning, your concerns are very reasonable. How about this, the farmers' daily wages will be half of the workers' wages in the construction team. What do you think? Li Zishuan had just established the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce and raised more than 300,000 strings of coins. Therefore, logically speaking, Li Zishuan wasn't lacking in money. Since his farmers were so supportive, he couldn't let them work for nothing, right? Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and said, "What do I think? What can I think? This money is yours. You can spend it however you want." Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Li Zishuan and said in a strange tone, "Oh, right, Xiao Xian. I say, you're really bad. You actually bought so many locusts from Plum Village and Han Village and made them into meteoric success for the students and the diners in Chang'an to eat. You're too mean." Li Zishuan was stunned and asked curiously, "Xiaoning, how did you know that meteoric success was made from locusts?" Yan Xiaoning curled his lips and said in disdain, "I'm not stupid. Today, I saw a lot of children catching locusts in the fields by the roadside. I randomly grabbed one of them and asked. Only then did I know that the locusts they caught were all sent to Yanhuang College's cafeteria. Then, I thought about the meteoric success that you introduced before. I roughly guessed that it was locusts' meat. I really didn't expect that you would do such a wicked thing. Damn it, I was still eating meteoric success a few days ago." At the end of his speech, Yan Xiaoning gnashed his teeth in hatred. If he could beat Li Zishuan, he would probably beat him up right now. After all, no one would be in a good mood if they found out that the delicacy they had been eating was made of locust meat. Li Zishuan touched his nose awkwardly. However, after a moment, he realized why he was embarrassed. Wasn't it just locusts' meat? The living conditions of people in the 21st century were so good. Didn't many people like to eat it? I spent so much effort to promote locusts just so that fewer people would starve to death next year. Hee hee. Then, Xiaoning, tell me honestly, is meteoric success delicious? Will you still eat it in the future? Li Zishuan came back to his senses and looked at Yan Xiaoning with a smirk. Yan Xiaoning heard him and was in a dilemma. He wanted to harden his heart and say that he wouldn't eat it. However, he felt like he was slapping himself in the face if he said that he would eat it. After all, he was just belittling the meteoric success. Ugh! This meteoric success's taste is just so. I definitely won't eat it in the future. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. After struggling for a long time, Yan Xiaoning still couldn't swallow his pride. He could only say that and run away. Hee hee. Even Yan Xiaoning is like this. When other people know the truth in the future, they will definitely put on a delicious show. Li Zishuan looked at Yan Xiaoning's back and thought with some bad intentions. What? This meteoric success is actually made with locusts' meat? Ugh! I won't eat it in the future. Yes. Even if I starve to death, I won't eat meteoric success again. This drunken immortal restaurant is too immoral. They actually gave us locusts' meat. I won't eat here in the future. Yes. If I eat meteoric success again, I'll be a dog. This conversation should be the first reaction of most people when they found out that meteoric success was made with locusts' meat. However, it wouldn't be long before they would be like this. Shopkeeper Lu, give me a plate of red braised pork, again, another plate of meteoric success. Hey. Brother Zhang, didn't you say a few days ago that you won't eat meteoric success anymore? Oh? Who said that? Did I say that? I definitely didn't say that. You must have heard wrongly. It's delicious. I miss it. The truth was just as Li Zishuan expected. At night, in a corner of the academy's cafeteria, Yan Xiaoning was eating the meteoric success on the table with relish. He sighed softly and said, It's so delicious. Chapter 781. Sure enough, where are you going? The next morning, Lu Yuer saw her son holding a small bamboo basket and was about to go out. She quickly stopped him and asked. Mom, I'm going to catch locusts with Iron Egg and the others. Hu Guo'er turned around and smiled at his mother. He was on vacation this time. Seeing that his friends in the village were catching locusts all over the place, and hearing that the locusts could be sold for money at the Yanhuang Academy, he could not sit still after finishing his homework at home. Sure enough, stop. Lu Yu'er heard that her son was going to catch locusts and quickly stopped him. She walked over and said, "Sure enough, you're a student of Yanhuang College now. How can you go to the fields to catch locusts? Aren't you embarrassing your husband by doing this? Besides, we don't lack money now. You'd better not go. Rest well at home or prepare for your future homework." The silly child from before had now become the envy of the entire Han village. It was all because Hu Guo'er was admitted to Yanhuang College. Lu Yu'er treasured her son very much. Hu Guo'er opened his mouth and said, "Mom, Iron Egg is also in Yanhuang College. Why can he catch locusts but I can't?" Lu Yu'er was speechless. "Sure enough, are you done? We should go." At this moment, Iron Egg's voice came from outside. Hu Guo'er quickly stretched his neck and said loudly, coming, Iron Egg bro, I'm coming." He then looked at Lu Yu'er and said, "Mom, I'm leaving with Iron Egg bro now. I'll be back by noon." He didn't wait for Lu Yu'er's permission and ran out like a wisp of smoke. Lu Yu'er could only stare at her son's back. "Hey! You silly woman, your son didn't dare to go out and hid at home every day. You secretly cried every day. Now that your son is willing to go out and play with others, you don't want to. You're really—" Hu Hanyun, who was fetching water from the well in the east corner of the courtyard, said to his wife angrily. Lu Yu'er glared and retorted, "How can it be the same? Our son is a student of Yanhuang College now, a scholar. How can it be the same as before? He has to maintain the dignity of a scholar." When Hu Hanyun heard this, although he was happy in his heart, his mouth said carelessly, "Hey! Young master didn't say anything, but you silly woman. Tai Dan is young master's personal disciple. If he can catch locusts, how can our son be more precious than him?" Lu Yu'er was a little flustered and exasperated. She snorted and said, "I don't care. Anyway, my son is definitely the best. I can't be bothered with you, old thing. I'm going to the chicken farm on the mountain to pick up eggs. Sigh. It would be even better if I could pick up money." Hu Hanyun was speechless. A few days ago, in Plum Village, Second Master Lu's chicken farm, 7 chickens had gone missing, but there were 3 strings of money on the ground. Once the news spread, it attracted the envy of many farmers. Everyone said that Second Master Lu's family had encountered a group of righteous thieves who stole things and left money behind. 7 chickens, 3 strings of money, no matter how you looked at it, Second Master Lu made a profit, so many people hoped that they could meet such thieves. "Come back quickly, don't forget to come back at noon to cook." Hu Hanyun shouted at the top of his voice. Hey! Got it. Lu Yu'er promised without turning her head. Sigh, I don't know when this child will come back. He said he would come back last month, but he didn't. I don't know if this child is doing well outside. It was said that mothers were closer to their sons, and fathers were closer to their daughters. This saying seemed to be true. Hu Hanyun looked at the empty courtyard and muttered to himself. Sigh. Iron Egg bro, why do you think Yamacho collected so many grasshoppers? Don't tell me Yamacho also likes to fight grasshoppers? In the fields of the Han village, Hu Sure was looking for locusts on the ground while casually chatting with Iron Egg next to him. The small bamboo basket on his body was already filled with locusts. It seemed that he had a good harvest this morning. Hearing Hu Sure's stupid cute words, Iron Egg couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, you are thinking too much. How could Master like to fight grasshoppers? Lon might like it. Hu Sure asked again, then Iron Egg bro, why do you think Yamacho collected so many grasshoppers? Iron Egg lowered his head and thought for a while. Suddenly, his body shook, and he looked up and said meaningfully, maybe, it's to cook. What? Cook? Grasshoppers can be cooked? Hu Shi's eyes almost popped out when he heard this. He asked incredulously. Iron Egg Bro's face became calm. He said lightly, "Why can't they be cooked?" "Not only can they be cooked, but you have also eaten them recently." Hu Shi was shocked. "Ah. I have eaten them recently? Iron Egg Bro, are you saying that I have eaten grasshopper meat recently?" "Wretch. Where did I eat it?" Iron Egg Bro sighed and shook his head. "Sigh, not only did you eat it, but I also ate it. The meteoric rise in the academy was made with these grasshoppers." He just realized it, but what could he do even if he did? He had already eaten what he wanted to eat, and Li Zishuan was his master. He couldn't say anything and could only swallow his bitterness. "No way. Meteoric rise is made of grasshoppers? Wretch. But it doesn't look like it at all." Hu Shi's face turned pale. He felt nauseous and said in disbelief. "Oh, that only means that my master's technique is brilliant. Meteoric rise is definitely made of grasshoppers. You don't have to doubt it. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain where all the grasshoppers went." Iron Egg Bro straightened his back, but he didn't feel nauseous. His face was calm. Then what should I do? Recently, I am addicted to eating meteoric rise. Iron Egg Bro, you are telling me that this thing is made of grasshoppers. Should I continue to eat it in the future? Sure enough, he was in a dilemma. A few days later, the weather was cloudy. The military training had been going on for more than half a month. Everything was going according to the established procedures. The students were becoming more and more disciplined, and so were the instructors. Therefore, Li Zishuan rarely paid attention to the academy. Naturally, he couldn't get up in the morning and began to sleep in. Lord Ju, the Imperial Court's fleet is back. They are almost at the pier by the murky river. Chapter 782. What? The fleet is back? Li Zishuan woke up late in the morning. He was washing his face in the yard when he heard Pang Feiji's shout from the front of the yard. He was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed. Quick, prepare a horse for me. Let's go to the dock now." Li Zishuan excitedly wiped his face and roared at Pang Feiji who was outside. "Yes, Lord Ju. Brother, isn't there a show to watch? Lan wants to go too." Lan who was playing in the backyard, shouted happily at this moment. The little girl was at the age where she was playing around and didn't sleep much. She woke up much earlier than Li Zishuan. When she heard that there was a big ship to watch, she immediately became interested. Okay, Lan, since you want to see it, I'll take you to see it." Li Zishuan's laughter came from the backyard. After a while, the two of them rode out of the Yunshan courtyard. Lan naturally rode with Li Zishuan. The little girl giggled along the way. Ever since Yanhuang College started, Li Zishuan, as her brother, hadn't accompanied her to play for a long time. Today was a rare opportunity for them to go out and watch the show together. Ba River was one of the 8 rivers of Chang'an. It originated in Lantian County and was located to the east of Chang'an City. On both sides of the Ba Bridge, 5 miles of embankments were built. Thousands of willows were planted, and tourists walked shoulder to shoulder. It was a spectacular sight in Chang'an. Every time spring was in full swing and the spring wind blew, the willow catkins would dance in the air and fog would become a major sight on Ba Bridge in Chang'an. Ba River had a dock and a relay station. It was called Ba Pavilion. Many people would come here to welcome guests and bid them farewell. They would also break off willow branches as gifts. Ba River flowed through Mei Village. There was a relatively large dock in the southeast of Mei Village. Many merchant ships came here to load and unload their goods. The previous expedition ceremony of the Imperial Court fleet was held at this dock. After about half an hour, Li Zishuan and the rest arrived at the Ba River dock. At this time, the dock was already crowded. Why are there so many people? Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask when he saw the huge crowd surrounding the pier. Pang Feiji wiped the sweat off his forehead and hesitated for a moment before saying, "This. I don't know who leaked the news, but these commoners most likely have relatives in the fleet. They should be here to welcome their family." Maybe. Li Zishuan shook his head. He didn't want to delve deeper into it. He urged his horse to gallop into the crowd. "Mother, why haven't I seen father yet? Didn't you say that daddy is coming back today?" At the edge of the pier, a little girl raised her head to look at the middle-aged woman who was holding her little hand and asked in a crisp voice. The middle-aged woman gently stroked the little girl's ponytail and said softly, "Come back soon, come back soon." Although her voice was calm, her trembling hands showed that her heart was surging with emotions. She was not calm at all. She was just forcefully controlling her emotions to avoid losing her composure in front of her daughter. "Oh. Mother, do you think father has lost weight or gained weight? I haven't seen father for a long time. Yaya misses father so much." That's right, this mother and daughter were Meng Wenhao's biological mother and sister. If not for the military training at Yanhuang College today, Meng Wenhao would definitely have come personally. "Your father should have lost weight, right?" Meng Wenhao's mother said hesitantly. Meng Wenhao had already heard about Meng Youliang's recent situation from Li Zishuan. However, in order to prevent his family from worrying, he didn't tell them the truth. Therefore, Meng Wenhao's mother didn't know anything about her husband's experience at sea. "Yaya, be good. Your father must have missed you a lot too." Hearing the latter half of her daughter's sentence, Meng Wenhao's mother's eyes stung and she almost cried. Everyone in the world liked to be reunited, but the sadness and joy of separation were the helplessness of the poor. If they wanted to survive, their family had to accept separation. If they were unlucky, this separation would become eternal. But what could they do? "Yes, yes, yes. Mother, after father comes back this time, let's not let father leave us again, okay? Yaya can also help the family earn money. Recently, Yaya has made a lot of money from catching locusts, so we can buy a lot of buns." However, Yaya was still young and couldn't understand the sadness behind this family. The little girl blinked her clear eyes and innocently begged. Meng Wenhao's mother felt bad when she heard her daughter's naive words. She hugged her daughter's head to her waist and said softly, "Okay, mother promises Yaya. After your father comes back this time, he will never leave us again." In fact, Yaya's wish was also Meng Wenhao's mother's wish. In the past few months when the fleet went out to sea, she didn't have a good night's sleep. She had never believed in gods and Buddhas, but she even went to Chang'an City's Daxing Shan temple to pray to Bodhisattva several times and donated dozens of copper coins for incense and oil. Dozens of copper coins were nothing to a rich family, but for the current Meng family, dozens of copper coins were not a small amount. They could buy hundreds of pounds of rice. However, in order to pray to the gods and Buddhas to protect her husband's safety, Meng Wenhao's mother felt that it was worth it. "How long will it take for the fleet to come back?" Li Zishuan held Lan Er's small hand and squeezed forward as he asked. Now that he was a Wu Dao master, he could naturally release his inner strength. Although the dock was crowded with people and it was very crowded, with his strong inner strength, no matter where he went, the people around him would quietly bounce back a little. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about Lan Er being squeezed. "Sir, it should be soon. When I reported to you this morning, the fleet was only about 10 miles away. Now, it should be about 6 or 7 miles away." Opening the way in front should have been Pang Feiji's job as a guard. However, Li Zishuan, who spoiled his sister, was afraid that the crowd would squeeze and hurt Lan Er, so he personally opened the way. Therefore, Pang Feiji, the guard, actually hid behind Li Zishuan and enjoyed the treatment of a superior. 6 or 7 miles, based on the speed of the ship on the water, would only take about half an hour. Li Zishuan nodded and continued to pull on, to the front of the crowd. The people of Chang'an City all knew that the fleet was coming back today. As the emperor, Li couldn't not know. However, he certainly couldn't be like the people and wait there for a long time. Halfway through the morning court, a small eunuch quietly walked to Li's side and whispered a few words. Then, Li directly stood up and said to the officials in the court with a smile on his face, "The morning court will end today. Everyone, follow me to Murky Island to welcome the triumphant return of the fleet to the south." Chapter 783. Hey, Renbiao, you're here too? With their powerful internal force, Li Zishuan and the other two finally came to the front of the crowd. However, they met an old acquaintance. Who else could it be but Wang Renbiao? Hee, it's Xiao Xian. I just received the news this morning. Fortunately, I had nothing to do, so I came to take a look. Wang Renbiao chuckled and looked at Li Zishuan. Oh, right, Renbiao, I forgot to ask you before. Did the fleet find the rubber I told you about in Nanyang? A few days ago, he asked Wang Renbiao to help him inquire about the news. He only cared about Meng Youliang's situation and forgot about his own business. When Wang Renbiao heard this, he was stunned. He then shook his head and said, I don't know about this yet. I only asked people to help inquire about the fleet. I didn't ask about the harvest of my fleet. Li Zishuan was speechless. He thought to himself, this Wang Renbiao's heart is really big. He doesn't even care about his own family's business. His attitude of treating money like dirt is comparable to mine. Well, then we can only wait for the fleet to come back in a while. Li Zishuan said helplessly. Oh. Look, the fleet is here. The fleet is here. At this moment, a mast finally appeared on the surface of the Bar River. Then, the figure of a huge turreted ship slowly emerged from the water and was exposed to everyone's vision. It was unknown who discovered this phenomenon, but someone shouted loudly, and the crowd on the pier immediately boiled up. They're finally here. They're finally here. After going out to sea for almost 5 months, the fleet is finally back. God bless, the child's father must be fine. When the people saw more and more ships appear on the Bar River, they began to excitedly talk to each other. Most of them were praying for the safety of their family members. 5 months. This time, some families are happy and some are sad. At this moment, Li Zishuan was holding Lan Er's hand and standing at the front of the crowd. He looked at the densely packed boats on the river and sighed with mixed feelings. Although Wang Renbiao did not mention the details of the ambush on the fleet, Li Zishuan had obtained more detailed information from Li Qingqian. Of course, the source of the information was definitely related to Li. Therefore, he was very clear that the fleet's journey south this time was not without casualties. Not to mention the storms and diseases that took away the crew members on the sea route to the Nanyang countries, just the sneak attack of the pirates that night caused the fleet to lose 28 soldiers and 12 civilians. This meant that a small-scale battle had caused 40 Tang soldiers to be buried in the sea, with no complete corpses left. 40 originally happy and blissful families were torn apart in an instant. At that time, who knew how many tears would be shed? Boo-hoo! As time passed, the 1,500-some merchant ships that had come south to trade 5 months ago appeared before everyone's eyes. The mournful sound of a bugle horn came from the ship in the center of the fleet, and then all the other ships began to drop their anchors, lower their sails, and slowly approach the shore. We're home. We're finally home. On a merchant ship, Meng Youliang stood on the deck and leaned against the railing. As he looked at the sea of people on the shore, he couldn't help but sigh. On this voyage, he had almost been separated from his family forever. He was far from alone in his thoughts. Whether it was the civilian workers on the merchant ships or the Navy soldiers on the official ships, all of them couldn't suppress the joy in their hearts as they looked at the dock. Homesickness, homesickness, what could be more important than the fact that they would be home soon? Your Highness, we can go ashore. The main ship had already reached the dock, and people had already laid down the planks. Wu Di walked up to Li Shaogong and clasped his fist. This prince will come right away." A few moments later, Li Shaogong disembarked from the main ship with his guards. Li Zishuan walked up and cupped his hands in greeting. "Congratulations on your Highness's triumphant return. Long time no see. Your Highness, how have you been?" Li Shaogong gave a hearty laugh and patted Li Zishuan on the shoulder. "This prince is in good health. Looking at the days, the Imperial College should have started school by now. How come you still have time to come here?" Before leaving, he had entrusted his son to Li Zishuan. At the time, Li Zishuan was still an official at the Imperial College and had yet to fall out with Kong Yingda. Thus, Li Xiaogong's memories were still stuck at the time when Li Zishuan was still teaching at the Imperial College. He had no idea what was going on at Yanhuang College. "Your Highness, this child is no longer at the Imperial College. 3 months ago, I resigned from my position at the Directorate and opened my own academy. Today, Huairen is also in my academy." Li Zishuan knew that Li Shaogong was asking this because he wanted to know more about his son, Li Huairen, so he gave him a simple explanation. "What? Xiao Xian, you're no longer at the Imperial College? Did something happen in between?" Li Shaogong had indeed asked this question to find out more about his son, but he hadn't expected to ask such a shocking question. "It's a long story. I'll tell your Highness in detail in the future." Li Zishuan knew that this wasn't the place to talk, so he said this to Li Shaogong. "His Majesty has arrived." As they were speaking, another group of people arrived on the road to the west of the docks. When they heard the words "His Majesty has arrived," they all hastily turned around. When they saw the person in bright yellow at the front of the group, they all bowed and said, "Paying respects to your Majesty." At the same place, with the same loud voice, one couldn't help but think of the departure ceremony that Li Er had held when the fleet went out to sea 5 months ago. Li Er followed the path that the crowd made and came to the edge of the docks, not far from Li Shaogong. He stopped and turned around to look at the densely packed crowd, saying, "Rise." Only then did the commoners and the soldiers on the ship straighten up. Li Er looked at Li Shaogong and said, "Shaogong, it's been hard on you." Li Shaogong hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty is too kind. It's my duty to share your Majesty's worries and worries. It's not hard at all." Li Er nodded. Then, he looked at the endless number of ships on the river and asked slowly, "Have all the ships of our great Tang returned?" Li Shaogong said solemnly, "Your Majesty, of the 1,587 ships that I brought, except for one that was burned at sea, the rest returned safely. Furthermore, the 32 small countries in Nanyang have all sent a fleet of ambassadors to follow me back to pay respects to the Tang Empire and your Majesty." Chapter 784. The envoy of Zhenle greets the Emperor of Tang. The envoy of Funan greets the Emperor of Tang. The envoy of Piao greets the Emperor of Tang. Following Li Xiaogong's words, a group of people with different skin colors and clothes came down from the ship. They greeted Li Er respectfully with all kinds of etiquette. Some of them spoke in their native language, while others spoke in broken Chinese. When Li Shaogong saw this, he quickly assigned a middle-aged scholar beside him to translate for them. Li Er was very happy after hearing this. As an emperor, there was no one who did not like to achieve great things. It was just that every emperor had different priorities. Good. Where is Cui Er? Cui Shanfu stepped out from the crowd of civil and military officials and cupped his hands. "I'm here. Bring the envoys of the various countries to Honglu Temple and treat them well. 3 days later, I will summon the envoys of the various countries at the imperial court meeting." In the Tang dynasty, Honglu Temple was one of the 9 temples. It was in charge of the 4 barbarians' tributes, banquets, gifts, and welcoming. It was also in charge of the inauspicious ceremonies of the country, the ancestral temples of Zhongdu, and the Taoist scriptures and tents. Whenever the emperor of the four barbarians or envoys had an audience, they would be treated as guests. They would be given a place to stay, and they would be given invitations, gifts, and banquets. The Department of Precepts would prepare in advance. There were 20 translators who specialized in translation, and each of them knew different languages. Generally speaking, Honglu Temple was equivalent to the modern Ministry of Foreign Affairs with an additional translation function. Cui Shanfu was the minister of Honglu Temple at this time. There was an organization corresponding to Honglu Temple called the Warden's Office. However, there was a substantial difference in the functions of the two. Honglu Temple was in charge of foreign guests, while the Warden's Office mainly dealt with ethnic affairs. Yes, Your Majesty. Cui Shanfu didn't show it on his face, but he was complaining in his heart. This was because there were envoys from 32 countries. It was a rare sight to see such a large number of envoys in 100 years. Just communicating with so many envoys from different countries was difficult, not to mention other things. The pressure on Cui Shanfu's body was suddenly increased. After the envoys of various countries left the dock with Cui Shanfu and headed for Chang'an, Li Er looked at the endless boats on the river and turned around to give an order. Beloved official Xiao, beloved official Yan, the two of you will be in charge of the transportation of goods. The grain and goods on the imperial court's ships will be directly transported to Taicang. As for the goods on the civilian merchant ships, you will order people to calculate the income of each family. After they pay the merchant tax, have them start unloading the goods. Be careful to prevent some people from secretly embezzling. When the fleet was heading south, the imperial court had said that all merchant ships heading south with the army had to pay a 5% tax on their trade. This could be understood as a protection fee, but compared to the 20,000 elite navy that the imperial court had mobilized, this protection fee was very cheap. Yes, Your Majesty. When the Minister of Civil Affairs, Xiao Yu, and the Minister of Works, Yan Lide, heard Li Er call out their names, they quickly stepped forward and bowed. Li Er nodded. Seeing that everything was done here, he immediately said to the ministers, "Return to the imperial court." A messenger eunuch spread Li Er's order one by one. The civil and military ministers who came with him all agreed. Li Er was about to return to the imperial court with Li Xiaogong and the officials of the imperial court. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Li Zishuan, who was secretly watching from the side. He said, "You also come back to the imperial court with me." Li Zishuan was confused. He didn't know why the goddess of luck suddenly fell on his head and made him unable to resist. "Yes, Your Majesty." Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. He also wanted to hear about the harvest of the whole country, which had mobilized so many people to go south to trade. Commandery Prince Hejian, can you tell us about the harvest of this trip for our beloved officials? After Li Er led the ministers back to Taiji Palace, he sat up straight and looked at Li Xiaogong with a smile. "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Xiaogong was already prepared. He responded, then took out a booklet and began to read slowly. For this voyage, the imperial court has raised a total of 500 official ships. This subject has used more than 3,000 strings of silk and porcelain to exchange for a total of 880,000 dan of grain. There are 170,000 caddies of various spices such as Lycopodium officinalis, 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 and various other spices. In addition, there are also 50,000 caddies of brass and 300,000 taels of silver. Silence. As Li Xiaogong read them out one by one, the court suddenly fell into a strange silence. 880,000 dawn of grain. Although this amount was a bit large and exceeded everyone's expectations, it could be attributed to the fact that Nanyang was rich in grain and had never seen the beautiful silk and porcelain of the Central Plains. But what the hell was 170,000 dawn of spices? Did you think that spices were weeds or radishes? Oh, at this time, radishes were still not called radishes. They were called fishes. See the Book of Songs, picking fishes and picking fishes, there is no lower body. Cabbages were also not called cabbages. But spices had always been a precious existence in the Great Tang. Most of them were sold in pairs. Depending on the type of spices, the price could range from a few dozen copper coins to a few strings of one tael. When had anyone ever heard of someone possessing more than 10,000 dawn of spices? The 170,000 dawn of spices that Li Shaogong mentioned was too frightening. However, Li Shaogong wasn't lying. Some spices were really rampant in some of the island countries in the South China Sea. They grew everywhere like weeds. The 20,000 Navy soldiers he brought were farmers who cut the weeds many times. As for the 50,000 caddies of brass and 300,000 taels of silver, this was even more frightening. The total amount of silver that had been mined in the Great Tang was probably only around 200,000 to 300,000 taels. But Li Shaogong actually brought back 300,000 taels of silver. What was even more shocking was that he even brought back 50,000 caddies of brass. Many of the courtiers started to look at Li Shaogong with a strange expression. They wanted to ask, "Big brother, did you rob an entire country?" Of course, the courtiers were not surprised. The difference between the cost and the reward was too big. According to Li Shaogong, he only used 3,000 strings of silk and porcelain to trade. But what about the things that he brought back? Just the 880,000 dawn of grain, according to the current grain price, would be worth more than 30,000 strings of coins. Adding in the 170,000 dawn of spices, 300,000 taels of silver, and 50,000 caddies of brass. Oh my God! Many of the courtiers calculated in their hearts, and in the end, they found it difficult to even breathe. Huge profits. This was more than 10 times the profit. It was more than 100 times the profit. What else in the world could be more profitable than this? Chapter 785. Some people might question whether 500 ships could transport 880,000 dan of grain. Of course they could. There was no doubt about it. During the Qin and Han dynasties, the development of our country's shipbuilding industry reached its peak. During the war to unify the southern part of China, Qin Shi Huang organized a fleet that could transport 500,000 dan of grain. With the technology at that time, they could build ships that could transport 50 to 60 tons of grain. 1 dan was 50 kilograms. In other words, a ship during the Qin and Han dynasties could carry more than 1,000 dan of grain. During the Tang and Song dynasties, the second peak in China's shipbuilding history was the dragon boat that Emperor Yang of Sui rode. It was 5 feet tall and 200 feet long. The upper level had the main hull, the inner hull, and the east and west imperial hulls. The middle 2 levels had 120 rooms with a capacity of more than 300 tons. Of course, it was even more impressive during the Song dynasty. The Song dynasty built a divine boat for Korea. It had a capacity of more than 1,500 tons. Some large ships could carry tens of thousands of dan of grain and had a rudder that was 30 to 50 feet long. Taiji Palace. Although Li Er, who was sitting high above, was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by Li Shaogong's work report. His eyes were as wide as the others. Fortunately, the courtier's attention was not on him, otherwise, if the remonstrant saw his gaffe, he would definitely be criticized again. Ahem. This trip to the south was really fruitful. Shaogong and the soldiers have worked tirelessly across thousands of miles and have contributed to the country. They should be rewarded. Li Er recovered from his shock and praised with a face full of emotion. Your Majesty. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, Wei Zheng walked in front of him. The old man cupped one hand in the other before his chest and said, "Congratulations to Commander Prince Hejian for leading the fleet to the south. But there is still one thing that I don't understand. Where did you get these 300,000 taels of silver and 50,000 kilograms of brass? Wei Zheng was not targeting anyone. He was just stating the facts. Grain, spices, and ivory were all fine. But the amount of brass and silver was too huge for him to understand. After all, which country would use these things for trade? It didn't make any sense no matter what. After hearing Wei Zheng's question, the other ministers all cast doubtful glances at Li Shaogong. However, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. According to the information he had gathered, the 50,000 jin of brass and 300,000 taels of silver that Li Shaogong had brought back were the war reparations that he had extorted from the Wu nation. If this was revealed, Li Shaogong would most likely be impeached. Li Er's eyes darkened. Obviously, he also knew the inside story of the Japanese war. But now that Wei Zheng had asked in public, he could only watch Li Xiaogong's performance. As soon as Li Er left with the civil and military officials, the docks by the murky river immediately became lively. There were more than 1,000 large ships, and they definitely could not all dock at the same time to unload their cargo, so they could only come in batches. At the very front were the 500 official ships of the imperial court. Wu Di, the captain of Li Xiaogong's personal guard, came to Xiao Yu with a man who looked like a steward. He respectfully handed over a booklet and clasped his hands. Minister Xiao, this is the list of all the cargo on the official ship. He is the steward of the cabin, Yao Jing. If Minister Xiao has any questions, please ask me or Steward Yao. We will tell you everything we know. Well, okay. Thank you. Xiao Yu said politely and took the booklet. When he opened it, he was shocked. So much food? I'm afraid the granary of Chang'an City can't hold it all. Hearing this, Yen Lide was very curious. He thought that the official ship of the imperial court had only brought a little silk and porcelain. At most, it could be exchanged for more than 100,000 jin of food. How could the granary of Chang'an City not be able to hold it all? Sherwan, Xiao Yu's courtesy name, let me see how much food you have. Then, Yen Lide eagerly came over and wanted to see what was on the booklet. When he saw the number on the booklet, his eyes widened and he exclaimed. This, 880,000 jin. So many jin of food, Taicang can't hold it all. It has to be transported to Hanjiatsang in Luoyang. The Taicang he was talking about was the largest granary in Chang'an City. It was also the granary of the imperial family. Its main function was to provide for the imperial family's consumption, rewards, salaries of officials, military supplies, and government accounts. Although Taicang's main function was to serve the central government, it also had some positive functions. For example, every time there was a famine, Taicang would take out grain to replenish Chongpingcang and suppress the price of grain. It would also sell some grain at a low price to help the victims. However, Taicang's total storage was not very high. It could only store 500 to 600 jin of grain at most. Moreover, the autumn harvest had just passed, so there was even less space left in Taicang. That was why these two big shots of the imperial court sighed with emotion. As for the Hanjiatsang that Yen Lide mentioned, it was the largest granary in the Tang Empire. At the start of the Sui dynasty, Chang'an was built, but the Guangzhong region was unable to satisfy the needs of the imperial family, officials, and the central army. During the Day era, to satisfy the grain needs of Chang'an, Emperor Yang built the Grand Canal. Later on, Yangguang directly moved the capital to Luoyang. After establishing Luoyang, Yangguang first built Huiluotsang as the national granary in Luoyang. The entire Huiluotsang city was 1,000 meters from east to west, 335 meters from north to south, and around 700 warehouses with a diameter of 10 meters. Each warehouse could store 4,000 jin of grain, and the entire city could store 3 million jin of grain. As Huiluotsang was built outside of Sui Tang Luoyang city, at the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos. Li Mi took Huiluotsang, and Luoyang city fell into a situation where there was no grain. Later on, Huiluotsang became the focus of the war between Li Shimin and Wang Shichong. The warehouses outside the city were occupied, and Wang Shichong lost due to a severe lack of grain. Later on, Li Shimin saw the disadvantages of having a granary outside the city, and he decided to build one within Luoyang city to prevent the same thing from happening. This granary that was carefully designed by Li Shimin was Hanjiatsang. Not only did Hanjiatsang provide grain for Luoyang city, but it also acted as a transportation station between Guangdong and Guangzhou. Later on, it slowly replaced the largest granary at that time, Luokotsang, and became the largest granary in the world, with a total storage of close to 6 million jin. Indeed, first move 150,000 jin of grain to Taicang, and the rest can only be transported to Luoyang along the Grand Canal. Lied, you take care of things here. I'll go to the palace to ask for a decree to send a portion of the official ships to Luoyang. Xiao Yu thought about it and decided to ask for Li Er's opinion. Otherwise, with so much grain, there would be no place to store it, and it would only benefit the rats. Chapter 786. In Taiji Palace, the morning court was still going on. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Xiaogong. Due to the special nature of the previous battle, Li Xiaogong had only passed on the specific details to Li Er in the form of a secret report instead of a battle report. In this way, the ministers in the court naturally had no way of knowing the details. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that some well-informed people obtained the news through abnormal channels, but even if they knew, they had to pretend that they didn't know at this moment. Otherwise, if they exposed their so-called abnormal channels in front of Li Er, wouldn't that be looking for trouble? As a minister, if he attracted the suspicion of the emperor, his good days would be numbered. That's a good question, Minister Wei. Li Xiaogong looked back at Wei Zheng and then bowed to Li Er. He said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, I am guilty. Seeing that Li Xiaogong didn't answer Wei Zheng's question directly and instead apologized to Li Er, the ministers in the hall were confused. They didn't know what Li Xiaogong was doing. This time, the imperial court had sent a fleet to the south. The harvest from this trip was almost equivalent to the imperial court's annual revenue. It had greatly alleviated the empty state of the national treasury since the Wei River alliance. Li Xiaogong was definitely considered a great contribution. How could he be guilty? Li Er's heart sank. How could he start to apologize without saying anything? He was very worried that Li Xiaogong would make a mistake and worsen the situation. Xiaogong led the army across the sea and brought back so much food and money for the imperial court. What is his crime? Although many thoughts were running through his mind, Li Er remained calm on the surface. He slowly opened his mouth and asked the common question in the hearts of the ministers. Li Xiaogong seemed to have been prepared. He hurriedly cupped his fist and said, I attacked the Wei nation's capital, Fanio City, without your Majesty's permission. The 50,000 kilograms of brass and 300,000 taels of silver were given to me by the Wei nation's queen. I am guilty. As soon as Li Xiaogong finished speaking, there was a buzz, and the court immediately exploded. The officials in the hall all stared with wide eyes, indescribably shocked. Some people didn't know whether to laugh or cry in their hearts because when Li Xiaogong had reported his gains from going south, they had secretly wondered if Li Xiaogong had plundered some country. Otherwise, how could he have brought back so much wealth? However, judging from the results that were announced now, their previous guess was actually correct. Li Xiaogong had truly ransacked a country, and the target of his ransacking was none other than the Wu nation that had previously paid tribute to the Great Tang. How could this be? Therefore, some people could not help but be eager to give Li Xiaogong a try. Wei Zheng, who was standing in front of the officials, raised his eyebrows. He clearly didn't expect the truth to be like this. He took a step forward and said, His Royal Highness, without your Majesty's permission, attack the neighboring countries of the Great Tang. This action can easily cause panic in the neighboring countries, which is extremely disadvantageous to the Great Tang at this time. I think that His Royal Highness should be severely punished. I think that Left Minister Wei's words are reasonable. Now that the world has just settled down, the imperial court should be recuperating and getting along peacefully with the neighboring countries. His Royal Highness, for 300,000 taels of silver and 50,000 kilograms of brass, he attacked without authorization and ignored the relationship between the Great Tang and its neighboring countries. He simply has no respect for the imperial court. I think that he should be severely punished. As soon as Wei Zheng finished speaking, Minister Cui Shanfu of the Honglu Temple hurriedly jumped out. As the leader of the Honglu Temple, who specialized in dealing with the relationship between neighboring countries, he naturally had the right to express his opinion. Of course, as a core disciple of the Shandong aristocratic family, he also wanted to use this opportunity to bring down Li Shaogong, the only person who could be used in the Li Tang imperial family. If he didn't know how to make good use of such a heaven-sent opportunity, he would really be blind. I second the motion. His Royal Highness must be severely punished. Severely punish your grandma. Li Xiaogong's identity was not only that of the Li Tang imperial family, but also that of a general. Although he usually didn't like Li Xiaogong, at this time, Cheng Jijie wouldn't just watch Li Xiaogong be besieged by Cui Shanfu and the others. The devil incarnate wouldn't talk about rules with you. This old guy came up and directly pushed Cui Shanfu more than 10 steps away and almost fell to the ground. He stood up angrily and was about to argue with Cheng Jijie, but he heard old Cheng directly scold him in his rough voice. Damn it! Xiaogong didn't say why he attacked Neon. How do you know that he went for the silver and brass? Is your father in Neon? Did he tell you in your dreams? Cui Shanfu's expression changed and he felt greatly humiliated because Cheng Jijie was saying that his father was from Neon. As a person of the Celestial Empire, anyone who was said to be a descendant of the short and wretched people of Neon would be angry. Cheng Jijie, you've gone too far and disgraced the refined. At this time, Cui Shanfu was obviously blinded by anger and directly called Cheng Jijie by his name. Bah! You slandered Xiaogong without any evidence. Isn't this a disgrace to the refined? This old guy actually spat a mouthful of thick phlegm in Cui Shanfu's direction and continued to scold him. However, he also knew that it was not a good idea to continue scolding like this. If this continued for a long time, it would be counterproductive. Therefore, after scolding Cui Shanfu, he cupped his hands and said to Li Er, Your Majesty, Xiaogong is not a person who is greedy for money and doesn't know the severity of the matter. This old official thinks that there must be something hidden. Your Majesty, this official also thinks that this matter is not simple. Why don't we let Xiaogong finish speaking before making a conclusion? The taciturn gourd Li Jing in the imperial court also made a rare sound today. In this way, no one in the entire Tang military was still indifferent, this official agrees. The generals' camp all agreed in unison. The civil officials' camp was in an uproar and did not reach a unified opinion. This was because the heads of the civil officials, Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling, had not expressed their opinions yet. In fact, the opinions of these two big shots were quite simple. For Zhang Sun Wuji, because of the relationship with Empress Zhang Sun, the Zhang Sun family was a proper relative of the emperor. In terms of position, Zhang Sun Wuji naturally sided with the royal family and protected Li Xiaogong. As for Fang Xianling, he felt that a mere one nation was not enough to change the attitude of the surrounding countries toward the Tang Empire. Moreover, the Tang Empire's current number one enemy was the Turks. The other small countries could not make any waves at all. Cui Shanfu's words were a little exaggerated. How could he agree? Silence. Li Er coughed softly and the noisy imperial court immediately quieted down. Then he stared at Li Xiaogong and asked in a deep voice, Xiaogong, why did you lead troops to attack one nation? You better explain the reason to Zhen now. Don't hide anything. Chapter 787. Hearing Li Er's words, Li Xiaogong cupped his fists and said, "Yes, your majesty. Half a month ago, I led the fleet back to the southeast coast. One night, I ordered the fleet to dock on a nameless deserted island to replenish fresh water and fruits and vegetables. Who would have thought that we would be ambushed by a group of bandits? There were about 100 of them. They knew that they were no match for the army, so they wanted to steal a few merchant ships and escape while the night was dark and the guards were lax. Unexpectedly, they were discovered by a civilian on the ship. I had reached an agreement with the Queen of Wuxian. Wuxian would compensate the Tang army for the losses in the sneak attack. They would pay 10,000 kilograms of brass and 100,000 taels of silver. They would also capture the bandit leader and send him to Chang'an. But that night, when I left the Wuxian palace, I was attacked by a large number of assassins. If my friend and I hadn't been good at martial arts, I'm afraid we would have been buried in a foreign land. Hearing this, all the officials in the hall changed their expressions. Li Shaogong was a commandery prince of the Tang Empire. If he died in Wuxian, the imperial court would lose face. And at that time, the Tang Empire and Wuxian would definitely have a war to the death. Because Li Shaogong was not an idle prince, but a commandery prince who had made great contributions to the founding of the Tang Empire. How dare the Wuxian? How dare they assassinate the commandery prince of the Tang Empire? It's a pity that I wasn't there at that time. Otherwise, I would have caught the queen and thrown her into a brothel. Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he was shouting and cursing. The ministers looked askance at him. They wanted to say that he was insulting the refined, but they were afraid that this old man would go crazy and not recognize his relatives. After all, Cui Shanfu next to him was an example. Li Shaogong almost choked at this moment. He secretly thought that Cheng Yaojin had a strong taste. He had seen the Queen of Wuxian. She was in her 70s or 80s, but Cheng Yaojin still wanted to catch her and make her into a brothel girl. It was really, this subject's life and death are insignificant, but behind this subject are 20,000 navy soldiers, tens of thousands of civilians, thousands of ships, and millions of dan of grain. Moreover, this subject represents the face of the Great Tang. If this subject were to die in the Wu, the consequences would be unthinkable. Later, after a detailed investigation, I found out that the assassin that night was the Suo family, the #1 family in Japan. The patriarch of this clan intends to seize the fleet of my Great Tang and its countless goods, so he wants to kill this subject. After I found out the whole story, I told the Queen of Wuxian about the result. However, the Queen of Wuxian wanted to protect the Suo family, so I led the army into the city and wiped out the Suo family. This subject could die, but the dignity of the Great Tang could not be trampled on. Those who offend my Great Tang must pay the price. After destroying the Suo family, the Japanese queen knew that she was in the wrong. She took the initiative to increase the compensation from the original 10,000 caddies of brass and 100,000 taels of silver to 50,000 caddies of brass and 300,000 taels of silver. This was the whole story of the whole thing. I hope your majesty can judge clearly. After Li Shaogong finished speaking, the imperial court fell silent as the officials digested this matter. After a few seconds, Wei Zheng turned to Li Shaogong and said, "The Wuxian dared to assassinate the commandery prince. Of course, they deserved it. No punishment is too much. However, at the very beginning, your majesty brazenly led the army to attack the Wuxian because of a few bandits. Wasn't that inappropriate? After all, there should be a more reliable solution." Li Shaogong proudly raised his head and said, "Left Prime Minister Wei's words are wrong. That was not a matter of a few bandits. It was a matter of the people of the Great Tang dying at sea because of the Wuxian. Before the fleet left, His Majesty entrusted me with the task of protecting the people of the Great Tang. If there were any enemies, I had to do my best to destroy them." That night, the Wuxian ambushed the fleet and killed 28 soldiers and 12 civilians. As the commander-in-chief of the army, I had to give them an explanation. Otherwise, how could I, Li Shaogong, continue to lead this army? How could I have the face to come back and see His Majesty again? Li Xiaogong's words were very good. He directly brought out Li Er. What he meant was that although he was a little impulsive when he attacked our country, everything was still done according to Li Er's instructions before he left. What else do you have to say? The facts prove that if a person wanted to criticize you, he could find a way to criticize you. At this moment, Cui Shanfu seemed to come back to his senses and said, Your Highness has your reasons, but I don't know if Your Highness has thought about how the other small countries around the Great Tang will view your actions? Will they think that the Great Tang is bloodthirsty and insecure? Will they unite and fight against the Great Tang together? This old thing was doing it for the sake of doing it. Now, he didn't even care about his face anymore. Bah! Alarmist words to scare people. Who do you think you are? Can you represent the small countries around the Great Tang? Cheng Yaojin looked at Cui Shanfu with disgust and said, The Wu nation has gone too far. If Xiaogong doesn't teach them a lesson, won't the Great Tang lose its prestige? This battle was well fought. If it were me, old Cheng, I would have fought even more ruthlessly and killed all the Wu nation people. They were the ones who were unrighteous first. Why should we talk about morality with them? Jijia is right. Who do the Wu nation think they are? How dare they ride on the head of the Great Tang? Xiaogong, this battle was well fought. Yu Qigong also stood up at this moment and supported him. The two Grand Dukes are wrong. Harmony is the most important thing between countries. How can you use weapons just because of a disagreement? This will only push the Great Tang into a state of militarism. Seeing this, Kong Yingda couldn't help but speak up. As an old Confucian scholar, how could he hope for his country to become a bloodthirsty dynasty that only knew how to kill? Your Majesty, this subject has something to say. Seeing that the court was about to turn into a market, Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his hands to Li Er. He didn't have much to do today, but he couldn't stand the attitude of some people in the court towards the diplomacy of the Great Tang. Speak. Li Er's eyes lit up. He was looking forward to Li Zishuan helping him out of this situation. Thank you, Your Majesty. This subject wants to say that the question now is not whether we should attack the Wu nation or not, but what can we do even if we attack them? The Wu nation started it first. If we don't fight back, the surrounding countries will think that the Great Tang is easy to bully. It's just a trifling Wu nation, so what if we attack them? Are we going to punish the generals of the Great Tang for a trifling Wu nation? As for Minister Cui Sijing's worry that the other countries will panic because of this subject believes that there is nothing to worry about. The peace and stability of the Great Tang is not obtained by blindly making concessions, but through the blood and fists of soldiers. The Tang must have pride, and the Tang are not afraid of war. Even if the entire world attacks the Great Tang will be able to break through. What is there to fear from a trifling Wu nation? Chapter 788. Good. Well said. In Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan's passionate words caused the eyes of all the generals to light up. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, didn't show any change on his face, but if one was close enough, one would be able to hear that his breathing had quickened. Cheng Yaojin had never liked to hide his emotions. Old Cheng shouted, Okay. Then, the old man still felt uncomfortable. He laughed loudly and walked over. He patted Li Zishuan's shoulder hard and said, Li Zishuan, I'm not going anywhere. Brat, you've said exactly what we old generals are thinking. The peace of our Great Tang isn't begged for, but fought for. If the Japanese aren't convinced, then we'll beat them until they are. If the other small countries aren't convinced, then we'll continue to King beat them. What's there to be afraid of? In the imperial court, your mouth is full of filth. How rude. Many civil officials frowned in the face of old Cheng's foul language, but no one reprimanded him. They all knew what kind of character this devil incarnate had. However, there were also those who weren't afraid of death, and that was Cui Shanfu. This old man had completely forgotten the pain after his wounds healed. He couldn't help but reprimand him. Rude? I, old Sheng, am clearly courageous. Unlike some people who, after 2 years of peace, shrink back and be afraid of this and that. They're really a disgrace to our great Tang. Cheng Yaojin immediately snorted disdainfully at Cui Shanfu. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, secretly applauded. Cheng Yaojin's words were precisely the reason why he had changed his usual style and forcefully stood out today. Now that the world had settled down, some people couldn't wait to put away their weapons and live a peaceful and comfortable life. How could that be? The current Great Tang was still quite a distance away from the prosperous dynasty in Li Zishuan's mind that could dominate the world. Who's shrinking back? This old man is just speaking the truth. Li Zishuan is just a brat who only knows how to talk big. When the time comes for the world to attack the Great Tang, what will we use to fight against the other countries? At that time, there would be wars every year, and the treasury would be empty. The common people would be plunged into misery and suffering. The slightest carelessness could lead to the downfall of the country. How can such an important matter of the country be decided by a little boy in his teens? When Cui Shanfu saw that Cheng Yaojin was just talking and not doing anything, he couldn't help but become bolder. The more he talked, the more excited he became. In the end, he was moved by his feelings for the country and the people. Chief Cui, your words are too much. Before Cheng Yaojin could say anything, Li Shaogong spoke up. To be honest, Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, Li Zishuan, and the others stood up for him and supported him, which was within his expectations. However, Li Zishuan also stood up for him, which surprised him a little. This was because in his impression, Li Zishuan had always been unwilling to participate in these court battles. Otherwise, this child would not be a third-rank official now. However, in reality, his daily authority was limited to the Yanhuang College's Yamacho. Regardless of where a hero comes from, Li Xianxia is full of abilities. So what if he's young? A curved plow, a paper machine, a compass, a celestial lamp, and a glass mirror. These are all things that benefit the country and the people. Even if it was a 30 or 40-year-old scholar, would he be able to do better than Li Xianxia? This time, if the fleet didn't have the help of Li Xianxia's compass and sea chart, the casualties of the army and the people going south would definitely be more than 20 to 30%. How can such a young hero not even have the right to speak in the court in your mouth? Even if Li Zishuan didn't come out to help today, Li Shaogong would still speak up for him. This was because if it wasn't for Li Zishuan's help, this southern trade trip definitely wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Shaogong, well said. So what if he's young? Cui Shanfu, when you were Xiao Xian's age, who knows what you were doing? You still have the nerve to talk about Xiao Xian's age? Cheng Yaojin looked at Cui Shanfu and said with contempt. You. Cui Shanfu's face turned red. He pointed at Cheng Yaojin and trembled for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. Li Zishuan knew that at this time, he also had to go on stage. Otherwise, how could he always let others stand in front of him? Thus, he stepped forward and clasped his hands at Cui Shanfu. Minister Cui just said that this kid was just talking big. When the time comes to attack the Tang Empire, I can't do anything. Heh, how ridiculous. This kid here swears to the heavens that when the time comes, this kid is not only willing to use all of his family's wealth as military supplies, but this kid's 7 feet tall body is also willing to jump on the battlefield, lay down his head, and shed his blood. The yellow sand wears golden armor after 100 battles, and Lu Lan won't return until it's broken. This kid dares to say, dares to do, and dares to take responsibility for his actions. As for the empty national treasury and the suffering of the people, it's not like there's no solution. Not to mention that this southern trade trip brought a huge amount of income to the imperial court that was comparable to the annual tax revenue of the national treasury. There's also Yanhuang College. There are hundreds of engineering students there, and what I'm teaching them is all knowledge that can make the country prosperous and the people strong. Once they complete their studies and leave the mountain, there will be hundreds of Li Zishuan who are good at creating wealth, and the number will only increase in the future. The lives of the people will also get better and better. In comparison, this kid can't stand some people who are afraid before the battle. Things haven't even happened yet, but they're already afraid of this and that, cowering in fear. You must know that nothing in this world is difficult for those who set their mind to it. As long as you set your mind to it, there's nothing in this world that can't be done. The Tang Empire was founded on martial arts. If there's a day when all the important officials in the court are afraid to fight, then the country won't be far from being destroyed. If you want to be everlasting, then you must always maintain the will to forge ahead and do things that ordinary people think are impossible. You shouldn't be afraid of everything like you are now, until you achieve nothing in the end. Li Zishuan's words could be said to be frequent golden sentences, such as, gold wears golden armor in 100 battles, and Lulan will not be returned until it is broken, from Wang Chongling's 7 Military Lessons. Fourth, nothing in this world is difficult for those who set their mind to it, Song Chen Yuanjing's Lin Guangji, Volume 9. These sentences had never appeared before, and every one of them sounded so classic. Perhaps Li Zishuan himself didn't pay attention to this, and he just said it casually. However, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the other civil officials couldn't help but look at Li Zishuan in a new light. They secretly thought that this kid had never shown his talent in writing before, but today, he suddenly said so many good sentences. Could it be that he improvised? However, there was a problem. For someone like Li Zishuan who kept saying words like, destroy the country, he couldn't be said to be a coward. If it was a narrow-minded emperor, he might have been killed because of this. Good. It's rare for Li Xianxia to have such insight at such a young age. Although this old man doesn't dare to agree with all of your previous views, this old man definitely agrees with the latter part of your words. To everyone's surprise, the old troll actually supported Li Zishuan. Chapter 789. Yellow Sand wears golden armor after 100 battles, Lu Lan won't return until it is broken. Wei Zheng suddenly spoke up for Li Zishuan in the imperial court, which was indeed unexpected. However, Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, did not pay attention to this. He muttered Li Zishuan's poem twice, and if one looked closely, they would find that his eyes were actually shining. After a while, just as the officials in the imperial court were still discussing and whispering to each other, Li Er finally spoke. There is no need to discuss this matter anymore. The Battle of Fainio capital was started by the Wu nation. First, they attacked the Tang Empire's merchant ships, then they assassinated the Tang Emperor. They should be punished. Xiao Gong's actions were all for the sake of the Tang Empire's people. Even if he had overstepped the bounds, a general is outside and does not obey military orders. We cannot punish a meritorious official because of this. The journey to the south was full of dangers. Xiao Gong alone shouldered the heavy responsibility and brought back a large amount of food, spices, and money for the imperial court at a very low cost. He really deserves great credit for his hard work. I have decided to reward Xiao Gong with 200 households, 10 pairs of elephant tusks, 50 tiger skins, 100 rolls of silk, 5,000 taels of silver, and 2 million taels of money. After such a long discussion, Li Er finally made the final decision. The noisy crowd in the imperial court suddenly quieted down. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Xiaogong hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. Cheng Yaojin and the others said happily, Your Majesty is wise. Cui Shanfu was so angry that he frowned, but at this time, he did not dare to say anything. He did not want to anger Li Er again. He heard Li Er continue. The compensation for the soldiers who died in the battle will be increased by 1 level. The Ministry of Civil Affairs will send a special person to compensate the civilian who died in the battle. Among them, the civilian who survived, Meng Yuliang, loudly warned at the critical moment and prevented the merchant ship from falling into the hands of the bandits. Moreover, this person is extremely loyal and brave. At the moment of life and death, he forcefully changed the direction of the burning ship and saved the main fleet. I have decided to confer him the title of Grade 8 Xianxia Commandant. He will be rewarded 100,000 taels of silver and 100 rolls of silk. Feng Zhihua, a merchant on the same ship, is a man who values friendship and righteousness. In the face of danger, he is not flustered. The title of righteous merchant shall be bestowed upon him. When Li Zishuan heard this, he was secretly happy for Meng Wenhao's father. This man who was like a pillar of the family had finally used his own life to support his family. It was really not easy. Although the rank of an 8th grade official was small, it was still an official position. In the future, their family would not be easily bullied by others. This was just a reward for 2 nameless soldiers, and the rewards were insignificant. Naturally, the ministers in the court would not object. Some of them even felt that Li Er should not have brought this kind of small matter to the court. It seemed like he was making a mountain out of a molehill. Lantian County's Li Zishuan, who created the compass, presented the sea map, and helped the fleet return safely. Although he didn't personally participate in the voyage, his contributions in the rear cannot be erased. Moreover, it was you who suggested that the fleet go south to trade. Now that the fleet has brought back such a large amount of goods and money for my great Tang, your contributions cannot go unnoticed. In addition, you invented the paper machine, leveled the price of paper, presided over the compilation of the Great Tang Dictionary, and enlightened tens of thousands of people. Your contributions to the present generation will benefit the future generations. We have decided to reward you with these contributions. You will be conferred the title of Marquis of Yong'an, with a fief of Lantian and 600 households. Regarding Li Zishuan's official position, Li Er had been deliberately suppressing it. Previously, Li Zishuan had made many contributions, but Li Er did not reward Li Zishuan. He felt that Li Zishuan was still too young, and if he were to reward him too much, it would be overpraising him. But later on, Li Er felt that Li Zishuan's abilities and views were becoming less and less like those of a teenage brat. Thus, Li Er decided to stop suppressing it and directly promote Li Zishuan from county's marquis to Li Zishuan. Of course, this one step was truly one step. At least within the next 10 years, Li Zishuan's noble rank would not be able to rise any further. Otherwise, he would quickly reach a point where he could not rise any further. Li Er wanted to leave this talent to Li Qingqian. This subject thanks your majesty for the great favor. When the ministers heard Li Er's reward, they were all stunned. Li Zishuan took advantage of the moment when others were stunned to go forward and thank him. Logically speaking, he did not care if his marquis title could be promoted in the next few years. His original dream was to become a marquis in the Great Tang. Now that his dream had come true, he naturally had to cherish this opportunity. As for the title of Duke above Marquis, he did not even think about it. To him, one Marquis was enough. Your Majesty, this. Almost at the same time, Wei Zheng also opened his mouth. It seemed that he wanted to object, but seeing Li Zishuan accept the reward so quickly, he could only swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. His expression was very ugly. Li Er indifferently glanced at Wei Zheng, but did not ask for details. He waved his hand and said, "The matter of the reward ends here. Officials, if there is anything, please submit a memorial. If there is nothing, the court is dismissed." The officials looked at each other. After the establishment of the Great Tang, marquis titles were extremely rare. But now, Li Er had so casually rewarded a founding marquis. No matter how they looked at it, this was very imprudent. But once the domineering Li Er made up his mind, there was no room for discussion. They could only secretly glare at each other. Zhang Sun Wuji pursed his lips, seemingly itching to make a move. But after thinking for a long time, he did not say anything. On the other hand, Cheng Yaojin was beaming with joy, as if he was the one being rewarded by Li Er. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one objected, Li Er was just about to announce that the court was dismissed when he saw a person walk in. Who else could it be but Xiao Yu? Beloved official Xiao, why have you returned? Could it be that the matter at the docks was resolved so quickly? Li Er asked curiously when he saw Xiao Yu hurrying over. How could 880,000 dan of grain be transported in such a short time? Xiao Yu bitterly smiled and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, now that the autumn harvest has just passed, Chang'an's granary can only hold a few 100,000 dan of grain at most. So, this old official has returned to ask Your Majesty if we should transport the excess grain to Luoyang along the canal. Only then did Li Er come to a realization. Actually, he could not be blamed for not thinking things through. He did not expect Li Xiaogong to bring back so much grain. Otherwise, he would not have asked Xiao Yu to make an extra trip. Let's do as beloved official Xiao says. Use the fleet to transport the excess grain to Luoyang's Hanjia granary. If there was a locust plague next year, he could transfer grain from Chang'an and Luoyang at the same time. That was what Li Er thought. This official obeys Your Majesty. Xiao Yu replied and cupped his hands before leaving. Li Er looked at the officials in the hall and said loudly, since there is nothing else, the court is dismissed. Just like that, the morning court finally came to an end after many twists and turns. Li Zishuan returned with a full load. Chapter 790. Not bad, not bad. You're already a marquis at such a young age. You're even more promising than I was back then. After the morning court session, Cheng Yaojin patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed heartily. Uncle Cheng, you must be joking. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. I was born in an era of peace. If I was born in your era, I definitely wouldn't have been as successful as you. Li Zishuan's half-true and half-false words made Cheng Yaojin burst with joy. That's true. Back then, the world was in turmoil. The 18 rebellious princes all had their own armies. The people had no way to make a living. I fought left and right, and finally, I was able to become His Majesty's subordinate and conquer the world together. Cheng Yaojin stroked his beard as he spoke, looking as if he was reminiscing. What a scene of a hero in his twilight years, reminiscing about the past. Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. He thought to himself, old Cheng is really good at pretending. There's no end to it. I'd better slip away quickly and go home to hug my wife. Uncle Cheng, your generation really didn't have it easy. Ahem, I still have something to do at home. I'll take my leave first. I'll treat you to a drink some other day. After waiting for so long, he finally got a marquis. He was eager to go home and share this good news with his wife and parents. He didn't want to talk nonsense with old Cheng here. Cheng Yaojin smacked his lips and said, then you go first. Xiao Xian, you've been made a marquis. You should go back and celebrate. Of course, this old man will definitely go and eat your celebratory wine. Oh, right, second brother Qin still doesn't know that you've become a marquis, right? Since it's my day off tomorrow, I'll go to the academy in the afternoon and tell him the good news. I'll also give those kids another round of special training. At the mention of special training, the old demon's eyes immediately lit up, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Zishuan couldn't help but mourn for the students of Yanhuang College in his heart. The old demon is here. Your good days are coming to an end. A new round of brutality was about to begin. Cough, cough. Uncle Cheng, you've really put a lot of thought into this. The students will definitely be grateful to you. I'll go back first. Li Zishuan said some polite words and then ran away. As for whether the students would be grateful to old Cheng, even if he used his but to think, he knew that they definitely wouldn't. Old master, old madam, young madam, this is great news. Young master has been conferred the title of marquis. At the first courtyard of Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan still hadn't returned home, but Sanbao had already rushed into the courtyard while shouting loudly. If it were any other day, he would definitely be reprimanded for being so rash and noisy. But today, there was too much information in his words. Li Jingma and Mrs. Li, who had heard the news, couldn't help but be stunned. What? San Bao, you said that Xian has been conferred the title of Marquis? Li Jingma's old face was flushed red with excitement. He looked at San Bao and asked with a trembling voice. Of course, he hoped that San Bao was telling the truth, but he was afraid that he had misheard and rejoiced for nothing. Madame Li and Han Yushi also looked at San Bao with hopeful expressions. Yes, it's true. Old Master. Young Master has really been conferred the title of Marquis Yong, and personally conferred by His Majesty, with 600 households. It's all over Chang'an now. Everyone is saying that young Master is the youngest Marquis since the establishment of the Tang Empire. San Bao wasn't nervous at all, as this was the first time he had become the center of attention. Or perhaps his excitement had diluted the nervousness in his heart, and he spoke loudly with excitement. It's true, it's actually true. Madam, Xian has become a Marquis. Xian is promising. Li Jingma was stunned for a long time before he finally reacted. He held his wife's hands and said excitedly. He used to be a businessman. Although he didn't lack in food and drink, the status of businessmen was low since ancient times. Even his descendants couldn't enter the imperial court as officials. He had only hoped that his son would be able to live a safe and healthy life. He had never thought that his son would one day become an official. However, ever since Li Zishuan returned from Longhu Mountain, he had given him too many surprises. First, he was conferred the title of Marquis, then he was promoted to third-grade Crown Prince Jianghu, and now, he had become a Marquis. All of this sounded like a dream, but reality told him that it was all real. How could Li Jingma not be excited? That's great, my Xian is promising, he has become a Marquis. The excitement in Madame Li's heart was no less than Li Jingma's. She was old and a little sentimental. At this moment, tears welled up in her eyes. Han Yushi stood at the side and looked at her parents-in-law silently. Her eyes were filled with joy. She was happy for her husband and for the whole family. Sister Yushi, what is a Marquis? Is it delicious? Why are father and mother so happy? Lan, the little cutie, came out of nowhere. She tugged at Han Yushi's sleeve, looked up, and blinked her bright eyes as she asked. Although Han Yushi had been married to Li Zishuan for a long time, Lan still called Han Yushi Sister Yushi and not sister-in-law. It wasn't that no one corrected her, but the little girl didn't listen to them. Lan, don't talk nonsense. A Marquis isn't for eating, it's a very, very big official. In the future, Lan, you will be the Marquis' younger sister. No one will dare to bully you. Hearing this little cutie's innocent words, Han Yushi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She saw Li Jingma glaring at her, as if he wanted to scold her. She quickly squatted down, stroked Lan's little head, and explained gently. Oh, so it's brother who got promoted. When brother comes back, I'll ask him for the wedding money. Lan suddenly understood. She shook her little head and said excitedly. Oh, why is it so lively today? Father, mother, wife, why are all of you here? And little sister, who are you looking for to ask for the wedding money? At this moment, Li Zishuan had already stepped through the door. When he saw the whole family in the backyard, he said with a smile. Of course it's for you, brother. When Lan saw that Li Zishuan had returned, she quickly ran to his side and shook his arm. She said with a smile, Brother, you've been promoted. Hurry up and give me the wedding money. Li Zishuan lowered his head and looked at his little sister's bright smiling face. He couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. Why was this the same as the children in the modern world who shouted, Congratulations, get rich, give me the red packet? He didn't know where the little girl learned this from. Chapter 791. The whole family had a happy and harmonious lunch. Li Zishuan's laziness relapsed and he didn't even want to go to the academy. He just lay down at home and waited for the imperial edict to officially confer him the title of Marquis from the palace. Around 1 in the afternoon, Li Zishuan did not receive an imperial edict from the imperial palace, but a person did. "Oh, Your Highness, you're here." That's right, the person who came was Li Shaogong, the commandery prince of Hejian. When Li Zishuan received the servant's report and went downstairs to the living room, Li Shaogong was already sitting on the tiger-skin sofa and looking at the furnishings in the room curiously. "Ah. Little Xian, this courtyard of yours is rather interesting." Seeing Li Zishuan come, Li Shaogong nodded and said with a smile. Li Zishuan ordered the servant to serve tea and sat down next to him. He said casually, "Your Highness, this is just my unintentional work. It's not presentable." Li Shaogong shook his head and didn't say anything. He looked at the other places in the room and said, You're being modest in front of me now? This is not like you. Although the style of this courtyard is novel, it has its own rules and regulations. It's not something that can be built casually. Obviously, you've spent a lot of effort on it. And the furniture in the room is unique and comfortable. You still know how to enjoy life." Li Zishuan wasn't angry at all after being criticized by Li Shaogong. Instead, he said with a smile, "If Your Highness likes it, why don't I give you a courtyard like this?" Li Shaogong was very tempted, but he still shook his head after thinking about it. He said, "I won't accept a reward for nothing. I won't take your house for nothing." Speaking of this, he picked up the teacup brought by the servant girl and took 2 sips of tea. He continued, "When I just came here, I passed by Yanhuang College and saw the buildings in the distance. The style is quite similar to your courtyard. This queen entered the academy and saw that the students were all wearing the same clothes and were training. Although he couldn't tell what these training items were, this group of weak scholars was actually able to do such neat movements. It was really beyond this king's expectations. Handing Huairen to you before I set out to sea was the right choice." Li Zishuan thought to himself. Although Li Shaogong usually yelled at Li Huairen, his concern for his son was not vague at all. He had just returned from the sea and couldn't wait to come to Yanhuang College to see Li Huairen's situation. Perhaps this was deep fatherly love. "Your Highness is too kind," Li Zishuan said politely. Li Shaogong waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say any more. This prince should indeed thank you for this matter. Compared to before, Huairen is much more sensible. In the future, he will continue to stay at Yanhuang College." Li Zishuan naturally had no reason to refuse. The two chatted for a while, and the topic turned to the sneak attack at sea. Speaking of that sea battle, this prince is somewhat sorry. You entrusted Meng Yuliang to this prince, but who would have thought that he would almost die at sea that night? This prince was thoughtless. Li Shaogong said apologetically. "Your Highness, what are you saying? The weather is unpredictable, and people are uncertain. Some things, no matter how prepared you are, will always be unexpected. Fortunately, Meng Yuliang is fine. This is the best outcome. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to face that child Meng Wenhao." Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. "Oh, right. Dare I ask Your Highness, just what was the identity of the mysterious expert who saved Meng Yuliang that night?" According to previous intelligence, Li Zishuan only knew that Meng Yuliang had been saved by a mysterious expert at the critical moment, but he had no idea who that expert was, which was why he asked this question. Li Shaogong suddenly fell silent. After a long silence, he said, "This prince cannot reveal that person's identity. If fate wills it, you should be able to meet him in a few days. What this prince can tell you is that this person is extremely skilled in martial arts and is one of the top experts in the world. When this prince entered Fainio capital alone, he was by my side. The identity of the dragon-bearded guest was hard to say. After all, he was the man who had fought for the world with Lier. Although he had taken the initiative to withdraw in the end, he had still violated some taboos, which was why Li Shaogong was being so vague. Hearing him say this, Li Zishuan became even more curious. At the same time, he pondered in his heart. In the world today, how many people could be called top experts? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of a reason, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Since your highness does not wish to reveal it, this child will quietly wait at home for that person to come as a guest. Li Shaogong chuckled. After chatting a little longer with Li Zishuan, he got up and bid farewell. But not long after he left, the villa welcomed another guest. It was Wang Renbiao. Hey! Today's guests really come in waves. Li Zishuan quietly said to himself. Little Xian, congratulations. Congratulations on being made a marquis. The moment Wang Renbiao entered the room, he cupped his hands in congratulations. To tell the truth, Li Zishuan's meteoric rise had surprised both him and his father. Half a year ago, this young man had just returned to Chang and from the mountains, but half a year later, he had become the Marquis of the Great Tang. The fickleness of the world truly made one sigh with emotion. Thank you very much. Renbiao, come in and have a seat. Seeing Wang Renbiao, Li Zishuan suddenly remembered that he was looking for him for something. It was about rubber, so he hurriedly went forward to greet him. Little Xian, I came to find you because you asked me to send someone to help you find rubber. Sure enough, Wang Renbiao sat down and went straight to the point. Li Zishuan hurriedly got up and asked excitedly, how is it? Did you find it? Wang Renbiao smiled and said, this thing is really difficult to find. The steward of the Wang family's fleet led people to search for at least a dozen island countries. Finally, on a long island in the South China Sea, they found a forest with tree trunks that could flow white sap. But the trees there were much thicker than what you described before. Basically, one person couldn't hold it. Later, the steward of the Wang family's fleet released all the sap from the trees in the forest and transported it back to the ship. Now, it's all at the dock. Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He realized that today was really his lucky day. Good things were happening one after another. That's great, that's great. I didn't expect you to really find rubber. Renbiao, you've helped me a lot this time. Let's go and have a look now. Li Zishuan stood up and said eagerly. Chapter 792. According to modern historians, rubber was originally produced in the Brazilian Amazon rainforest. Later, when Columbus returned from America, he brought rubber back to Europe. Later, with the beginning of the British colonial era, they introduced rubber trees to Southeast Asia and opened plantations there to produce rubber. Therefore, according to modern history books, it was impossible for rubber trees to appear in Southeast Asia during the Tang dynasty. However, the reason why Li Zishuan asked the Wang family's fleet to help him find rubber trees was because he was betting. He was betting that there were wild rubber trees in Southeast Asia a long time ago. Southeast Asia's unique climate conditions were too suitable for rubber trees to grow. This could be seen from a set of data. Although rubber trees originated from Brazil, in modern times, Southeast Asia accounted for more than 90% of the world's natural rubber production, while Brazil accounted for less than 1%. The reason for this pattern, in addition to specific historical conditions, was also inseparable from Southeast Asia's unique climate conditions. Therefore, Li Zishuan guessed that there were wild rubber trees in Southeast Asia before the Tang dynasty or even longer. Later, they went extinct for some reason. When the British colonists introduced rubber from Brazil to Southeast Asia, the world thought that rubber originated from Brazil. He had to admit that the reason why he had this kind of wishful thinking was because he was desperate. After all, the Tang dynasty did not have a fleet that could cross the Pacific Ocean and reach America. But fortunately, his wishful thinking turned out to be true. The Wang family's fleet really found wild rubber in Southeast Asia. How could this not make him ecstatic? At this time, he did not care about waiting at home for the imperial edict. He directly urged Wang Renbiao to follow him to the dock. Therefore, the tragic Wang Renbiao, who had just entered the house, did not even warm up on the stool. No, he did not even warm up on the sofa before he was called out again. Here, the rubber is still in the wooden bucket. It's still on the ship. Xiao Xian, wait a moment. I'll get someone to find a small boat and bring you to the big ship to take a look. When they arrived at the dock, Wang Renbiao pointed to a few large ships on the river with the Wang family's flag and said, Thank you for your trouble. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and thanked him. Wang Renbiao smiled and turned to leave. Li Zishuan observed the scene at the docks. Compared to the morning, there were a lot fewer people and ships. The 500 search ships of the imperial court were all gone. It seemed like Xiao Yu and Yen Lide had already made arrangements. Most of the official ships were probably already on their way to Luoyang. Although the official ships had been arranged, the task of the two big shots of the imperial court was not over yet. They still needed to arrange for officials on the spot to levy taxes on the merchant ships that had participated in the southern sea trade. This job was not easy. The two old fellows were setting up tables on the pier to serve as a temporary office. There wasn't even a canopy above their heads. Compared to some people in the future, these two old fellows' outfits were really shabby. However, they were the real public servants of the people and deserved everyone's respect. Uncle Yen, Elder Xiao. The two of you are still busy. Li Zishuan walked over and greeted the two out of respect for the revolutionaries of the older generation who were really doing practical things. Yo! Little Xian, you're here. I heard that you were conferred the title of Marquis by His Majesty in the morning court. Congratulations. Hearing this, Yen Lide raised his head and said with a smile. He knew that his son, Yen Xiaoning, seemed to have a girlfriend in the academy. Although the other party wasn't a daughter of a prestigious family, she was the daughter of the current generation's Mo family. This identity was nothing to other families, but to the Yen family, which was a family of engineers, it was a big deal. In general, Yen Lide approved of this marriage. He knew that his son was obsessed with construction machinery all day long and was like a blockhead. He didn't expect that his son would actually find a partner now. This made Yen Lide happy and grateful to Li Zishuan. Xiao Yu nodded and smiled at Li Zishuan as a greeting. Thank you, Uncle Yen. The title of Marquis is just His Majesty's favor. Li Zishuan replied with a smile. Then, he used his hand to fan his face and said to Yen Lide and Xiao Yu, It's such a hot day. Why don't the two of you get someone to set up a shed? If something bad happens to the sun, it will be a great loss to the Tang Empire. Sigh, we don't have the time. Yen Lide sighed. He pointed to the endless boats on the river and said, That's not the case. The official boats of the imperial court are fine. Most of them have turned around and headed to Luoyang. However, there are more than 1,000 civilian boats. It's very troublesome to calculate the value of the goods on their boats. Almost all the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs are here today. Even so, it's unlikely that all the boats will be able to unload before dark. When Li Zishuan heard this, he also felt that the amount of work Yen Lide and Xiao Yu were facing was too large. The old officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs were using more traditional calculation methods, and the speed of their calculations was simply too slow. Although Li Er had issued a decree a few months ago to promote the new type of mathematics throughout the country, in the face of a new knowledge, it would always take some time to accept and digest it. Some people were older, and their ability to accept new knowledge was worse, so the speed at which they absorbed it was slower. We can't go on like this. Uncle Yen, Elder Xiao, I'll get someone to set up a few sheds for you. I'll also send some ice and cold water over. Otherwise, it'll be bad if you get a heatstroke. Li Zishuan said as he wiped his sweat. Yen Lide and Xiao Yu didn't have the time to do this, but he did. Seeing two old men over 50 silently contributing to the country under the scorching sun, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. But it was precisely because of people like them that the Great Tang would gradually grow stronger until it was invincible. The two old men smiled and didn't refuse Li Zishuan's good intentions. The officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs who were busy calculating the accounts seemed to have heard this conversation. At this moment, they couldn't help but write even more cheerfully. Marquis Yong, this old man heard that you have a group of students who are rather proficient in calculation. Why don't you call them over to help you? Xiao Yu raised his head and smiled at Li Zishuan. Ever since the imperial court had introduced the new type of mathematics, he had privately studied the mathematics textbook that Li Zishuan had compiled. Even someone as picky as him had to admit that the new type of mathematics had an incomparable advantage in calculating speed. That was why he had said this now. Li Zishuan froze for a moment, then bitterly smiled and said, "Elder Xiao, it's not that this little one isn't willing to cooperate, but that group of students of mine is still undergoing military training at the academy. They can't leave." Chapter 793. If it was in the past, Li Zishuan wouldn't have minded his students coming over to help Xiao Yu settle the score. On the contrary, he would have been more than happy to do so because it could give his students some social experience. After all, Yanhuang Academy cultivated practical talents. But now, Cheng Yaojin was probably brutally training the students, but he went to call the students away. How could this be? It's an emergency, so it won't take up too much of their time. Presumably, missing half a day of training won't have much of an impact on the students, right? Regarding the military training at Yanhuang College, the ministers in the imperial court more or less knew a little about it. Some of them even went to watch it live. Xiao Yu had also been there. It was undeniable that when they saw a group of weak scholars marching in an orderly formation on the field and shouting loud slogans, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Starting from the Western Zhou dynasty, the official courses were divided into national studies and local studies. There were also primary school and university levels. The university level used the 6 arts as the standard curriculum. Etiquette, music, archery, driving, calligraphy, and mathematics were the 6 basic skills that students needed to master. Archery and driving were the most primitive forms of military training in ancient times. The teachers were usually directly appointed by military officers. During the Qin and Han dynasties, the importance of military training for students gradually decreased, and the military training in schools began to decline. As Confucianism was regarded as orthodox, the 6 arts became the 6 classics of Confucianism. The content of military education disappeared, and the function of military training weakened into a ritual program. During the Sui dynasty, martial arts and literature began to greatly reduce military equipment. The focus of national education changed from martial arts to literature, and the imperial examination gradually began to become mainstream. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the national policy of emphasizing martial arts in wartime and literature in peacetime was established. At this time, the method of selecting scholars was still biased towards the imperial examination. The school became an accessory to the imperial examination, and military training was abolished. In addition, Confucianism began to germinate, and gradually the educational concept of emphasizing reading over practice and meditation over activities gradually formed. During the Empress Wu Zetian, the civil and military examinations were separated. The civil and military examinations were not tested on martial arts. In order to obtain fame, the students had no time to study military courses, and military training was gradually abandoned. Therefore, even though he was shocked, Xiao Yu still disapproved of Yanhuang College's military training. However, the college was run by Li Zishuan. As an outsider, he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, he didn't raise any objections from beginning to end. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Of course, missing half a day of military training wouldn't affect the students much. However, today's timing was a little special. Old Cheng had just gone to the academy in the afternoon. He could imagine that the group of brats in class 1 of the academy were probably in so much pain under old Cheng's evil claws that they wished they were dead. If he went to pull the students over, old Cheng would definitely go crazy. Elder Xiao, missing half a day of military training is of course not a big deal. However, today is a little special. Lu Guogong is conducting special training for the students. If I were to disturb them at this time, I'm afraid it would be very inconvenient. When Xiao Yu heard this, he immediately blew his beard and glared. Outrageous! Is Qingjijia's special training more important than collecting business taxes for the imperial court? Go and get the students to come over. If Qingjijia isn't convinced, he can come and reason with me. Li Zishuan suddenly felt helpless. Since he had already said this, he had to be a living bodhisattva today and rescue the students who were in deep trouble. Ahem, Elder Xiao, please wait a moment. I'll send someone to the courtyard to inform the students to come over. Yanhuang College. As Li Zishuan expected, ever since Cheng Yaojin, the big devil, came to the academy in the afternoon, the students' training suddenly increased by more than 50%. Today's weather was so hot, but the students of each class could still be seen running tirelessly on the field. Large beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. The camouflage uniforms on their bodies looked as if they had just been fished out of the water. A gentle twist could probably wring out water. Cheng Yaojin held a bamboo stick and followed behind the students of Class 1 as if he was herding sheep. Huff, huff. I'm so tired. You say, Hi Duke Lu, don't you know how to rest at home if you have nothing better to do? Why did you come to the academy to join in the fun? Sigh, if only father could cancel the rest period. Yes, just temporarily. Let us endure this period of military training first. The little fatty was sweating profusely on the field. As he ran, the fat on his body jiggled. Therefore, according to the theory of physics, if he ran the same distance, he would need to do more work and consume more energy. In addition, his foundation was weak to begin with. Naturally, he would be more tired than others. At this time, Li Tai wiped the sweat on his forehead and muttered in his heart. It couldn't be helped. Old Devil Cheng was really too abnormal. When he came in the afternoon, he made them run as if their lives depended on it. Those who couldn't run were directly thrown into the small dark room to fend for themselves. He was simply too cruel. General Cheng, General Cheng. At this time, there was a shout from the back of the team. Turn right. Enter the field. Cheng Yaojin looked back and saw Mo Zhong running in his direction. He led the students from the track into the field and then shouted again, Stop. The students of Class 1 immediately stopped in their tracks. What's the matter? Can't you see that I'm in the middle of military training? Cheng Yaojin turned around and glanced at Mo Zhong as he said with some dissatisfaction. General Cheng, Yamacho asked someone to send a message. He wants a class of students who are proficient in arithmetic to temporarily stop their military training and go to the pier outside Plum Village to wait for orders. Mo Zhong felt a little guilty when old Devil Cheng looked at him like this. However, he still relayed Li Zishuan's order. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he began to look at Mo Zhong strangely. If he didn't know him well, he would have suspected that Mo Zhong was a spy sent by a student to deliberately spread false information. Why does Xiao Xian want students who are proficient in arithmetic? Mo Zhong cupped his fists and said, I don't know. I only heard that it was the order of the Minister of Civil Affairs, Elder Xiao. That old fox Xiao Yu? Cheng Yaojin frowned and didn't say anything. The eyes of the students on the field suddenly lit up. Their chance had come. As long as it wasn't military training, they were willing to do anything. Moreover, they had to know arithmetic and he was the Minister of Civil Affairs. This meant that this job must be related to accounting. In this case, they had to go. Quickly agree, quickly agree. Accounting makes me happy. This king wants to go and settle accounts. Li Tai stood upright and looked at Cheng Yaojin's back from the corner of his eyes as he madly muttered in his heart. As if he had heard his thoughts, Cheng Yaojin paused for a moment and said, "Then let them go first. I'll go and train the students of Class 2 in the afternoon." The students of Class 1 were ecstatic when they heard this. However, they were afraid that extreme joy would lead to sorrow, so they didn't shout out loud. At this moment, they were extremely grateful to Xiaoyu, the Minister of Civil Affairs. Chapter 794. On the pier. Li Zishuan was talking to Yan Lide and the others when Wang Renbiao came back. He first greeted the two leaders of the imperial court, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Little Xian, I've already prepared the small boat. I'll take you to the big ship to see the goods." Okay. Li Zishuan nodded and was about to leave with Wang Renbiao when Xiaoyu suddenly said, "Marquis Yong, do you have goods on the Wang family's ship?" Li Zishuan didn't know what Xiaoyu meant. He turned around and answered, "Yes, before the imperial court's fleet went south, I asked Renbiao to help me bring back some specialties from Nanyang." Xiaoyu twirled his beard and laughed, "Huh. That's great. You can ask your students to help you settle the accounts. I'll let your goods reach the shore earlier. Take it as repayment." Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect Xiaoyu to open the back door for him. This was good too. He didn't have to wait for half a day at the pier. Thank you, Elder Xiao." Li Zishuan thanked Xiaoyu, then followed Wang Renbiao onto the boat and went to the Wang family's main fleet. "Xiao Xian, come and take a look. Is this the rubber you need?" The boat followed the Ba River and rode for more than a mile before reaching the Wang family's fleet. From this, one could see how many ships were waiting to dock. If Xiaoyu didn't open the back door for Li Zishuan, they would have to wait for an entire afternoon. After boarding a large ship, Wang Renbiao said to Li Zishuan behind him. Li Zishuan responded, his heart full of anticipation. Many modern industrial products required rubber, and he really needed it. A person who seemed to be in charge of the ship led the two of them into the cabin. They saw that the huge cabin was filled with rows and rows of wooden barrels. "Young master, Marquis, this is the rubber we brought back from Nanyang. Please take a look." The guide bowed and smiled at Wang Renbiao and Li Zishuan. At this time, Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to exchange pleasantries with others. He took a big stride and arrived in front of a wooden barrel. He deftly opened the lid and saw that it was filled with a white glue-like liquid. When he sniffed it carefully, he could smell a faint fragrance. What else could this be but natural rubber? Oh, no, it should be called natural latex. In Li Zishuan's previous life, when he was in university, one of his university classmates opened a factory that produced latex pillows and mattresses. The rich second generation generally liked to show off. When he was in his second year of university, that guy invited everyone in his class to visit his factory. That was the first time Li Zishuan saw what natural latex looked like. It was also from that visit that Li Zishuan learned that natural latex didn't have a pungent smell. Instead, it had a faint fragrance. Some people bought natural latex pillows from the internet, but when they bought them, they would come back with a pungent smell. This meant that you bought a fake product. It was synthetic rubber, not natural. "Little Xian, how is it? Is this the rubber you need?" Wang Renbiao asked worriedly when he saw Li Zishuan staring at the wooden barrel for a long time without saying anything. Yes, this is rubber. This is the rubber I need." Li Zishuan recovered from his chaotic thoughts. His voice was unusually excited. "Renbiao, it's all thanks to you this time. How much rubber did you bring back in total?" From his voice, Wang Renbiao could hear a trace of expectation. This made Wang Renbiao a little surprised. One must know that this young man in front of him held a high position at such a young age. Moreover, he had a huge family fortune. It was really hard to understand that he had something to look forward to. Wang Renbiao looked at the manager beside him, indicating that he should answer this question. The middle-aged manager didn't dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan and said, replying to Marquis, "We found the rubber on the island. The island was full of rubber trees. We filled 20 boats, but we didn't finish loading them. However, in order to not fall behind the team, we only brought back 20 boats of rubber. Each boat was loaded with about 50,000 pounds of rubber. If each boat was 50,000 pounds, 20 boats would be 1 million pounds. Li Zishuan's breathing suddenly became hurried. 1 million pounds, that was more than 500 tons. I'm rich. I'm rich. There were only 3 words in Li Zishuan's mind right now, and that was to strike it rich. Such a huge amount of rubber was enough for him to do a lot of things. That's great. Renbiao, I won't beat around the bush, but I'll remember this kindness. I'll have someone send the money to your house now. Get someone to row these boats upstream for another 3 li. That's the new workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion. Just move the rubber there. According to the original agreement, if the Wang family's fleet found rubber in Nanyang, Li Zishuan would have to pay 400 strings of cash for each boat of rubber. Of course, the 400 strings of cash was a price of friendship. Because a boat of spices from Nanyang would definitely cost more than 400 strings of cash. The main reason was that Wang Renbiao was looking for Li Zishuan to buy a large number of compasses to ensure the safety of the Wang family's fleet. It could also be said that it was an exchange of interests. Huh, Xiao, you're too kind. Wang Renbiao replied with a smile. At the same time, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After this incident, the relationship between the Wang family and Li Zishuan was even stronger. This was more valuable than anything else. After all, this young man in front of him had become a founding marquis before the age of 15. His future achievements were simply immeasurable. After exiting the cabin, Wang Renbiao ordered the steward on the boat to start sailing. They bypassed the boats in front of them and headed straight for the dock. Such a blatant act of cutting in line would, of course, anger some people. However, after seeing that it was the merchant ship of the Wang family of Taiyuan, most people shut their mouths. The reputation of the Wang family of Taiyuan was not just for show. There were also people who weren't afraid of the Wang family of Taiyuan. However, after seeing Li Zishuan at the bow of the boat, they all hesitated. After a while, 20 fleets full of rubber arrived at the front and began to dock. Xiao Yu was a man of his word. He had already sent officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs to wait at the dock to calculate the total value of the goods on board. Perhaps it was because Li Zishuan had now been promoted to a marquis, or perhaps it was because Li Zishuan had sent people to set up sheds for the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs at the dock and even sent ice cubes and iced water. The officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs who came to receive the goods were so enthusiastic that Li Zishuan was a little uncomfortable. However, facing the buckets of white gelatinous liquid on board, the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs who came to receive the goods couldn't help but feel troubled. How should they value this stuff? How much should they charge? Chapter 795. Marquis, what is this thing? How much should we tax it according to the market price? The middle-aged official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs looked at the white latex in the wooden bucket in the cabin. He reached in and touched it, then put his hand next to his nose and sniffed it. In the end, he still couldn't recognize what it was, so he walked behind Li Zishuan and asked with an awkward expression. Oh, I call this thing rubber. As for the market price, I really don't know. After all, this thing has never appeared in Chang'an City. Li Zishuan didn't make things difficult for the official and answered truthfully. This. According to the rules, we have to collect tax based on 10% of the total value of the goods. What should we do now? The middle-aged official suddenly frowned and said. Li Zishuan glanced in the direction of Yan Lide and Xiao Yu, then smiled and said, if you can't make up your mind, go and ask Elder Xiao. However, I can give you a reference price. I bought this rubber from the Wang family's fleet. It's 400 strings of coins per ship. Alright, you can go and ask. He didn't mind paying more or less tax, but it was obvious that he was following the rules. If he paid more or less, what would the people behind him do? Yes, this official understands. Thank you, Marquis, for your advice. The middle-aged official cupped his hands to Li Zishuan, then turned and left. Not long after, he turned back. Marquis, Elder Xiao said that the tax will be based on the price you bought the rubber from the Wang family. In fact, Xiao Yu knew very well that since Li Zishuan valued rubber so much, it meant that its value was definitely extraordinary. At least, it was definitely worth more than 400 strings of coins per ship. But so what if he understood? Only Li Zishuan could make use of this thing's value. The others didn't even know how to use it, so it was difficult to appraise its actual value. It was better to be straightforward and do Li Zishuan a favor at the same time. Alright, send someone up to take a look. There are a total of 20 ships worth 8,000 strings of coins, which is the tax of 800 strings of coins. If there's no problem, I'll write you a note later. You can take this note directly to Yunshan to get the money. Li Zishuan smiled without batting an eyelid, then said to the middle-aged official. In his heart, he was thinking that Elder Xiao was quite considerate. At least he didn't help just now. Yes, Marquis. Please wait here for a moment. This official sends someone to check the ships. The middle-aged official responded and went to arrange it. It didn't take long for the inspection to be completed. Li Zishuan wrote him a note for 800 strings of coins and asked him to go to Yunshan Villa to get the money. He wouldn't carry so much money with him. He wasn't crazy. The fleet full of rubber left the dock and sailed upstream along the Bar River. As soon as Li Zishuan got off the ship, he saw a group of students in camouflage uniforms coming from the north. Who else could it be other than Li Tai and Ching Chumo? Yamacho. Yamacho. What orders do you have for us to come here? The group of students also saw Li Zishuan. They immediately rushed over and asked. Li Tai didn't say anything. The little fatty was so hot that he was panting. Besides, he also knew why Li Zishuan called them over. Didn't they see so many officials at the dock burying their heads in writing? Anyway, for him, escaping from Cheng Yaojin's evil clutches was the best thing to do. Meng Wenhao looked at the densely packed ships on the river. His face was full of excitement, but there was also a trace of uncertainty in his eyes. At this time, Li Zishuan looked at the students and smiled. The fleet that was previously organized by the imperial court to go south has returned today. His Majesty ordered the Ministry of Civil Affairs to collect tax from all the ships. Because the amount of money involved is huge, it's more troublesome to calculate. Elder Xiao wants you to come over and help collect the tax as soon as possible so that these ships can dock and unload as soon as possible. As soon as Li Zishuan's voice fell, the students suddenly became excited. Many of them were familiar with accounting, because a few months ago, when Yanhuang Academy was being built, they also went to help for a while. Most of them were at the construction site to help Yan Xiaoning calculate the materials, consumption, and so on. When Meng Wenhao heard Li Zishuan say that these ships were the fleet that went south, his body finally couldn't help but tremble. This was because he knew that his father was in one of the ships on the river. After so long, it was the first time that he and his father were so close to each other. He really wanted to find his father right now, but where could he find him with so many ships? Moreover, he still hadn't completed the task that Li Zishuan gave them. Mother! Quick, look! Isn't that my brother? Not far away, among the group of people who were welcoming their relatives and friends, a little girl suddenly accused the group of students in camouflage clothing behind them and said to the middle-aged woman beside her. Yaya, don't talk nonsense. Your brother is still studying at the academy. The middle-aged woman didn't believe her. She patted her daughter's little head and said. This pair of mother and daughter were Meng Wenhao's mother and Yaya. Mother, that's really my brother. Yaya didn't lie to you. Unexpectedly, after being reprimanded, Yaya still pulled Meng Wenhao's mother and said. Meng Wenhao's mother turned around suspiciously. When she looked in the direction of her daughter's finger, she was suddenly stunned. On the other side, Li Zixuan brought more than 40 students from Class 1 to Xiao Yu's place. Xiao Yu personally assigned them tasks. Li Zixuan seemed to have noticed Meng Wenhao's abnormal mood. He walked over and patted the latter's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Your father has profited from this disaster. Your family's good days are coming soon. After the Feng Jihua's fleet docks, you can leave first to reunite with your father. But don't forget to return to the academy before dark." Meng Wenhao obviously didn't know that his father had been promoted to an official, but this didn't stop him from being grateful to Li Zixuan. "Thank you, Yamacho." He clasped his fists at Li Zixuan excitedly. The waiting time was always long. At around 5 in the afternoon, it was the Feng Jihua's fleet's turn to dock. Meng Wenhao's eyes were sharp. He took the initiative to follow the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to welcome them. After a while, he saw the man on the ship whose blood was thicker than water. "Father," because the weather was too hot, Meng Yuliang was shirtless at the moment. In this way, the dozens of scars on his body were exposed. When Meng Wenhao saw them, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but sour. Why are you here? And Yaya, Yulan, why are you all here?" It was Meng Wenhao's mother and daughter. At this moment, when they saw the Feng Jihua's fleet docking, they also followed. The family that had been separated for nearly 5 months was now reunited at the murky harbor. Chapter 796. Not far from the dock of the Bar River, there was a tea shed. It was specially designed for merchants to rest and quench their thirst. A few hundred steps to the east, one could see some restaurants, shops, grocery stores and so on. It was like a small market dedicated to the dock of the Bar River. "Husband, the injuries on your body." In the shabby tea shed, Meng Wenhao's family of 4 was sitting around a tea table. When Meng Wenhao's mother saw her husband gulping down 2 bowls of herbal tea, a trace of heartache flashed through her eyes. She paused for a moment before asking. In fact, according to Feng Jihua's original intention, Meng Yuliang could take his wife and children directly home for a reunion, but Meng Yuliang refused because the goods on Feng Jihua's ship had not been unloaded. He felt that he could not leave yet. However, he did not want his family to suffer with him, so he led his wife and children to the tea shed next to him to rest for a while. After that, he planned to go back alone and continue to work. At this time, hearing his wife's words of deep concern, Meng Yuliang hurriedly interrupted, "Those are just some minor injuries. It doesn't get in the way. When going out, how could there not be any bumps and bruises? Don't make a fuss and scare the children." He did not intend to tell his family about the encounter with the pirates at sea. Even if it was dangerous at the time, now that he had returned safely, what was the point of mentioning it? Mentioning it would only make his family worry. There was no benefit at all. But he did not know that Meng Wenhao, who was sitting quietly on the side, already knew the complete story. "Father, after you come back this time, don't go out to sea again, okay? The sea is stormy and there are many bad people. It is easy to encounter danger. Although it is said that wealth comes from danger, your son can now support himself and the family. Don't take the risk of going out to sea again, okay?" When Meng Wenhao saw that his father was deliberately covering up the scars on his body, he instantly understood what his father was planning. Considering his mother and sister's tolerance, he didn't expose his father's lie on the spot. However, what he said hinted at something. Meng Yuliang heard this and looked at his son with some uncertainty. What did he mean by, "The sea is stormy and there are many bad people"? Did his son know about the pirate attack that night? That was impossible. Logically speaking, his son was just a commoner. How could he receive news from the sea? "All right, I promise you." Looking deeply at Meng Wenhao, Meng Yuliang replied with a firm expression. He had just escaped death not long ago, so he knew better than anyone else the dangers of the sea. To be honest, after experiencing this life and death crisis, he didn't want to go out to sea again. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, but he was afraid that no one would take care of his wife and children after he died. Oh. Great. That's great. Daddy finally doesn't have to be away from home for so long in the future. Otherwise, Yaya will think badly of you. Of course, Yaya couldn't understand the code between her brother and her father, but she could understand that her father would never go out to sea again. Just this point alone was enough to make the little girl happy for a long time. Huh. Is that so? Yaya misses Daddy that much? Hearing his daughter's innocent words, Meng Yuliang laughed in a carefree mood. Yes, yes. Yaya missed Daddy a lot when Daddy wasn't around. Yaya nodded and said crisply. Huh. Daddy also misses Yaya. Yaya, wait for me. Daddy will bring you delicious food this time. I'll give it to you when we get home tonight. It was said that a daughter was her father's lover in his previous life. This point was really not wrong. Meng Yuliang wanted his son to succeed, but he doted on his daughter endlessly. He stroked Yaya's little head and laughed heartily. After all, the little girl was still young. Hearing that her father brought her delicious food, her two little eyes suddenly curved into a small crescent moon. She sweetly said, "Thank you, Daddy." Meng Yuliang smiled, then stood up and prepared to go back to the dock to work. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion from the docks. The few of them followed the sound and saw 4 people dressed in green, round-necked, narrow-sleeved robes. They seemed to be the eunuchs of the palace. Where is Meng Yuliang? Where is Meng Yuliang? Come quickly to receive the decree. Faintly, Meng Yuliang seemed to hear the leader of the eunuchs calling out his name. He wondered if he had misheard, or if there just happened to be someone with the same name and surname as him on the docks. Otherwise, how could a nobody like him enter the eyes of the nobles in the palace? Father, they seem to be calling you. Obviously, Meng Wenhao also noticed the situation there. He pulled Meng Yuliang's sleeve and said. At this moment, the words that Li Zishuan had said to him half an hour ago suddenly echoed in his mind. Your father has profited from a disaster this time. Your family's good days are about to come. After a while, when Feng Jihua's fleet docks, you can leave first to reunite with your father. But don't forget to return to the academy before dark. Profited from this disaster? Good days? Eunuchs in the palace? Connecting all the signs together, Meng Wenhao's heart suddenly had a bold idea. Oh no, it should be a bold guess. How is this possible? I guess they are not calling me father. Meng Yuliang heard his son say so. He was shocked and doubtful, and stuttered. Father, it's you. Look, that's the Yamacho's people coming here. I think they are calling you over. Meng Wenhao's eyes were sharp and saw Mo Zhong rushing over. He could not help but confirm the guess in his heart. Master Meng, the angels are coming. Quickly go and receive the edict. Just as they were talking, Mo Zhong had already run over and said in a hurried tone. Meng Yuliang trembled and quickly waved his hand. I am not a master. You can just call me Yuliang. But when he heard the second half of Mo Zhong's sentence, he could not help but be stunned. Those eunuchs were really here to find him? And they were going to give him an imperial edict? A peasant like him was going to receive an imperial edict one day? Why did it feel like a dream? Father, don't worry, it must be a good thing. Go quickly. Don't be late and let the angels wait impatiently. Meng Wenhao saw his father in a daze and quickly went forward to push him and urged him. Oh. Good. Father will go right away. Meng Yuliang returned to his senses and hurriedly followed Mo Zhong towards the docks to receive the imperial edict that had descended from the heavens. Chapter 797. "Oh, Marquis! Why are you still here?" Meng Yuliang and Meng Wenhao had just walked to the dock when they heard the eunuch shouting at Li Zishuan. "Marquis?" When Meng Yuliang and Meng Wenhao heard how the eunuch addressed Li Zishuan, they couldn't help but be surprised. They secretly wondered when Li Zishuan became Marquis. One of them had just returned after drifting on the sea for several months, while the other had received closed military training in the academy. They had no way to know about the news from the outside world, so they didn't know that Li Zishuan had been conferred the title of Marquis today. His Majesty conferred Yamacho the title of Marquis of Yong, and in the morning court. This news had already spread by noon. Although the father and son of the Meng family spoke softly, Mo Zhong was a martial arts expert in the Qi transformation realm, so he naturally heard it clearly. Therefore, he explained to the two in a low voice. "Yamacho has been conferred the title of Marquis? That's really great." Meng Wenhao was sincerely happy. Although Li Zishuan was strict with his students, he was always full of kindness behind his sternness. The other students of Yanhuang College might not know this, but the group of students who used to study in the mathematics school all wanted Li Zishuan to be well. At this time, Li Zishuan asked, "What does this little eunuch mean? If I'm not here, where should I go?" The little eunuch hurriedly trotted to Li Zishuan's side with a flattering face and said, "Marquis, Steward Zhao left the palace with us to deliver the decree. He's probably looking for you all over the Yunshan mountain right now. Quickly go back and receive the decree." Li Zishuan suddenly realized that the official decree to confer him the title of Marquis of Yong hadn't been issued yet. Therefore, he bid farewell to Yen Lide and Xiaoyu, and told Li Tai and the rest to work hard and not be lazy. Only then did he get on his horse and gallop towards the Yunshan mountain. The crowd at the dock all knew that Li Zishuan had been conferred the title of Marquis after hearing the explanations of some insiders. Heartfelt congratulations immediately filled the air. "Li Xiannan has been conferred the title of Marquis, this is really great." "Yes, Li Xiannan, oh, no, it should be Marquis. Marquis of Yong, and so kind and considerate of the common people should be conferred the title of Marquis and have a long life." "Yes. With Marquis Yong the Marquis? Who knows, maybe it will be our family's turn. Look, compared to our villages Marquis ours compared to heaven and earth." "Yes. It's just that I don't know how big Marquis Yong and's fief is. It would be great if my family could become one of his farmers." What this person said was exactly what the others were hoping for. Li Zishuan was already famous for treating the people of his fief well. The Marquis of the Han village and Marquis of Plum village were now rich and had become the model villages of the villages near Chang'an city. They were often talked about with great interest, and of course, were also the targets of envy. "Heh, I know this. Marquis Yong and's fief is in Lantian County, and there are 600 households living there. Our Lu village is definitely in there, haha. In the future, the farmers of the Lu village will also be able to live good lives. 600 households? His Majesty is truly generous to Marquis Yong. One must know that Duke of Lu Cheng Yaojin only had 700 households living in his fief, Duke of Yiqin Xiong also had 700 households living in his fief, Duke of Wei Lijing only had 400 households living in his fief, and Li Zishuan, as a marquis, actually had 600 households living in his fief. Among the marquises of the Great Tang Empire, Li Zishuan's fief was definitely at the forefront. One must know that it was 600 households living there. What did 600 households mean? It meant that in the future, Li Zishuan would truly be sitting on thousands of acres of fertile land and become a super landlord. In the future, even if he didn't do anything, he would still be able to live a life of extravagance. Why is it in Lantian County and not in Xinfeng County? There is no hope for our stone village now. Instantly, there were sounds of regret from the surroundings. Meng Yuliang, listen to the imperial edict. After seeing Li Zishuan leave, the little eunuch looked at the father and son of the Meng family standing at the side and then shouted with a sharp voice. Meng Youliang's father was so excited that he almost knelt down. Fortunately, Meng Wenhao knew the rules and knew that he didn't need to kneel down to receive the imperial edict. He quickly pulled his father and the two of them faced the direction of the imperial palace and bowed. Meng Youliang said in a trembling voice, "Meng Youliang respectfully listens to the imperial edict." The surrounding people turned their attention back to the two of them. They looked at Meng Youliang and his father with a trace of doubt in their eyes. Obviously, they didn't understand why Li Er would give an imperial edict to a commoner. The emperor of the Great Tang Empire decrees, Meng Youliang, the crew member of the southbound fleet, loudly warned at the critical moment when the fleet was attacked and prevented the merchant ship from falling into the hands of the bandits. Moreover, your loyalty and bravery are unparalleled. At the moment of life and death, you forcefully changed the direction of the burning ship and saved the main fleet. I have decided to confer you the title of Xianxia Commandant of the 8th rank and reward you with 100,000 yuan and 100 bolts of silk and satin. Imperial Edict. As the little eunuch's voice fell, the crowd was in an uproar. The man in front of them, who looked incomparably humble, was actually conferred the title of Xianxia Commandant of the 8th rank by the emperor. This made countless people envious and jealous. The person involved, Meng Youliang, was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would be conferred the title of an official. Official, for the previous Meng Youliang, was so far away. He only hoped that his son would study hard and in the future, he would be able to enter the imperial court as an official. He never thought that he would be one step ahead of his son to become an official. How is this possible? He is just a peasant who doesn't know how to read and write. Meng Youliang's mother, who was worried about her husband, came to observe. At this moment, after hearing the imperial edict, on one hand, she was shocked that her husband was conferred the title of an official. On the other hand, she was frightened and sad because the imperial edict mentioned the bandits and the words of life and death. Meng Youliang's mother instantly understood how those scars on Meng Youliang's body came about. Almost subconsciously, the image of a fierce battle in the sea appeared in her mind. Her husband was seriously injured and on the verge of death. The tears in her eyes suddenly burst out. "Mother! Why are you crying?" Yaya felt a chill on her arm. She raised her head and saw that her mother was actually crying silently. The little girl immediately felt grief from the bottom of her heart and asked in a hoarse voice. "Mother is fine, mother is fine." On the other side, Meng Wenhao saw his father in a daze and quickly shouted, "Father, father, quickly go and receive the imperial edict." Oh, oh, oh. Meng Youliang suddenly came back to his senses. He put his hand on his body and rubbed it hard as if he wanted to shed a layer of skin. Then he went to the side of the little eunuch and respectfully clasped his fist and said, "Meng Youliang receives the imperial edict, thank you." The little eunuch squinted his eyes and handed the imperial edict to Meng Youliang. According to reason, at this time, he should offer the wedding money, but Meng Youliang's mind was full of confusion at this moment. How could he think of this? Fortunately, Feng Zhihua heard the news and rushed over. Happy event, very happy event. This little eunuch has worked hard all the way. Just take it as the tea money. I hope little eunuch will accept it. Chapter 798. Seeing the Meng family at a loss, Feng Zhihua could only take out a small pouch with a few golden beans and hand it to the little eunuch. The little eunuch squinted his eyes and looked at Feng Zhihua. Then, he quietly stuffed the pouch into his sleeve and said with a fake smile, "It is indeed worthy of celebration. Lieutenant Meng, don't forget to report to the Ministry of Personnel later." Only then did Meng Youliang come back to his senses. He wanted to personally present the wedding money, but this time he only brought a total of 12 copper coins. Moreover, the little eunuch had already received the wedding money from Feng Zhihua. If he were to present the wedding money again, it would be very inappropriate. Therefore, he put on a smiling face and stepped forward. "Thank you for your reminder. I will go to the Ministry of Personnel tomorrow to report." the little eunuch faintly said, N. Then, he took out an imperial edict and shouted with a sharp voice, "Where is Feng Zhihua?" Feng Zhihua, who was standing next to Meng Yuliang, suddenly opened his eyes wide and murmured in disbelief, "This eunuch, this one is Feng Zhihua. Are you calling me?" The little eunuch looked at Feng Zhihua in surprise. He didn't expect that the person who just gave him a red packet was the main character of the Second Imperial Edict. However, he still had a good impression of Feng Zhihua, who was very discerning. "And, that's right. It's you. Come forward and listen to the edict," the little eunuch said in a feminine voice. Listen to the edict? Listen to the edict? Oh, okay. Feng Zhihua, listen to the imperial edict. Some people can maintain a very clear mind when they are bystanders. However, once something happens to them, their mind will immediately become chaotic. Feng Zhihua belongs to this kind of people. Now, his heart is still in a mess. He even stuttered when he spoke. The Tang Emperor decrees, southbound merchant Feng Zhihua, who values friendship and righteousness, when the pirates attacked the fleet, he didn't panic in the face of danger. He joined hands with the crew to turn the tide and prevent the main fleet from suffering a huge loss. He is awarded the title of Righteous Merchant. He will live with the country for generations to show his appreciation. Wow! As soon as the little eunuch's voice fell, the surrounding people suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Feng Zhihua was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. "Feng Zhihua accepts the decree, thank your majesty for your kindness." Since ancient times, the status of merchants had always been low, and they were often exploited by local officials. Moreover, after being exploited, they had to swallow their anger, and no one would seek justice for them. This was because the hierarchy of agriculture, industry, and commerce firmly nailed the merchants to the ground, and they would never be able to move. But now that he had the title of Righteous Merchant, at the very least, when he walked around the local government, he would encounter fewer difficulties. To Feng Zhihua, this title was as valuable as gold. More importantly, the imperial edict had stated that this title of Righteous Merchant would last for as long as the Great Tang existed. This meant that as long as the Great Tang existed, Feng Zhihua would always enjoy the treatment of a righteous merchant. Even if he died, this title would be passed on to his descendants. This benefit was simply too good. It could be said that Feng Zhihua had now become the object of envy of all merchants in the world. At this moment, Feng Zhihua trembled as he stepped forward to receive the imperial edict. Of course, it was inevitable that he stuffed a gold bean into the little eunuch's hands. But to Feng Zhihua, money was a small matter. This imperial edict was priceless. "All right, the edict has been passed. We should return to the palace." The little eunuch brushed his sleeves, turned around with a smile, and left with his entourage. He was rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he was not going to pass on the imperial edict to Li Zishuan. Otherwise, how could he get so much money? It was not that Li Zishuan was stingy, but he did not dare to accept the money given by Li Zishuan. "Take care, eunuch." Meng Yuliang and the others hurriedly bowed to the back of the little eunuch. After the little eunuch left, this place suddenly became a sea of joy. "Boss Feng, thank you for just now. I will return the money to you later," Meng Yuliang said. Feng Zhihua was obviously very happy. His old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. He waved his hands and said, You don't need to return it. How much money can it be? It's not a problem. Yuliang, now that you have an official position, this is the most joyous thing. I didn't expect that you would be an official one step ahead of your family's Wenhao. This is really beyond my expectations." In the end, without waiting for Meng Yuliang to object, he continued with a smile and said, "Oh, let's quickly finish unloading the goods. After unloading, this old man will treat all of you to wine to celebrate for you, Yuliang, and of course, for me." "This, how can this be?" How can I let Boss Feng spend money? Feng Zhihua pretended to be angry and said, "Hey! Why can't this be? Yule Yang, now that you have an official position, you don't want to have any dealings with this old man?" Meng Yuliang hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, no, 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 Boss Feng, what are you talking about? How can I, Meng Yuliang, be a villain who only cares about profits and forgets righteousness? I definitely don't mean that. You misunderstood." Feng Zhihua laughed and said, "Since you don't mean that, then you, sister-in-law, your son, and your daughter can go together later. You are not allowed to refuse. Butler Zhao, how have you been recently? The previous incident was my fault. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone berserk during cultivation and caused your realm to drop." At the Yunshan residence, Li Zishuan had already received the imperial edict and was chatting with Zhao Song, whom he hadn't seen for a few months. "Sigh, Marquis Yong'an, please don't say that. The matter of compressing my qi for cultivation was purely voluntary. You have already explained the risks involved. If something happened in the end, it can't be blamed on you. A while ago, I heard that His Majesty blamed you because of this. I felt very apologetic in my heart and have been wanting to visit you to apologize. As for the drop in realm, so be it. We can just cultivate again." Zhao Song was drinking tea. When he heard Li Zishuan say this, he hurriedly put down his teacup and said. Li Zishuan smiled knowingly. He thought to himself that Zhao Song was an open-minded and straightforward person. One had to know that the realm of martial arts was the lifeblood of many martial artists. A drop in realm was equivalent to taking away one's life. If this happened to others, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't resent it. He. With Butler Zhao's state of mind, it's only a matter of time before you break through to the great Grandmaster realm. Let's not blame this and that. If Butler Zhao is free in the future, I will treat you to wine. More haste, less speed. In order to break through to the great Grandmaster realm, not only did one need to make a breakthrough in strength, one also needed to make a breakthrough in one's state of mind. Li Zishuan felt that the current Zhao Song looked more mature and reserved than before. In such a state, the chances of him breaking through to the great Grandmaster realm were undoubtedly higher. Thank you for your auspicious words. Zhao Song pursed his lips and smiled faintly. Chapter 799. We haven't seen each other for a few months, but I feel that Duke Yong'an's martial arts have improved again. In the Yunshan residence, Zhao Song could not help but squint his eyes at the mention of the realm of martial arts. He took a good look at Li Zishuan and was immediately surprised. He could vaguely feel that the sword will on Li Zishuan's body was sharper than before. This was hard for him to accept. The young man in front of him had just broken through to the Guru realm. Oh? Really? I've been thinking about a new sword technique recently, and I haven't been practicing it deliberately. Li Zishuan hadn't paid much attention to his own realm. He just combined it with the Dugu family's solitary wind swordsmanship to improve the 9 strategies beyond the swords in his free time. To him, improving his martial arts realm wasn't the most important thing. He didn't want to improve his realm too quickly and cause his foundation to be unstable. Zhao Song was speechless. He hadn't practiced much, but his martial arts had improved so quickly. How could he, who had been practicing hard every day, endure this? He wanted to ask what kind of sword technique it was that it had such magical power. But he thought that it was taboo to inquire about other people's martial arts, so he didn't say anything. Duke Yong'an is really talented. No wonder he was valued by spiritual master Lingxiu and accepted into the sect. Zhao Song sighed and then got up to leave. It's getting late. We have to go back to the palace. If we have time in the future, we'll talk about old times with Duke Yong'an. Li Zishuan got up and said, Take care, Butler Zhao. Hey, Wenhao, I heard that your father was promoted to an official. Congratulations. With the help of Class 1 of Yanhuang College's students, the ships at the dock were finally unloaded before dark. Meng Wenhao didn't go to the banquet with his family because he had to rush back to the academy before dark. In the Yanhuang College's cafeteria, Li Tai, Sun Zifen, Cheng Chumo, and the others all congratulated Meng Wenhao. Although they were busy with the accounts in the afternoon, they had also noticed the movement over there. It was just that they didn't have time to care about it at that time. Thank you. In the face of these congratulatory words from his classmates, Meng Wenhao politely responded with a forced smile. However, in his heart, he was bitterly laughing. Was this really worth congratulating? Meng Wenhao felt that this was not worth congratulating. He even felt that if he could, he would rather not have this Xianxia chaplain as long as his father was safe and sound. Tomorrow is Friday, it's finally the holidays again. Wenhao, you've become a rich man now. You have to treat us to a meal when the time comes. Cheng Chumo laughed heartily. This time, Li Er not only rewarded the Meng family with a Xianxia commandant, but also a lot of money. That was why he said that Meng Wenhao was now a rich man. That's how it should be. In the past, Wenhao has received a lot of care from all of you. It's time to treat all of you to a drink. Although Meng Wenhao's mind wasn't here, he still replied. The sharp-eyed Li Tai noticed the change in Meng Wenhao's emotions, but he didn't say anything. Hey! Speaking of which, this is the third week, right? The 1-month military training period is about to end. We can finally relax. Now, I finally understand how blissful it is to sit in the classroom and listen to lectures. Sun Zifen, the little fatty, said with a face full of emotion. Calling him a little fatty now wasn't very appropriate. After such a long period of military training, his physique was now at an average level. He couldn't be considered fat at all. At most, he was a little sturdy. As for Li Tai, he had also lost a lot of fat. However, Li Tai was much fatter than Sun Zifen before, so he still looked a little fat now. However, it was much better than his previous round appearance. Sigh, Sun Zifen, I say, let's think about how we're going to spend tomorrow. This afternoon, because we helped the Ministry of Civil Affairs settle the score, we escaped a calamity. However, we can't escape the calamity forever. I heard that this afternoon, the people of Class 2 were badly scolded by Lu Guogong. Now, they're all lying on the sports field. Wang Meng, who was sitting at the next table, glanced at Sun Zifen, who was in a happy mood, and said mercilessly. That's true. When Sun Zifen heard this, he immediately lost his spirit like a frosted eggplant. He muttered in a melancholy mood, when we left in the afternoon, I felt that Lu Guogong was not in a good mood. We are bound to be unlucky tomorrow. I say, Chou Nyo, can you ask your father not to come tomorrow? It's not so bad for the academy. We can have a break every 5 days, but the ministers only have one break every 10 days. It's not easy. Your father should be resting at home while the imperial court is on holiday. Yes, Zifen is right. Chou Nyo, you have to persuade Lu Guogong. Li Tai also voiced his agreement. Cheng Chumo said with a bitter face, do you think I don't want to persuade him? But my father is so stubborn. How can I persuade him? In fact, Cheng Chumo knew that the reason why his father came to the academy as a military training instructor, other than helping Li Zishuan train the students, was to help him improve his state through military training. But now that more than half of the military training was over, his martial arts state was like Mount Tai, not moving at all. So compared to Li Tai and the rest, he was the one who was under a lot of pressure. That's right. This prince can still take leave. Today, Lu Guogong wanted to scold us, but because of the fleet from the imperial court, it was all for naught. Tomorrow, he will definitely reprimand us even harder, so tomorrow won't be easy. This prince must take leave tomorrow. Li Tai's mind suddenly flashed. He remembered that before school started, Li Zishuan had asked him for help twice. In return, he had given him 3 days of leave. But it had been so long that he had forgotten. Thinking of this, he immediately smiled proudly. Hee, tomorrow you guys go and accept the training. I'm not feeling well, so I'll ask for a few days of leave from the Yamacho. Sun Zifen stared and carefully looked at Li Tai, then said in disbelief, I say, Qingke, aren't you overthinking it? Looking at you now, who would believe that you're sick? Even if you're pretending to be sick, you should at least pretend. If you go to the Yamacho, you'll definitely be seen through by the Yamacho. It'll be a miracle if you can take leave. Cheng Chumo echoed, Zifen is right. Qingke, you should save it. Xiao Xian will definitely not allow you to take leave. He might even punish you for lying. Li Tai smiled mysteriously and said, Hee, Zifen, do you dare to make a bet with me? Let's bet on whether the Yamacho will agree to my request for leave. Sun Zifen said without thinking, okay. Let's bet. Qingke, just tell me how you want to bet and what you want to bet on. The world was ignorant. They always thought that they were the smartest, so there was gambling in the world. Chapter 800. Neither of us is short of money, so gambling is boring. How about this, if I can really apply for leave from Yamacho tomorrow, you help me wash footwear for a month. If I can't apply for leave, then I'll help you wash footwear for a month. How about that? In the Yanhuang College cafeteria, Li Tai's eyes rolled twice, and then he looked at Sun Zifen and said. The so-called footwear was the socks worn by ancient people, also known as footbags. It first appeared in the form of laced socks during the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. During the Qin, Han, Three Kingdoms, and Wei and Jin dynasties, the form of socks also changed a lot. The form was more and more similar to modern socks. Of course, until the Tang dynasty, the word socks had not officially appeared. According to reliable records, the word socks first appeared in the ancient and modern Chinese annotations written by Ma Huan of the Liang dynasty. F***ck, Qingke, you win. But who's afraid of who? I'll take this bet. Sun Zifen's appetite suddenly became bad when he thought about washing someone's smelly socks on a hot day. But how could he be afraid at such a critical time? Moreover, in his opinion, Li Zishuan would never agree to Li Tai's request for leave. So he looked at Li Tai and agreed decisively. Okay. Then it's a deal. The little fatty was suddenly happy. He thought to himself, there's really someone who isn't afraid of death. For the next month, I won't have to wash footwear at all. It's a deal. Sun Zifen also said loudly. He didn't think he would lose. Husband, what are you busy with? After receiving the imperial edict in the afternoon, you've been hiding in the house and didn't come out for dinner. Mother even asked about you. At night, Yunshan Villa. Han Yushi walked into the bedroom on the third floor with a wooden food box in her left hand and a candle in her right hand. She put the food box next to Li Zishuan, who was hunched over the desk, and then turned to change the candle on the candlestick that was about to burn out. She asked Li Zishuan softly while changing the candle. Oh, nothing. Your husband is still pondering over some things. If it were someone else who asked this question at this time, Li Zishuan, who was in deep thought, might not pay attention to them at all. However, Han Yushi was different. He had always doted on his wife very much. It was not an exaggeration to call him a wife-doting maniac. He lowered his head and drew something while answering Yushi's question. What are you thinking about? After changing the candles, Han Yushi curiously walked behind Li Zishuan. She glanced at the white paper in front of him that was filled with various symbols and asked. Hey! Wife, come and sit. Li Zishuan stopped writing when he heard this. He laughed and pulled Han Yushi into his arms. Then, he explained, I'm not sure. Wife, you also know that we bought over 1 million caddies of rubber latex from the Wang family this time. Your husband is thinking of a way to refine the latex. Otherwise, wouldn't the nearly 10,000 strings of coins be wasted? Han Yushi glanced at Li Zixuan. She did not believe that her husband worked so hard just to not spend a few thousand strings of coins in vain. By the way, husband, I still don't know the use of this rubber that looks like soy milk. The ancients also drank soy milk. The inventor of soy milk was Luan, the king of Huainan in the Western Han dynasty. It was said that Luan was a filial son. When his mother was ill, Luan would make soy milk with soaked soybeans every day for his mother to drink. Mother Lu's illness quickly recovered. Since then, soy milk gradually became popular among the people. Hey! This rubber has too many uses. Let me tell you, although this rubber latex looks like soy milk, once it is refined, it will become something soft and elastic. The simplest use is to use it on wheels. The outer wheels made of rubber are much faster than wooden ones. Of course, this is only the simplest use. Your husband still has some complicated tools that must use rubber. Oh, by the way, rubber can also be used to make a very interesting thing. In the future, your husband may be able to discuss it with my wife. Li Zixuan was still serious when he said the first few words, but in the end, his tone suddenly became extremely wretched, and his hands began to become dishonest. He was grabbing at a certain part of Han Yushi's body. Ah! Husband, you can slowly think about it. I won't disturb you anymore. The weather was hot now, and Han Yushi was wearing thin clothes. How could she withstand such teasing? She was so scared that she quickly stood up and retreated far away in an instant. She wasn't the least bit interested in the interesting thing that Li Zixuan had mentioned. Although they had been married for so long and had experienced a lot of things in bed, Han Yushi still couldn't help but be shy when it came to it. Moreover, she didn't want Li Zixuan to be obsessed with these things and neglect the proper business. Therefore, except for the first few days after they got married, she had always been extremely restrained in this aspect. Li Zixuan touched his nose gloomily when he grabbed nothing. However, the fragrance of Han Yushi's body inevitably came from his hand, which made his heart restless again. But when he saw his wife retreating far away as if she was guarding against a pervert, walking to the bedside and beginning to embroider, he knew that now was not the time to do that kind of thing. Thus, he dispelled the evil thoughts and began to work honestly. After about an hour, Li Zixuan finally stopped writing. He raised his head and stretched lazily. He looked at the food box that Han Yushi had just brought over. He shook his head and did not touch the food. In front of a beautiful woman, who was a feast for the eyes, why would he need any food? This guy chuckled, then rubbed his hands and walked toward Han Yushi, who was sitting by the bed and doing needlework. Ah! Husband, don't. Let me finish the rest of the embroidery first. Someone's bear hug completely disrupted the rhythm of the needlework in Han Yushi's hands. Han Yushi exclaimed and quickly said. This was not an excuse on purpose, but this embroidery really only had a little work left. Oh. Okay. Wife, you do it. I'll hug you and not move. It won't affect you. Li Zixuan responded in a muffled voice. Then, he wrapped his arms around Han Yushi's waist from behind and buried his head in her neck. Feeling the hot breath on her neck, Han Yushi suddenly blushed. She thought to herself, how can I do it with peace of mind when you are like this? After sighing helplessly, Han Yushi forced herself to calm down and began to do the unfinished work. Ah! Wife, this won't do. The light at night is too dim. Needlework hurts the eyes. Let's not do it. Let's sleep. After a while, Li Zixuan felt that it was still difficult to do embroidery with the weak candlelight in the room, so he spoke up. At the same time, he wondered if he should find a way to install electric lights in the courtyard. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient. Chapter 801. Once a person's dream was achieved, it was easy to become lazy, and this laziness would continue until a new goal appeared. Li Zixuan was like this. When he first came to this dynasty, he dreamed of becoming a marquis and then waiting for death to come. Life was short, and he still had a wealthy family and a beautiful wife. He had to enjoy it as soon as possible. So the next day, Li Zishuan slept very late and didn't wake up. Of course, part of the reason was because he had slept rather late last night. In any case, his habit of getting up early for the past half a month was suddenly interrupted. However, this made someone suffer. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Yanhuang College, Guanghua Building, 10th floor of the Central Twin Towers. Li Tai did not go to the cafeteria after finishing his morning run as usual. Instead, he went straight to Li Zishuan's office and banged on the door with all his might. However, there was still no movement after banging on it for more than 10 times. Li Tai's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. Qing Ke. Are you looking for Xiaoxian? At this moment, someone suddenly walked out from the staircase. It was Yan Xiaoning, who had just come to work and heard the commotion. Li Tai was quite familiar with Yan Xiaoning in the past. He quickly said, "That's right, brother Xiaoning. Do you know where Xiaoxian, Yamacho is?" In the past, Xiaoxian would have already arrived at this time. However, you still haven't opened the door after banging on it for so long. This means that he didn't come today. Yan Xiaoning thought for a moment and replied. Li Tai panicked when he heard this. Then, brother Xiaoning, do you know where Yamacho is now? Yan Xiaoning said helplessly, how would I know? Qing Ke, if you have something urgent to look for him, you can ask Mo Zhong. He should know. As soon as Yan Xiaoning finished speaking, Li Tai disappeared in an instant. He was so fast that even Yan Xiaoning was a little surprised. Seems like this military training is still useful. Yan Xiaoning muttered softly as he looked at Li Tai's back, which was obviously much thinner than before, and his vigorous steps. Mo Zhong, where's Yamacho? Li Tai ran to the gate of the academy, found Mo Zhong, and asked. When Mo Zhong saw that the person asking the question was Li Tai, he hurriedly replied, Yamacho hasn't come today. He must have something to do, or he's still at home. Li Tai widened his eyes. How could he do that? If he couldn't get leave soon, he would have to continue the military training with Sun Zifen and the others. Then, he would lose the bet. According to the agreement, he had to wash Sun Zifen's footwear for a month. Wasn't this asking for his old life? Hey, hey, hey! Your Highness, what are you trying to do? You cannot go out. This is the Academy's rule. Li Tai was anxious and wanted to go out to find Li Zishuan. Mo Zhong would not let him go and quickly stopped him. Out of the way. I really have something urgent to talk to Yamacho about. Fortunately, this was the Academy. If someone dared to stop him in any other place, Li Tai would definitely be angry. Even so, the little fatty's tone was impatient. Mo Zhong knew that this young master in front of him was not an easy person to deal with. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He was still thinking of a countermeasure. When he saw that Li Tai was about to explode, he hurriedly said, how about this? Your Highness, please calm down first. I will help you find Yamacho. You cannot go out. The Academy's rules cannot be broken. When I find Yamacho, you can talk to him face to face if you have something to say. Li Tai thought about it and felt that it was feasible. He waved his hand impatiently and said, okay, okay, okay. Go and come back quickly. I will wait here. After saying that, Li Tai did not even go to the cafeteria. He went straight to the guard booth at the Academy's entrance and sat in Mo Zhong's seat. Mo Yun was shocked and did not dare to sit with Li Tai. He quickly came out to stand guard. Mo Zhong, on the other hand, ran in the direction of the Cloud Mountain Resort. About half an hour later, the little fatty was anxiously waiting because there was only a little more than 15 minutes left before the morning military training. At this time, he finally saw Mo Zhong and Li Zishuan coming back. Qing Ke, I heard that you have something urgent to talk to me about. What is it? Do you have to say it now? Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai and asked expressionlessly. In fact, he was very unhappy. No one would be in a good mood if they were woken up by a shout downstairs while holding their wife in their dreams. After waking up, he heard Mo Zhong say that Li Tai had something urgent to talk to him about. Li Zishuan snorted and thought, what kind of business could this little fatty have? So he came over very reluctantly. Yamacho, let's talk as we walk. Li Tai quickly walked out of the guard booth and said. The two walked on the cement road of the academy. Li Tai continued, Yamacho, I want to ask for a 3-day leave from you. You promised me that you would allow me to take a 3-day leave during the military training period. Plus the 2 days of rest during the weekend, I can take a total of 5 days off. Damn, this little fatty woke me up early in the morning just to ask for a leave. Li Zishuan's face suddenly looked like he had been hit by a dog. After thinking about it, he decided to tease this little fatty. When did I promise you? I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Li Zishuan pretended to be surprised and then threw a set of 3 consecutive denials at Li Tai. Li Tai was waiting for Li Zishuan to agree so that he could announce the victory of the bet to Sun Zifan. In the end, he was stunned by Li Zishuan's 3 consecutive denials. But after being stunned, he panicked. He immediately became anxious when he thought of the consequences of losing the bet. Hey! Xiao Xian, as a Yamacho of Yanhuang College, you can't go back on your words. You allowed me to take a 3-day leave when I helped compile the geography textbook and asked my father to give you a plaque for the academy. Did you forget? You can't go back on your words. Li Zishuan found it funny when he saw Li Tai so anxious that his face was flushed red, looking like he was about to fight to the death with someone. However, he pretended to be enlightened. Oh. I remember now, it seems like there was such a thing. But, when Li Tai heard that Li Zishuan remembered, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. However, when he heard the damn turn of events, his heart immediately jumped to his throat. But what? You can take a leave if you want, but not today. Lu Guogong wanted to come over yesterday to give you extra training, but because of the fleet, he made a wasted trip. So, the students of Class 1 can't be absent today. Although Li Zishuan didn't know about the bet, he could guess that Li Tai wanted to take a leave at this critical moment to avoid being tortured by Demon King Cheng, so he immediately refused. Li Tai was dumbfounded when he heard this. He was King Dun 4. Chapter 802. Yamacho, when you promised me 3 days of leave, you didn't say when I could ask for leave and when I couldn't. Now there are so many additional conditions. You're going back on your word. Li Tai said unwillingly on the cement road in the academy. Li Zishuan spread his hands and pretended to be helpless. Qing Ke, when I made the promise to you, how could I have expected this situation? Anyway, no means no. Even if I agree, Lu Guogong won't agree. If you really want to ask for leave, then delay it for a few days. I can't delay it. I have to ask for leave today. Li Tai couldn't accept the suggestion of delaying it for a few days. He shook his head like a rattle drum. Yamacho, is there really no room for negotiation? No. Qing Ke, do you have to go this far? Lu Guogong will at most increase your training load by 40%. Look at how scared you are. It's not like you haven't experienced it before. Seeing Li Tai's unrelenting attitude, Li Zishuan glanced at the little fatty and said with a strange expression. At the same time, a trace of suspicion arose in his heart. Logically speaking, Li Tai wouldn't force himself to do it even though he knew it was impossible. Li Tai wanted to say that if he didn't ask for leave today, he would have to wash Sun Zifan's feet for a month. However, he swallowed the words back down because he felt that if Li Zishuan knew the truth, then it would be even more impossible for him to ask for leave. After interacting with Li Zishuan for so long, he knew that Li Zishuan liked to trick him the most. I'm not feeling well today. I have to ask for leave. After hemming and hawing for a long time, Li Tai finally made up an excuse. However, he forgot that this excuse was the worst excuse for Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes and looked Li Tai up and down. Li Tai suddenly felt uncomfortable being looked at. Li Zixuan saw this and knew that things weren't as simple as he thought. "Qingke, you're not feeling well. Where are you? It just so happens that I know a little about medicine. Come, let me take your pulse." To be honest, how could this guy know how to take a pulse? He was just bluffing. However, Li Tai was really bluffed. After all, Li Zixuan's medical skills were well known. No, Qingke, are you hiding something from me? Li Zixuan's eyes were fixed on Li Tai as he indifferently said. I'm not, Yamacho, don't talk nonsense. Li Tai felt guilty under Li Zixuan's penetrating gaze. In a moment of desperation, the little fatty actually used Li Zixuan's 3 consecutive denials and threw them back at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was speechless when he heard this. Speaking of the 3 consecutive denials, the I'm not, don't talk nonsense emoji from his previous life subconsciously appeared in his mind. It was really funny. At first, he wanted to tease the little fatty, but he didn't expect that he would be the one being teased in the end. Thinking of this, he suddenly became angry out of humiliation. "Alright, don't talk nonsense with me, there's no room for discussion. It's almost time, why aren't you going to military training? If you're late, you'll be punished again." Li Tai looked at Li Zixuan with a tragic expression. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, "Can't you make an exception? I can use those 3 days of leave in exchange for today's day, is that okay?" Li Zixuan hesitated when the little fatty said this. But why was this kid willing to put in so much effort? Was there something fishy about this? Then tell me first, are you hiding something from me? Otherwise, there's no need to talk about any conditions. Li Tai didn't know what to do in the face of this blatant threat. He thought about it and told him about his bet with Sun Zifen. "It's like this, Yamacho. If you don't agree to my request for leave, I'll have to wash that kid's feet for a month." When Li Zixuan heard this, 10,000 alpacas ran through his heart. These 2 little bastards really knew how to play. One was the son of the emperor, and the other was the son of the top scholar. No matter who lost the bet, they would have to wash each other's smelly socks. If this spread out, Li Er and Sun Fujia's old faces would not look good. However, even though Sun Fujia was unhappy, she didn't dare to blame Li Tai and Li Er. She only pulled the hatred onto Sun Zifen. In this way, that little idiot would be in trouble. "I say, did you and Sun Zifen eat too much and have nothing to do, so you're messing around every day? Was it because I didn't let you go to military training yesterday afternoon that caused you to be so energetic and have the leisure to gamble?" Li Zixuan reprimanded with a straight face. Li Tai looked at the time, then he ignored Li Zixuan's reprimand and said anxiously, yes, Yamacho, we know that we were wrong. The problem now is that you have to quickly agree to my request for leave. Didn't you just say that as long as I tell you the truth, you'll allow me to take leave?" Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "When did I say that? I only said that if you don't tell me the truth, then there's nothing to talk about." This was really a trap in the city. Li Tai didn't pay attention and fell into the trap. Little Fatty said anxiously, "Then what do you mean? Do you agree or not?" Li Zixuan sighed and said unhurriedly, after hearing what Qingke said, "I can't agree even more. Because if I agree, wouldn't it be unfair to Sun Zifen? If this was in a gambling house, your actions would be considered cheating. You were the one who wanted me to tell you the truth, but after I told you, you said this. I think you did it on purpose." Li Tai breathed heavily, obviously flustered and exasperated. At this time, he didn't care about his tone of voice. Li Zishuan didn't get angry because of this. He thought for a while and said, "Qingke, I'm not targeting you on purpose. What I said is the truth. Now, there are only two paths in front of you. 1. Lose the bet and obediently go to military training. You'll also obediently wash Sun Zifen's socks, oh no, wash his feet. 2. I can agree to your request for leave today. In addition to exchanging 3 days of leave for 1 day today, you have to carry 20 buckets of water on Saturday. You're not allowed to spend money to hire people or ask your subordinates to help. You have to carry these 20 buckets of water to the student dormitory's water tower. If you don't do this, Sun Zifen will definitely feel bad. Time is of the essence. Which path do you prefer? F***ck, I like your grandpa. I don't like any of the paths. You're F***king cheating me." Li Tai's face was full of grief and indignation. If he won, he really wanted to fight Li Zishuan to the death. How could he bully people like this? I choose the second path. Seeing that the students who had finished breakfast were walking to the field, Li Tai gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 803. Qingke, how was it? Did Yamacho allow you to take a leave of absence? On the sports field of Yanhuang College, in Class 1's camp, Sun Zifen was a little guilty at first, but after waiting for Li Tai for a long time and not seeing him, he suddenly felt that this bet was as stable as a dog. At this moment, seeing Li Tai's drooping face, this guy secretly thought that he had a chance. He immediately went forward and pretended to be concerned, but anyone could see the smugness in his eyes. In fact, this amusing idiot's thinking was wrong. The reason why Li Tai's drooping face and looking unhappy was entirely because he had paid an extremely painful price to win this bet. Not only did he sacrifice 2 days of vacation that originally belonged to him, but he also had to carry 20 buckets of water. This really cost the little fatty his life. 20 buckets, Li Tai felt that he would have to carry them for a day. At this moment, when he heard Sun Zifen ask him, Li Tai raised his head and quickly restrained the dejected look on his face, revealing a victorious smile. Hee, of course. You brat, just wait to wash my feet for a month. At the end of his words, Li Tai's tone became a little vicious. In his opinion, the whole thing was caused by Sun Zifen. Li Zishuan deliberately asked for a sky-high price and deliberately cheated people. Although it was infuriating, Sun Zifen, the initiator, still had a reason to be very angry. How is that possible? Sun Zifen, who was originally winning, heard such an unexpected answer and suddenly felt a little incredulous. How could Yamacho allow you to take a leave of absence for no reason? Besides, if it's really like what you said, then why are you here now? Li Tai smiled and said condescendingly with the attitude of a victor, "Oh, believe it or not, it's up to you. I just came here to tell you the result. Now that I'm done, I can start my vacation. See you later." With that said, he waved his hand. Under the stunned gazes of Sun Zifen, Cheng Chumo, Li Chengqian, Yuchi Baolin, and the others, he walked out of the sports field. His footsteps became faster and faster. He had no choice but to hurry. The little fatty was afraid that if he met Cheng Yaojin, he wouldn't be able to leave. Although this holiday was approved by Li Zishuan, if Cheng Yaojin really went crazy, he would not recognize anyone. Holy ****. He really left? Sun Zifen's arms were trembling. Firstly, he was shocked. Secondly, he was scared. Once he thought about washing Li Tai's smelly socks, how could he not be scared? At this moment, he felt like crying. Zifen, don't be sad. Anyway, it's only for a month. Cheng Chumo walked over, patted Sun Zifen's shoulder, and said gloatingly. This idiot had completely forgotten that he had the same attitude as Sun Zifen yesterday. It was just that Li Tai didn't choose to bet with him. Sun Zifen said angrily, "Get lost. Cho Nyo, you're really a B***tch. Xiao Xian, where did Prince Wei go? I heard from the Crown Prince that he asked for leave from you. During the morning break, Cheng Yaojin found Li Zishuan, who was wandering around the sports field with his head lowered and thinking about something, and asked. Li Zishuan raised his head. He was already prepared for old Cheng's question. Yes, Qin Ke asked for leave from me. I heard that Her Majesty had something to do with him, so I asked him to go back first. This guy was now used to scamming people. He didn't even blink when he lied, but Cheng Yaojin really believed him. Oh, if that's the case, then go ahead and ask for leave. It's just that Prince Wei will regret it in the future if he doesn't have such a substantial training like today, right? Cheng Yaojin smacked his lips and sighed with regret. Faced with such a narcissistic Cheng Yaojin, Li Zishuan was speechless. Would he regret missing training? He was sure that to Li Tai, it was impossible for him to regret. He would never regret it in this lifetime. Guyi Lane. It was close to noon, and the pedestrians on the road had all gone home for lunch. There was a tanned, lean middle-aged man with an exquisite package in his hand. There seemed to be a stack of neatly stacked clothes in the package. After turning 2 alleys, the man finally entered a dilapidated small courtyard. Master, you're back. How was it? Those officials from the Ministry of Personnel didn't make things difficult for you, right? In the courtyard, a woman saw the man enter and quickly stood up to welcome him. As the middle-aged man walked into the house, he replied, No, I'm just going to make a report. I'm not here to ask for help. Why would they make things difficult for me? These 2 people were Meng Wenhao's parents. That's good, that's good. Meng Wenhao's mother sighed with relief. Then, she saw the bright yellow package placed on the table by Meng Wenhao's father. She was curious and asked, Master, is this the official uniform given to you by the imperial court? Meng Youliang's mind didn't seem to be here. He faintly said, I just got it from the Ministry of Personnel. If you want to take a look, open it and take a look. Meng Youliang's mother was a little excited. After all, she had lived for more than half of her life and had never seen or touched an official's uniform at close range. Therefore, she carefully opened the package and saw a dark cyan round-collar official's uniform lying inside. She was about to pick it up and carefully examine it when Meng Youliang suddenly stood up and only heard him say, Mother of my child, take a look first. I'm going to Changgui's house. Meng Wenhao's mother was stunned and said, Master, it's already noon. Why are you going to Changgui's house? Meng Youliang stopped and let out a long sigh, alas. Changgui went to sea with me, but now he didn't even bring back his body. I'm his brother. No matter what, I have to send him on his way. Mother of my child, go and get me 3 strings of money. Changgui's orphan and widow are quite pitiful. We have to show our sincerity. Meng Youliang's mother immediately fell silent. Last night, under her persistent questioning, Meng Youliang had told her the details of that terrifying night at sea. Until now, she still had a lingering fear in her heart. Moreover, she was also deeply rejoicing because many of the crew members who sacrificed themselves that night were from Guyi Lane. Many of them were acquainted with her family. For her husband to be able to come back alive, it really was a miracle. Okay, Master, wait a moment. I'll go and get you the money now. If it were in the past, Meng Wenhao's mother would never be willing to give away 3 strings of money. However, after experiencing this disaster, she understood that her family's safety was the greatest wealth. Moreover, to some extent, the sacrifice of those crew members also bought time for Meng Youliang. She felt guilty and grateful in her heart. Chapter 804. Young Master, you're finally here. The Odd Interest Pavilion's new workshop in Plum Village finally welcomed its new owner today. Speaking of which, Li Zishuan really wasn't qualified to be the boss at all. From the beginning to the end, he hadn't asked about the expansion of the workshop at all. He had given full authority to Uncle Fu. Moreover, after the new factory was built, he hadn't come to visit at all. Therefore, when Uncle Fu saw Li Zishuan suddenly show up in the afternoon, he was both resentful and surprised. Li Zishuan looked slightly embarrassed. Obviously, he understood the meaning behind Faubert's words. Ahem, Faubert, long time no see. How have you been lately? Faubert looked at Li Zishuan and sighed helplessly. He knew that Li Zishuan had been busy recently, so he did not blame him too much. Moreover, Li Zishuan had always been very respectful to the elders in the workshop. Therefore, Faubert had always treated Li Zishuan as his junior. Young master, thank you for your concern. I'm still in good health and can help you manage the workshop for another 2 years. Faubert led Li Zishuan into the workshop and answered Li Zishuan's question at the same time. After hearing this, Li Zishuan frowned. He suddenly remembered that Faubert was getting on in years. Even if he was healthy, he could only work in the workshop for another 2 or 3 years. Who would take over at that time? Who would be the one to carry this burden? Successor, I have to look out for a successor for Faubert from now on. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. Curious Pavilion's new workshop occupied a large area of about 100 mu, which was dozens of times larger than the workshop in Chang'an. According to the different functions and types of products produced, the workshop was divided into 10 areas. The production area had a large factory building similar to the ones in modern times, the office area had an office building, and the living area had a dormitory. It could be said that this new workshop covered all the elements and could be considered the most comprehensive workshop in the entire Tang dynasty. Oh, by the way, young master, why did you ask people to bring in so many barrels of white pulp yesterday? Our warehouse is about to be filled with those things. Faubert had planned to take Li Zishuan to the office area to rest for a while. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered the thousands of barrels of white pulp that the Wang family's fleet had delivered yesterday, so he turned his head and asked. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "That stuff is called rubber, and it's very precious. So much rubber, it should be worth more than our workshop. Don't worry, didn't I come here today to teach you how to use it?" Faubert heard this and felt a little incredulous. He had heard from other sources that Li Zishuan had bought the rubber for a total of 8,000 strings of coins. Even if the rubber could bring 10 times the profit to the workshop, it was only 80,000 strings of coins. How could it be more valuable than the entire workshop? That's great. This old man wants to see what this stuff that looks like soy milk can be used for. Seeing how confident Li Zishuan was, Faubert still wanted to take a look even though he didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. He. Then let's go to the workshop next door. Faubert, get someone to bring a barrel of rubber over. Oh, and bring a big pot of white vinegar as well. Li Zishuan pointed to the large factory building next to them and said to Faubert. Okay. Although Faubert was puzzled as to why Li Zishuan wanted vinegar, it wasn't convenient for him to ask. Thus, he ordered his subordinates to do as they were told. After a while, all the items were ready. Faubert even brought a few old craftsmen from the workshop to observe from the side. Song Xiaoxi, Pang Feiji, pour this barrel of rubber into the stone trough. Li Zishuan pointed to the rectangular stone trough in front of him and ordered Song Xiaoxi and Pang Feiji behind him. This stone trough was originally used for annealing when the blacksmith was forging. However, due to the urgency of the situation, Li Zishuan couldn't find a more suitable container. Yes, young master. Song Xiaoxi responded and quickly lifted the barrel full of rubber with Pang Feiji. The white rubber latex immediately poured into the trough. This stuff looked as thin as soy milk. It was no wonder that Faubert couldn't think of a use for it. Pour the whole pot of vinegar in. Li Zishuan weighed the pot of white vinegar in his hand and ordered. A very important process for the extraction of rubber latex was the solidification process. In the modern rubber latex solidification process, the most commonly used solidifying agents were formic acid and acetic acid. Formic acid and acetic acid could increase the hydrogen ion content in the latex, thus lowering the pH value of the latex, compressing the electric double layer, and thinning the hydration film. When it reached the isoelectric point of the protein, the electromotive potential would be zero, and there would be no repulsion between the rubber particles. They would gather together and solidify into a block. In the 21st century, most foreign countries used formic acid as the solidifying agent, while domestic companies mainly used acetic acid as the solidifying agent. Depending on the specific acid used, the properties of the rubber would be different. Li Zishuan had learned all of this from his rich classmate's family's factory in his previous life. Otherwise, how could he have known all of this? In the Tang dynasty, formic acid definitely didn't exist, but acetic acid did. This was because the so-called acetic acid had a very common name, and that was acetic acid. Vinegar contained a large amount of acetic acid. This was all thanks to the wisdom of our ancestors, who invented vinegar. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would still be making vinegar. The two of you, go get 2 hoe handles and wash them with hot water. Then, bring them over and stir them vigorously. Li Zishuan quickly ordered. Song Xiaoxi and Pang Feiji obeyed and left. After a while, the two of them each carried a smooth hoe handle and walked in. Under Li Zishuan's demonstration, they began to use the sticks to stir in the stone trough. Hey, 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 master. It's solidified, it's solidified. It was like soy milk just now, but now it's turned into tofu. After stirring for about half an hour, Pang Feiji suddenly shouted in surprise. It's really turned into tofu. Come and see. Song Xiaoxi was also very excited. Without needing him to say anything, Faubert and the rest of the craftsmen had already rushed over. Seeing that the rubberized latex had turned into tofu, Faubert could not help but click his tongue in wonder. Hey! This is really strange. Isn't it just pouring a pot of vinegar into it? How did all the rubber solidify? Yeah. This is too strange, it's like a magic trick. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be really hard to believe. The rest of the craftsmen were also very shocked. They had never learned about chemical reactions, so they could only categorize it as a magic trick. Chapter 805. Song Xiaoxi, Pang Feiji, take out the solidified rubber. Li Zishuan saw everyone's reaction, but he did not say anything. Everything was within his expectations. Take it out? Master, how do we take it out? Pang Feiji looked at the tofu in the stone trough and asked. To him, the solidified rubber latex was as fragile as tofu. Wash your hands and take it with your bare hands. Li Zishuan was speechless. After the rubber latex solidified, although it looked like tofu, it was actually much tougher than tofu. This was because the solidified rubber was sticky. Instead of saying that it was like tofu, it was more like a dough with a certain degree of toughness. Song Xiaoxi and Pang Feiji moved the rubber from the stone trough into the buckets that they had prepared beforehand. Both of you, follow me with the rubber. Li Zishuan looked at the rubber that was about to take shape. He was very happy. Although he knew the theory behind the solidification of rubber, it was only on a theoretical level. It was his first time doing it in practice. After a while, under Faubert's lead, everyone arrived at the papermaking workshop area. Faubert, where is the papermaking machine? It was difficult to find something in such a big papermaking factory. Li Zishuan asked Faubert directly. Papermaking machine? Faubert was even more confused. What did the extraction of rubber have to do with the papermaking machine? Yes, it's the new papermaking machine that we made before. Li Zishuan nodded. Seeing that Li Zishuan was not in the mood to explain, Faubert could only bring him to a big factory. Master, the papermaking machine is here. Needless to say, Li Zishuan also saw it. He said to Song Xiaoxi behind him, Xiaoxi, you two pour the rubber in. At this moment, the two of them believed Li Zishuan's words without a doubt. They poured the rubber into the papermaking machine's pulp inlet. Li Zishuan stepped forward and raised the roller of the papermaking machine slightly. Then, he asked the servant next to him to pull the donkey and start the papermaking machine. The papermaking machine's paper outlet was a thin, white film-like object that was slightly thicker than paper. This was the plasticity of rubber. It could be rolled flat like dough, and during the rolling process, most of the water in the rubber could be squeezed out. Xiao Si, find someone to cut these rubber pieces into sections. Then, just like drying paper, put them outside to dry. At this point, the process had basically come to an end. In the modern rubber production and refining process, it was generally only at this step before it could be compressed and packaged and sold all over the world. Yes, boss. After staying in the workshop for so long, Song Xiaoxi was very familiar with the papermaking process. He responded and called for the servant next to him to cut the rubber. Master, that's it? But I still can't see the use of this rubber. Seeing this, Uncle Fu asked the question in his heart. Li Zishuan smiled and replied, "It's not over yet. This is only the first step. Through the steps just now, Faubert, you must have seen that the rubber is very plastic. Its most important characteristic is that it can change its shape at will. After the rubber is completely dried, we can proceed to the second step, molding. By then, Faubert, you will know the magical use of this rubber." Faubert nodded thoughtfully. Li Zishuan did not disturb him. He left with Pang Feiji and looked around the new workshop. As they were about to go back, they met two people. They were two girls. "Yamacho, you're here?" "Sir." Different names represented different identities of the owners of the voices. They were Mo Lingwei and Little Fishy. "Ink Girl, Little Fishy, why are the two of you together?" Looking at the two beauties, one big and one small, Li Zishuan did not feel any joy. Instead, he felt some lingering fear. Beauties were beautiful, but beauties with the characteristics of witches were not very good. "Yamacho, your memory is really bad. Didn't Little Ningzi tell you that? I've been polishing the glass to make an astronomical telescope." Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes and said sarcastically. "Oh." Li Zishuan suddenly realized that Yan Xiaoning had indeed told him. But now, the two girls were obviously gossiping and chatting under a big tree. They did not look like they were doing research at all. "Ink Girl, how's the progress on your side?" "Not very good." "Yamacho, your craftsmen are not good at all. It's not as good as me polishing it myself." Mo Lingwei pouted and said with some dissatisfaction. Fine, she was getting someone to work for her for free, and she was being despised. Li Zishuan choked and said helplessly, "Okay, then you polish it yourself. I'll wait for your good news at the academy." Then, he looked at Li Yu and asked, "Little Fishy, what about you?" Little Fishy was not as presumptuous as Mo Lingwei. Although she had a demonic nature in her bones, she only released it to outsiders. In front of Li Zishuan, she had always been more obedient. Perhaps it was because Li Zishuan had given her the capital to settle down in Chang'an City, or perhaps it was because Li Zishuan was Meng Wenhao's mentor. Hearing Li Zishuan's question, the little girl smiled sweetly and then replied, "Sir, it's Steward Ma who wants to move the editorial department of Datong Daily here. He has been busy preparing lessons in the academy recently, so he sent me here to inspect it first. A few days ago, I met Sister Wire here. She told me the principle of the telescope. I feel that what she and Brother Xiaoning are doing now is very meaningful. After chatting for a while, I feel that we hit it off quite well, so we became good sisters." "Oh." Li Zishuan whispered in his heart, "Of course, the witch and the witch hit it off." He actually knew about Ma Zhou's intention to move the editorial department to the new workshop, and he also agreed. Firstly, the office environment here would definitely be better. Secondly, it was close to the academy, so it would be convenient for Ma Zhou to take care of the work on both sides at the same time. By the way, sir, I want to write in detail what Sister Wire is doing now in the newspaper. Although it looks boring, if it is displayed in the newspaper, it can promote Sir's work and attract more people to join it. Li Zishuan heard this and thought in his heart, isn't this similar to modern academic papers? To be honest, he really wanted to set up a top academic journal similar to the Nature and Science in his previous life to gather the best academic results of mankind. But was this really appropriate? Once he did this, it would easily cause technology leakage. This was what Li Zishuan was very unwilling to see. The modern scientific knowledge he brought could only take root and sprout in the Tang Empire. It could never be spread to foreign countries and become a weapon for foreign countries to deal with the Han people. Chapter 806. Little you, if you really want to write about this in the newspaper, you can't write about the principles of the telescope that Ink Girl just explained to you. You can only write about it roughly. After you finish writing, I have to look through it. You can only publish it after I give my approval. Do you understand? In the workshop, Li Zishuan said to Li Yu with a serious face. In the modern era, there were many academic journals in every country. There were all kinds of academic papers in them. They showed the latest discoveries in various fields to the researchers. But there was one thing that had to be admitted. If these academic papers were published, it would be easy for others to imitate your latest discoveries. However, in the modern era, there were patent protection laws. Even if others learned your technology, they could not steal it. They had to pay patent fees to you. For example, in the 21st century in China, every mobile phone manufacturer had to pay patent fees of hundreds of billions to the United States because of 3G or 4G communication agreements. But this was the Tang dynasty. In this era, 70% to 80% of the countries had not developed their knowledge. Who are you going to talk to about intellectual property protection? Isn't this playing the lute to a cow? Even if Tang dynasty passed the patent law, the rest of the world would not recognize it. If he published academic journals now, the ambassadors of the other countries might bring the advanced scientific knowledge back to their countries. This was something that Li Zishuan could not tolerate. If patent laws were to be passed around the world, it would have to be in an era of peace. Right now, the only thing Li Zishuan could do was to monopolize the academic field. When the Great Tang became extremely powerful, only then would he consider the issue of academic journals and intellectual property rights. Yamacho, why is that? Although Li Yu was smart, she did not think of all these. So, she raised her head and asked. Li Zishuan looked at the little girl and did not explain further. He only said calmly, I just want Tang dynasty to have fewer strong enemies. In this world, other than stealing money, books, and tombs, there is another type of thief that specializes in stealing knowledge. Little you, just do as I say. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left the workshop, leaving the two little girls in deep thought. Qingke, why are you still here? You haven't returned to the residence? Or did he come here again after returning to the residence? In the evening, with the sound of gongs and drums, the students of Yanhuang College were finally dismissed from school. At the same time, they also ushered in the long-awaited weekend holiday. Sun Zifen, who had been drilled by Cheng Yaojin for an entire day, returned to the dormitory, exhausted. He wanted to change his clothes before going home, but he didn't expect to see Li Tai in the dormitory. He immediately exclaimed. Li Tai was half lying on the bed with his head resting on his arm. He was facing the sky, oh, no, facing the bed board above him, and replied, I'm sorry. I just came back from the prince's mansion an hour ago. I brought back the clothes that I wanted to change into, but as for the underwear, I left them here. I'm just waiting for you to come over and help me wash them. Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter in the dorm. Ha! Zifen, you can be considered to have a good time now. Qingxue's underwear, tsk, no, I have to go quickly. Wait for me to leave before you wash them. Cheng Chumo had a gloating expression on his face. He quickly took off his camouflage uniform and changed his clothes, wanting to escape as soon as possible. Although Li Qingxian and the others weren't as cheap as Cheng Chumo, they also sped up their movements. Sun Zifen's face suddenly turned green and white. Qing Ke, can we change the conditions? After hesitating for a long time, Sun Zifen looked at Li Tai and said with a sad face. No. Don't you know that if you agree to a bet, you have to accept defeat? Zifen, don't tell me you want to go back on your word? Li Tai replied without thinking. In order to win this bet, he had paid a painful price. At the end of the day, how could he let Sun Zifen go? Damn! Qing Ke, we don't have to be so ruthless, right? During the military training, I helped you many times, didn't I? You should at least consider our old friendship. Sun Zifen said unwillingly. You can consider our old friendship, but you can't consider it on this matter. Zifen, just give up and help me wash my underwear. Li Tai said resolutely. Is there really no room for compromise? There really isn't. Zifen, quickly help me wash today's underwear. Li Tai said with a satisfied face as he lay on the bed with his legs crossed. This situation was exactly the same as when he pleaded with Li Zixuan in the morning. However, the person pleading was Sun Zifen, and the person being begged was himself. Li Tai felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in his heart. However, when he thought of carrying 20 buckets of water tomorrow, a thick haze appeared in his heart. Damn! You win. So be it. I'm a man of my word. Once I've said it, I'll keep my word. Sun Zifen roared in grief and indignation. Then, he bent down to pick up Li Tai's underwear from under the bed. Suddenly, a stinky smell hit him in the face. Oh, my God, Qing Ke, with your underwear in our dormitory, the 5 poisons will be avoided, demons and devils will bow their heads, and we will still be alive, unparalleled in the world. Fortunately, I brought back soap operas from home last time. Sun Zifen quickly covered his nose, took 3 steps back, and said in a muffled voice. This guy was really funny. He actually said the stinky socks in such a literary way. The rest of the people in the dormitory who were originally disgusted by Li Tai's expired socks burst into laughter when they heard Sun Zifen's words. Pfft! Ha! Then Zifen, you don't have to wash them. In the future, hang Qingxue's underwear at the dormitory door. It can also prevent mosquitoes. Cheng Chumo laughed loudly. If that's really the case, won't we be unable to enter the dormitory in the future? Yuchi Baolin took Cheng Chumo's words seriously and said with a face full of horror. Li Tai immediately blushed and said, Why are you talking so much nonsense? Zifen, go wash them quickly. Big brother, Chon Yo, Baolin, Huayu, aren't you guys going home? I'm going back now. I hope you two have fun, he he he. Cheng Chumo waved his hand and laughed vulgarly. Then, he dragged Qin Huayu and Yuchi Baolin out. Qing Ke, aren't you going back to Chang'an today? Li Qingxian, who was left behind, stood by Li Tai's bed and asked. I'm not going back. Big brother, you go first. Li Tai stood up and answered. He still had to fetch water tomorrow. Wouldn't it be a waste of energy to run back and forth? All right then, you rest well. I'll go first. Li Qingxian didn't think too much. He nodded and left. Chapter 807. Here, Qing Ke, your footwear is done. After they left, Li Tai lay on the bed alone, humming an unknown tune and shaking his legs, as happy as a lord. After a quarter of an hour, Sun Zifen came out of the bathroom with a pair of white footwear in his hands. He handed the footwear to Li Tai and said in a muffled voice. Oh, it's done so quickly. Li Tai rolled like a carp and sat up. If it was in the past, with the little fatty's super fat body, he definitely wouldn't be able to do this. Not bad, not bad. It's quite clean. Ziffen, help me dry the footwear again. Li Tai went forward and carefully looked at the footwear in Sun Ziffen's hands, then shamelessly asked for a yard after getting an inch. Get lost. Qingke, don't go too far. We didn't agree to dry the clothes in the beginning. If you want to dry them yourself. I'm going out to eat. Sun Ziffen wasn't a punching bag that was easy to bully, so he immediately said angrily. Li Tai sighed helplessly. He could only get up and dry the footwear on the clothes rack in the bathroom. Cough, cough. This clothes rack wasn't the modern clothes rack invented by Li Zishuan. When he was designing Yanhuang College, how could he have so much free time to think about everything? This clothes rack was a local product of the Tang dynasty. In fact, clothes racks were a type of furniture that existed even earlier than tables, chairs, and beds. There were already clothes racks as early as the Zhou dynasty. During the Zhou dynasty, etiquette was implemented. The aristocrats attached great importance to clothes. In order to meet this need, racks specially used to hang clothes appeared early on. Each dynasty had different forms of clothes racks, and their names were also different. During the spring and autumn period, a horizontal wooden pole used to hang clothes was called chang, also known as mu shi. Hey! Ziffen, you still have the appetite to eat? Hee hee. Li Tai was drying the footwear in the bathroom while turning his head to look at Sun Ziffen with a smirk. This sentence was quite self-deprecating, but there were only the two of them in the dorm. Anyway, Li Tai didn't care at all. Damn, Qingke, your skin is getting thicker and thicker. You have the nerve to say this kind of thing? Sun Ziffen scolded with a look of disdain, then replied, I was lectured by Lu Guogong today. If I don't eat, I'll starve to death. I'd rather die of disgust than starve. Li Tai walked out from inside and said with a smile, heh. If that's the case, I'll take you to eat. Let me tell you, the food at the small restaurant of the Hu family at the foot of the mountain is delicious. Let's go there and try it. My treat. Sun Ziffen looked at Li Tai suspiciously and curled his lips, Han family manner. What kind of delicious restaurant could there be? Qingke, don't tell me you're trying to save money and trick me into going there. Li Tai sneered, nonsense. Save money? Do you think I, Li Tai, am such a stingy person? It's up to you. Go or not. Fatty wasn't lying this time. Ever since Yanhuang College started, more and more people came here. Some came to visit their children, some came to inspect the environment of the college, and some came purely because of its reputation. Many small restaurants appeared in Plum Village and Han Village, and some even started to sell accommodation. Compared to the restaurants and inns in Chang'an, the small restaurants and inns here could only be described as cheap. Hey, Qingke, I'll go. I'll go. Wait, I'll go wash my hands first. Sun Ziffen finally realized that Li Tai wasn't lying. He quickly followed behind and shouted. Hee hee, Shao Xian. Early the next morning, Cheng Chumo actually appeared in front of Li Zishuan's house. Li Zishuan had already woken up and was eating breakfast with a bowl in his hand. Seeing this idiot smiling foolishly so early in the morning, he said in annoyance, What's wrong? Chonyo, did you get caught in the door early in the morning or something? Why are you smiling foolishly? Cheng Chumo almost vomited blood when he heard that. Han Yushi, who was sitting beside Li Zishuan, rolled her eyes at her husband and quickly got up to greet him. Brother Chonyo, have you eaten breakfast yet? Do you want to get someone to bring you a bowl and chopsticks? Hee hee. Of course, of course. Sister-in-law is the best. Little Xian marrying you is truly a blessing that he cultivated in his previous life. Hearing Han Yushi's words, Cheng Chumo didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately agreed and even flattered Han Yushi. After saying that, he sat opposite Li Zishuan without hesitation. Han Yushi smiled and asked someone to bring Cheng Chumo a bowl and chopsticks. He. Sister Lan, long time no see. Do you want brother Chou Nyo to bring you out to play today? Lan was sitting beside Cheng Chumo. He was a little embarrassed by the little girl's gaze that was obviously saying, "Are you here to freeload?" Hence, he deliberately changed the topic and joked. "Oh, I don't want to. Brother Chou Nyo, your face is so dark now. It's too embarrassing to go out with you. Lan wants to go with you." He didn't expect Lan to be so obsessed with appearances. Her words instantly hurt Cheng Chumo. This military training had caused all the students in the academy to be tanned. He wasn't the only one. Did he have to be so affected by Lan? Sister Lan, it's not right of you to say that. Previously, brother Chou Nyo brought you out to eat a lot of delicious food. What porridge is this? Why is the color so strange? Why does it smell so good? Cheng Chumo bantered with Lan for a while. At this moment, the servants brought him a bowl and chopsticks. The bowl was filled with a bowl of porridge that was slightly dark. There were also a few black things on top of it. He didn't know what they were. He sniffed hard and suddenly sighed. "This is century egg and lean meat porridge." Li Zishuan replied as he stuffed a mouthful of porridge into his mouth. "Century egg and lean meat porridge? Century egg? Is it the century egg that I saw the last time I came to your house?" Cheng Chumo felt that the name, century egg, was a little familiar. He thought seriously and suddenly shouted. "Yes, that's right. It's the century egg that you saw the last time. Speaking of which, you came at the right time. The century egg that I pickled last time is just ready to eat today. You came just in time." Li Zishuan glanced at him and said lightly. This means that I'm lucky. Let me have a taste." Cheng Chumo laughed proudly. Then, he picked up the small bowl and stuffed the porridge